Chapter 21. The Unknowable Room. Harry racked his brains over the next week as to how he was to persuade Slughorn to hand over the true memory. But nothing in the nature of a brainwave occurred, and he was reduced to doing what he did increasingly these days when at a loss, poring over his potions book, hoping that the prince would have scribbled something useful in a margin, as he had done so many times before. "You won't find anything in there," said Hermione firmly, late on Sunday evening. "Don't start, Hermione," said Harry. "If it hadn't been for the prince, Ron wouldn't be sitting here now." "He would, if you just listened to Snape in our first year," said Hermione dismissively. Harry ignored her. He had just found an incantation, Sectum Sempra, scrawled in a margin above the intriguing words "for enemies," and was itching to try it out, but thought it best not to in front of Hermione. Instead, he surreptitiously folded down the corner of the page. They were sitting beside the fire in the common room. The only other people still up were fellow 6 years. There had been a certain amount of excitement earlier when they had come back from dinner to find a new sign on the notice board that announced the date of their apparition test. Those who would be 17 on or before the first test date, the 21st of April, had the option of signing up for additional practice sessions, which would take place, heavily supervised, in Hogsmeade. Ron had panicked in reading this notice. He had still not managed to apparate, and feared he would not be ready for the test. Hermione, who had now achieved apparition twice, was a little more confident, but Harry, who would not be 17 for another 4 months, could not take the test whether ready or not. "At least you can apparate, though," said Ron tensely. "You'll have no trouble come July." "I've only done it once," Harry reminded him. He had finally managed to disappear and rematerialise inside his hoop during their previous lesson. Having wasted a lot of time worrying aloud about apparition, Ron was now struggling to finish a viciously difficult essay for Snape that Harry and Hermione had already completed. Harry fully expected to receive low marks on his, because he had disagreed with Snape on the best way to tackle Dementors, but he did not care. Slughorn's memory was the most important thing to him now. "I'm telling you, the stupid prince isn't going to be able to help you with this, Harry," said Hermione more loudly. "There's only one way to force someone to do what you want, and that's the Imperius Curse, which is illegal." "Yeah, I know that, thanks," said Harry, not looking up from the book. "That's why I'm looking for something different. Dumbledore says Veritaserum won't do it, but there might be something else, a potion or a spell." "You're going about it the wrong way," said Hermione. "Only you can get the memory, Dumbledore says. That must mean you can persuade Slughorn where other people can't. It's not a question of slipping him a potion. Anyone could do that." "How do you spell belligerent?" said Ron, shaking his quill very hard while staring at his parchment. "It can't be B-U-M." "No, it isn't," said Hermione, pulling Ron's essay towards her. "And augury doesn't begin O-R-G either. What kind of quill are you using?" "It's one of Fred and George's spell-checking ones, but I think the charm must be wearing off." "Yes, it must," said Hermione, pointing at the title of his essay, "because we were asked how we deal with Dementors, not Dugbogs. And I don't remember you changing your name to Runil Waslib either." "Ah, no," said Ron, staring horror-struck at the parchment. "Don't say I'll have to write the whole thing out again." "It's okay. We can fix it," said Hermione, pulling the essay towards her and taking out her wand. "I love you, Hermione," said Ron, sinking back in his chair, rubbing his eyes wearily. Hermione turned faintly pink, but merely said, "Don't let Lavender hear you saying that." "I won't," said Ron into his hands. "Or maybe I will. Then she'll ditch me." "Why don't you ditch her if you want to finish it?" asked Harry. "You haven't ever chucked anyone, have you?" said Ron. "You and Cho just sort of fell apart." "Yeah," said Harry. "Wish that would happen with me and Lavender," said Ron gloomily, watching Hermione silently tapping each of his misspelled words with the end of her wand so that they corrected themselves on the page. "But the more I hint I want to finish it, the tighter she holds on. It's like going out with a giant squid." "There," said Hermione, some 20 minutes later, handing back Ron's essay. "Thanks a million," said Ron. "Can I borrow your quill for the conclusion?" Harry, who had found nothing useful in the Half-Blood Prince's notes so far, looked around. The 3 of them were now the only ones left in a common room, Seamus having just gone up to bed, cursing Snape and his essay. The only sounds were the crackling of the fire and Ron scratching out the one last paragraph on Dementors using Hermione's quill. Harry had just closed the Half-Blood Prince's book, yawning, when, crack! Hermione let out a little shriek. Ron spilled ink all over his essay, and Harry said, "Creature!" The house elf bowed low and addressed his own gnarled toes. "Master said he wanted regular reports on what the Malfoy boy is doing, so Creature has come to give crack." Dobby appeared alongside Creature, his tea cosy hat askew. "Dobby has been helping too, Harry Potter," he squeaked, casting Creature a resentful look. "And Creature ought to tell Dobby when he is coming to see Harry Potter, so they can make their reports together." "What is this?" asked Hermione, still looking shocked by these sudden appearances. "What's going on, Harry?" Harry hesitated before answering, because he had not told Hermione about setting Creature and Dobby to tail Malfoy. House elves were always such a touchy subject with her. "Well, they've been following Malfoy for me," he said. "Night and day," croaked Creature. "Dobby has not slept for a week, Harry Potter," said Dobby proudly, swaying where he stood. Hermione looked indignant. "You haven't slept, Dobby, but surely, Harry, you didn't tell him not to." "No, of course I didn't," said Harry quickly. "Dobby, you can sleep, all right? But has either of you found out anything?" He hastened to ask before Hermione could intervene again. "Master Malfoy moves with a nobility that befits his pure blood," croaked Creature at once. "His features recall the fine bones of my mistress, and his manners are those of—" "Draco Malfoy is a bad boy," squeaked Dobby angrily. "A bad boy who? He shuddered from the tassel of his tea cosy to the toes of his socks, and then ran at the fire, as though about to dive into it. Harry, to whom this was not entirely unexpected, caught him around the middle and held him fast. For a few seconds Dobby struggled, and then went limp. "Thank you, Harry Potter," he panted. "Dobby still finds it difficult to speak ill of his old masters." Harry released him. Dobby straightened his tea cosy and said defiantly to Creature, "But Creature should know that Draco Malfoy is not a good master to a house elf." "Yeah, we don't need to hear about you being in love with Malfoy," Harry told Creature. "Let's fast forward to where he's actually been going." Creature bowed again, looking furious, and then said, "Master Malfoy eats in the Great Hall. He sleeps in a dormitory in the dungeons. He attends his classes in a variety of—" "Dobby, you tell me," said Harry, cutting across Creature. "Has he been going anywhere he shouldn't have?" "Harry Potter, sir," squeaked Dobby, his great orb-like eyes shining in the firelight. "The Malfoy boy is breaking no rules that Dobby can discover, but he is still keen to avoid detection. He has been making regular visits to the 7th floor with a variety of other students who keep watch for him while he enters." "The room of requirement," said Harry, smacking himself hard on the forehead with an advanced potion-making. Hermione and Ron stared at him. "That's where he's been sneaking off to. That's where he's doing whatever he's doing. And I bet that's why he's been disappearing off the map. Come to think of it, I've never seen the room of requirement on there." "Maybe the Marauders never knew the room was there," said Ron. "I think it'll be part of the magic of the room," said Hermione. "If you need it to be unplottable, it will be." "Dobby, have you managed to get in to have a look at what Malfoy's doing?" said Harry eagerly. "No, Harry Potter, that is impossible," said Dobby. "No, it's not," said Harry at once. "Malfoy got into our headquarters there last year, so I'll be able to get in and spy on him, no problem." "But I think you will, Harry," said Hermione slowly. "Malfoy already knew exactly how we were using the room, didn't he? Because that stupid Marietta had blabbed. He needed the room to become the headquarters of the DA, so it did. But you don't know what the room becomes when Malfoy goes in there, so you don't know what to ask it to transform into." "There'll be a way around that," said Harry dismissively. "You've done brilliantly, Dobby." "Creature's done well too," said Hermione kindly, but far from looking grateful, Creature averted his huge bloodshot eyes and croaked at the ceiling. "The mudblood is speaking to Creature. Creature will pretend he cannot hear." "Get out of it," Harry snapped at him, and Creature made one last deep bow and disapparated. "You better go and get some sleep too, Dobby." "Thank you, Harry Potter, sir," squeaked Dobby happily, and he too vanished. "How good's this?" said Harry enthusiastically, turning to Ron and Hermione the moment the room was elf-free again. "We know where Malfoy's going. We've got him cornered now." Yeah, it's great, said Ron glumly, who was attempting to mop up the sodden mass of ink that had recently been an almost completed essay. Hermione pulled it towards her and began siphoning the ink off with a wand. But what's all this about him going up there with a variety of students, said Hermione. How many people are in on it? You wouldn't think he'd trust lots of them to know what he's doing. Yeah, that is weird, said Harry, frowning. I heard him telling Crabbe it wasn't Crabbe's business what he was doing. So what's he telling all these? Harry's voice trailed away. He was staring at the fire. God, I've been stupid, he said quietly. It's obvious, isn't it? There was a great vat of it down in the dungeon. He could have nicked some any time during that lesson. Nicked what? Said Ron. Polyjuice potion. He stole some of the Polyjuice potions Slughorn showed us in our first potions lesson. There aren't a whole variety of students standing guard for Malfoy. It's just Crabbe and Goyle, as usual. Yeah, it all fits, said Harry, jumping up and starting to pace in front of the fire. They're stupid enough to do what they're told, even if he won't tell them what he's up to. But he doesn't want to be seen lurking around outside the room of requirement, so he's got them taking Polyjuice to make them look like other people. Those two girls I saw him with when he missed Quidditch. Ha! Crabbe and Goyle! Do you mean to say, said Hermione in a hushed voice, that little girl whose scales I required? Yeah, of course, said Harry loudly, staring at her. Of course. Malfoy must have been inside the room at the time, so she... What am I talking about? He dropped the scales to tell Malfoy not to come out, because there was someone there. And there was that girl who dropped the toad spawn too. We've been walking past him all the time, and not realising it. He's got Crabbe and Goyle transforming into girls, guffawed Ron. Blimey, no wonder they don't look too happy these days. I'm surprised they don't tell him to stuff it. Well, they wouldn't, would they, if he's shown them his dark mark, said Harry. The dark mark we don't know exists, said Hermione sceptically, rolling up Ron's dried essay before it could come to any more harm and handing it to him. We'll see, said Harry confidently. Yes, we will, Hermione said, getting to her feet and stretching. But Harry, before you get all excited, I still don't think you'll be able to get into the room of requirement without knowing what's there first. And I don't think you should forget, she heaved her bag onto her shoulder and gave him a very serious look, that what you're supposed to be concentrating on is getting that memory from Slughorn. Good night. Harry watched her go, feeling slightly disgruntled. Once the door to the girls' dormitories had closed behind her, he rounded on Ron. What do you think? Wish I could disapparate like a house elf, said Ron, staring at the spot where Dobby had vanished. I'd have that apparition test in the bag. Harry did not sleep well that night. He lay awake for what felt like hours, wondering how Malfoy was using the room of requirement and what he, Harry, would see when he went in there the following day. For whatever Hermione said, Harry was sure that if Malfoy had been able to see the headquarters of the DA, he would be able to see Malfoy's. What could it be? A meeting place? A hideout? A storeroom? A workshop? Harry's mind worked feverishly, and his dreams, when he finally fell asleep, were broken and disturbed by images of Malfoy, who turned into Slughorn, who turned into Snape. Harry was in a state of great anticipation over breakfast the following morning. He had a free period before Defence Against the Dark Arts, and was determined to spend it trying to get into the room of requirement. Hermione was rather ostentatiously showing no interest in his whispering plans for forcing entry into the room, which irritated Harry, because he thought she might be a lot of help if she wanted to. Look, he said quietly, leaning forwards and putting a hand on the Daily Prophet, which she had just removed from a post-owl, to stop her opening it and vanishing behind it. I haven't forgotten about Slughorn, but I haven't got a clue how to get that memory off him, and until I get a brainwave, why shouldn't I find out what Malfoy's doing? I've already told you, you need to persuade Slughorn, said Hermione. It's not a question of tricking him or bewitching him, or Dumbledore could have done it in a second. Instead of messing around outside the room of requirement, she jerked the Prophet out from under Harry's hand and unfolded it to look at the front page. You should go and find Slughorn and start appealing to his better nature. Anyone we know? Asked Ron, as Hermione scanned the headlines. Yes, said Hermione, causing both Harry and Ron to gag on their breakfast. But it's all right, he's not dead. It's Mundungus. He's been arrested and sent to Azkaban. Something to do with impersonating an Inferius during an attempted burglary. And someone called Octavius Pepper has vanished. Oh, And how horrible! A 9-year-old boy has been arrested for trying to kill his grandparents. They think he was under the Imperius curse." They finished their breakfast in silence. Hermione set off immediately for ancient runes, Ron for the common room, where he still had to finish his conclusion on Snape's Dementor essay, and Harry for the corridor on the 7th floor and the stretch of wall opposite the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy, teaching trolls to do ballet. Harry slipped on his invisibility cloak once he had found an empty passage, but he need not have bothered. When he reached his destination, he found it deserted. Harry was not sure whether his chances of getting inside the room were better with Malfoy inside it or not, but at least his first attempt was not going to be complicated by the presence of Crabbe or Goyle pretending to be an 11-year-old girl. He closed his eyes as he approached the place where the Room of Requirement's door was concealed. He knew what he had to do. He had become most accomplished at it last year. Concentrating with all his might, he thought, "I need to see what Malfoy's doing in here. I need to see what Malfoy's doing in here. I need to see what Malfoy's doing in here." 3 times he walked past the door. Then, his heart pounding with excitement, he opened his eyes and faced it. But he was still looking at a stretch of mundanely blank wall. He moved forwards and gave it an experimental push. The stone remained solid and unyielding. "Okay," said Harry aloud. "Okay, I thought the wrong thing." He pondered for a moment, and then set off again, eyes closed, concentrating as hard as he could. "I need to see the place where Malfoy keeps going secretly. I need to see the place where Malfoy keeps going secretly." After 3 walks past, he opened his eyes expectantly. There was no door. "Oh, come off it," he told the wall irritably. "That was a clear instruction." "Fine." He thought hard for several minutes before striding off once more. "I need to become the place you become for Draco Malfoy." He did not immediately open his eyes when he had finished his patrolling. He was listening hard as though he might hear the door pop into existence. He heard nothing, however, except the distant twittering of birds outside. He opened his eyes. There was still no door. Harry swore. Someone screamed. He looked around to see a gaggle of first years running back around the corner, apparently under the impression that they had just encountered a particularly foul-mouthed ghost. Harry tried every variation of "I need to see what Draco Malfoy is doing inside you" that he could think of for a whole hour, at the end of which he was forced to concede that Hermione might have had a point. The room simply did not want to open for him. Frustrated and annoyed, he set off for defence against the dark arts, pulling off his invisibility cloak and stuffing it into his bag as he went. "Late again, Potter," said Snape coldly, as Harry hurried into the candlelit classroom. 10 points from Gryffindor." Harry scowled at Snape as he flung himself into the seat beside Ron. Half the class was still on its feet, taking out books and organising its things. He could not be much later than any of them. "Before we start, I want your Dementor essays," said Snape, waving his wand carelessly, so that 25 scrolls of parchment soared into the air and landed in a neat pile on his desk. "And I hope for your sakes they are better than the tripe I had to endure on resisting the Imperius curse. Now, if you open your books at page—" "What is it, Mr. Finnegan?" "Sir," said Seamus. I've been wondering, how do you tell the difference between an Imperius and a ghost? Because there was something in the Prophet about an Imperius." "No, there wasn't," said Snape in a bored voice. "Sir, I heard people talking. If you had actually read the article in question, Mr. Finnegan, you would have known that the so-called Imperius was nothing but a smelly sneak thief by the name of Mundungus Fletcher." "I thought Snape and Mundungus were on the same side," muttered Harry to Ron and Hermione. "Shouldn't he be upset Mundungus has been arrested?" "But Potter seems to have a lot to say on the subject," said Snape, pointing suddenly at the back of the room, his black eyes fixed on Harry. "Let us ask Potter how we would tell the difference between an Imperius and a ghost." The whole class looked around at Harry, who hastily tried to recall what Dumbledore had told him the night that they had gone to visit Slughorn. Well, ghosts are transparent," he said. "Oh, very good," interrupted Snape, his lip curling. "Yes, it is easy to see that nearly 6 years of magical education have not been wasted on you, Potter. Ghosts are transparent." Pansy Parkinson let out a high-pitched giggle. Several other people were smirking. Harry took a deep breath and continued calmly, though his insides were boiling. Yeah, ghosts are transparent, but in theory are dead bodies, aren't they? So they'd be solid. A 5-year-old could have told as much, sneered Snape. The Inferius is a corpse that has been reanimated by a dark wizard's spells. It is not alive, it is merely used like a puppet to do the wizard's bidding. A ghost, as I trust that you are all aware by now, is the imprint of a departed soul left upon the earth, and of course, as Potter so wisely tells us, transparent. Well, what Harry said is the most useful if we're trying to tell them apart, said Ron. When we come face to face with one down a dark alley, we're going to be having a shufty to see if it's solid, aren't we? We're not going to be asking, excuse me, are you an imprint of a departed soul? There was a ripple of laughter, instantly quelled by the look Snape gave the class. Another 10 points from Gryffindor, said Snape. I would expect nothing more sophisticated from you, Ronald Weasley. The boy so solid he can apparate half an inch across a room. No, whispered Hermione, grabbing Harry's arm as he opened his mouth furiously. There's no point. You'll just end up in detention again. Leave it. Now open your book, said page 213, said Snape, smirking a little, and read the first 2 paragraphs on the Cruciatus Curse. Ron was very subdued all through the class. When the bell sounded at the end of the lesson, Lavender caught up with Ron and Harry. Hermione mysteriously melted out of sight as she approached, and abused Snape hotly for his jibe about Ron's apparition. But this seemed merely to irritate Ron, and he shook her off by making a detour into the boys' bathroom with Harry. Snape's right, though, isn't he? Said Ron, after staring into a cracked mirror for a minute or two. I don't know whether it's worth me taking the test. I just can't get the hang of apparition. You might as well do the extra practice sessions in Hogsmeade and see where they get you, said Harry reasonably. It'll be more interesting than trying to get into a stupid hoop anyway. Then, if you're still not, as good as you'd like to be, you can postpone the test. Do it with me over the sum. Myrtle, this is the boys' bathroom. The ghost of a girl had risen out of a toilet in a cubicle behind them and was now floating in mid-air, staring at them through thick, white, round glasses. Oh, she said glumly, it's you two. Who were you expecting, said Ron, looking at her in the mirror. Nobody, said Myrtle, picking moodily at a spot on her chin. He said he'd come back and see me, but then you said you'd pop in and visit me too. She gave Harry a reproachful look. And I haven't seen you for months and months. I've learned not to expect too much from boys. I thought you lived in that girl's bathroom, said Harry, who had been careful to give the place a wide berth for some years now. I do, she said, with a sulky little shrug, but that doesn't mean I can't visit other places. I came and saw you in your bath once, remember? Vividly, said Harry. But I thought he liked me, she said plaintively. Maybe if you two left he'd come back again. We had lots in common. I'm sure he felt it. And she looked hopefully towards the door. When you say you had lots in common, said Ron, sounding rather amused now, do you mean he lives in an S-Bend too? No, said Myrtle defiantly, her voice echoing loudly around the old tiled bathroom. I mean, he's sensitive. People bully him too, and he feels lonely and hasn't got anybody to talk to, and he's not afraid to show his feelings and cry. There's been a boy in here crying, said Harry curiously. A young boy. Never you mind, said Myrtle, her small, leaky eyes fixed on Ron, who was now defiantly grinning. I promised I wouldn't tell anyone, and I'll take his secret to the... Not the grave, surely, said Ron with a snort. The sewers, maybe. Myrtle gave a howl of rage and dived back into the toilet, causing water to slop over the sides and onto the floor. Goading Myrtle seemed to have put fresh heart into Ron. You're right, he said, swinging his school bag back over his shoulder. I'll do the practice sessions in Hogsmeade before I decide about taking the test. And so the following weekend, Ron joined Hermione and the rest of the 6 years, who would turn 17 in time to take the test in a fortnight. Harry felt rather jealous, watching them all get ready to go into the village. He missed making trips there, and it was a particularly fine spring day, one of the first clear skies they had seen in a long time. However, he had decided to use the time to attempt another assault on the Room of Requirement. "You'd do better," said Hermione, when he confided this plan to Ron and her in the entrance hall, "to go straight to Slughorn's office and try to get that memory from him." "I've been trying," said Harry crossly, which was perfectly true. He had lagged behind after every potions lesson that week in an attempt to corner Slughorn, but the potions master always left the dungeon so fast that Harry had not been able to catch him. Twice Harry had gone to his office and knocked, but received no reply, though on the second occasion he was sure he had heard the thickly stifled sounds of an old gramophone. "He doesn't want to talk to me, Hermione. He can tell I've been trying to get him on his own again, and he's not going to let it happen." "Well, you've just got to keep at it, haven't you?" The short queue of people waiting to file past Filch, who was doing his usual prodding act with the secrecy sensor, moved forwards a few steps, and Harry did not answer in case he was overheard by the caretaker. He wished Ron and Hermione luck, and then turned and climbed the marble staircase again, determined, whatever Hermione said, to devote an hour or two to the room of requirement. Once out of sight of the entrance hall, Harry pulled out the Marauder's map and his invisibility cloak from his bag. Having concealed himself, he tapped the map, murmured, "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good," and scanned it carefully. As it was Sunday morning, nearly all the students were inside their various common rooms, the Gryffindors in one tower, the Ravenclaws in another, the Slytherins in the dungeons, and the Hufflepuffs in the basement near the kitchens. Here and there a stray person meandered around the library or up a corridor. There were a few people out in the grounds, and there, alone, in the 7th-floor corridor, was Gregory Goyle. There was no sign of the room of requirement, but Harry was not worried about that. If Goyle was standing guard outside it, the room was open, whether the map was aware of it or not. He therefore sprinted up the stairs, slowing down only when he reached the corner into the corridor, when he began to creep very slowly towards the very same little girl, clutching her heavy brass scales. But Hermione had so kindly helped a fortnight before. He waited until he was right behind her, before bending very low and whispering, "Hello, you're very pretty, aren't you?" Goyle gave a high-pitched scream of terror, threw the scales up into the air and sprinted away, vanishing from sight long before the sound of the scales smashing had stopped echoing around the corridor. Laughing, Harry turned to contemplate the blank wall behind which he was sure Draco Malfoy was now standing frozen, aware that someone unwelcome was out there, but not daring to make an appearance. It gave Harry a most agreeable feeling of power as he tried to remember what form of words he had not yet tried. Yet this hopeful mood did not last long. Half an hour later, having tried many more variations of his request to see what Malfoy was up to, the wall was just as doorless as ever. Harry felt frustrated beyond belief. Malfoy might be just 2 feet away from him, and there was still not the tiniest shred of evidence as to what he was doing in there. Losing his patience completely, Harry ran at the wall and kicked it. Ouch! He thought he might have broken his toe. As he clutched it and hopped on one foot, the invisibility cloak slipped off him. "Harry?" He spun around, one-legged, and toppled over. There, to his utter astonishment, was Tonks, walking towards him, as though she frequently strolled up this corridor. "What are you doing here?" he said, scrambling to his feet again. Why did she always have to find him lying on the floor? "I came to see Dumbledore," said Tonks. Harry thought she looked terrible, thinner than usual, her mouse-coloured hair lank. "His office isn't here," said Harry. "It's round the other side of the castle, behind the gargoyle." "I know," said Tonks. "He's not there. Apparently he's gone away again." "Has he?" said Harry, putting his bruised foot gingerly back on the floor. "Hey, you don't know where he goes, I suppose?" "No," said Tonks. "What do you want to see him about?" "Nothing in particular," said Tonks, picking apparently unconsciously at the sleeve of her robe. "I just thought he might know what's going on. I've heard rumours. People getting hurt." "Yeah, I know. It's been in the papers," said Harry. "That little kid trying to kill his—" "The prophet's often behind the times," said Tonks, who didn't seem to be listening to him. "You haven't had any letters from anyone in the Order recently?" "No one from the Order writes to me any more," said Harry. "Not since Sirius." He saw that her eyes had filled with tears. "I'm sorry," he muttered awkwardly. I miss him as well." "What?" said Tonks blankly, as though she had not heard him. "Well, I'll see you around, Harry." As she turned abruptly and walked back down the corridor, leaving Harry to stare after her, After a minute or so, he pulled the invisibility cloak on again and resumed his efforts to get into the room of requirement, but his heart was not in it. Finally, a hollow feeling in his stomach and the knowledge that Ron and Hermione would soon be back for lunch made him abandon the attempt and leave the corridor to Malfoy, who hopefully would be too afraid to leave for some hours to come. He found Ron and Hermione in the Great Hall, already halfway through an early lunch. "I did it! Well, kind of," Ron told Harry enthusiastically when he caught sight of him. "I was supposed to be apparating to outside Madame Puddifoot's tea shop, and I overshot it a bit. Ended up near Scriven Shafts, but at least I moved." "Good one," said Harry. "How did you do, Hermione?" "Oh, she was perfect, obviously," said Ron, before Hermione could answer. "Perfect deliberation, divination, and desperation, or whatever the hell it is. We all went for a quick drink in the Three Broomsticks after. You should have heard Twycross going on about her. I'll be surprised if he doesn't pop the question soon." "And what about you?" asked Hermione, ignoring Ron. "Have you been up to the room of requirement all this time?" "Yep," said Harry. "And guess who I ran into up there?" "Tonks." "Tonks," repeated Ron and Hermione together, looking surprised. "Yeah, she said she'd come to visit Dumbledore." "If you ask me," said Ron, once Harry had finished describing his conversation with Tonks, "she's cracking up a bit, losing her nerve after what happened at the Ministry." "It's a bit odd," said Hermione, who for some reason looked very concerned. "She's supposed to be guarding the school. Why is she suddenly abandoning her post to come and see Dumbledore when he's not even here?" "I had a thought," said Harry tentatively. He felt strange about voicing it. This was much more Hermione's territory than his. "You don't think she can have been, in love with Sirius?" Hermione stared at him. "What on earth makes you say that?" "I don't know," said Harry, shrugging, "but she was nearly crying when I mentioned his name. And her Patronus is a big four-legged thing now. I wondered whether it hadn't become, him." "It's a thought," said Hermione slowly, "but I still don't know why she'd be bursting into the castle to see Dumbledore, if that's really why she was here." "Goes back to what I said, doesn't it?" said Ron, who was now shoveling mashed potato into his mouth. "She's gone a bit funny, lost her nerve." "Women," he said wisely to Harry, "they're easily upset." "And yet," said Hermione, coming out of her reverie, "I doubt you'd find a woman who sulked for half an hour because Madame Rosmerta didn't laugh at their joke about the hag, the healer, and the Mimbleless Mimbletonia." Ron scowled. Chapter 22. After the Burial. Patches of bright blue sky were beginning to appear over the castle turrets, but these signs of approaching summer did not lift Harry's mood. He had been thwarted, both in his attempts to find out what Malfoy was doing and in his efforts to start a conversation with Slughorn that might lead somehow to Slughorn handing over the memory he had apparently suppressed for decades. "For the last time, just forget about Malfoy," Hermione told Harry firmly. They were sitting with Ron in a sunny corner of the courtyard after lunch. Hermione and Ron were both clutching a Ministry of Magic leaflet, Common Apparition Mistakes and How to Avoid Them, for they were taking their tests that very afternoon. But by and large the leaflets had not proved soothing to the nerves. Ron gave a start and tried to hide behind Hermione as a girl came around the corner. "It isn't lavender," said Hermione wearily. "Oh, good," said Ron, relaxing. "Harry Potter," said the girl, "I was asked to give you this." "Thanks." Harry's heart sank as he took the small scroll of parchment. Once the girl was out of earshot, he said, "Dumbledore said we wouldn't be having any more lessons until I got the memory." "Maybe he wants to check on how you're doing," suggested Hermione, as Harry unrolled the parchment. But rather than finding Dumbledore's long, narrow, slanting writing, he saw an untidy scrawl, very difficult to read, due to the presence of large blotches on the parchment where the ink had run. "Dear Harry, Ron and Hermione, Aragog died last night. Harry and Ron, you met him, and you know how special he was. Hermione, I know you'd have liked him. It would mean a lot to me if you'd nip down for the burial later this evening. I'm planning on doing it around dusk. That was his favourite time of day. I know you're not supposed to be out that late, but you can use the cloak. Wouldn't ask, but I face it alone. Hagrid." "Look at this," said Harry, handing the note to Hermione. "Oh, for heaven's sake," she said, scanning it quickly and passing it to Ron, who read it through, looking increasingly incredulous. "He's mental. he said furiously. That thing told its mates to eat Harry and me, told him to help themselves, and now Hagrid expects us to go down there and cry over its horrible hairy body? It's not just that, said Hermione. He's asking us to leave the castle at night, and he knows security's a million times tighter, and how much trouble we'd be in if we were caught. We've been down to see him by night before, said Harry. Yes, but for something like this, said Hermione. We've risked a lot to help Hagrid out, but after all, Aragog's dead. If it were a question of saving him... I'd want to go even less, said Ron firmly. You didn't meet him, Hermione. Believe me, being dead will have improved him a lot. Harry took the note back and stared down at the inky blotches all over it. Tears had clearly fallen thick and fast upon the parchment. Harry, you can't be thinking of going, said Hermione. It's such a pointless thing to get detention for. Harry sighed. Yeah, I know, he said. Suppose Hagrid'll have to bury Aragog without us. Yes, he will, said Hermione, looking relieved. Look, potions will be almost empty this afternoon, with us all off doing our tests. Try and soften Slughorn up a bit, then. 57th time lucky, you think, said Harry bitterly. Lucky, said Ron suddenly. Harry, that's it. Get lucky. What do you mean? Use your lucky potion. Ron, that's it, said Hermione, standing stunned. Of course. Why didn't I think of it? Harry stared at them both. Felix Felicis, he said. I don't know, I was sort of saving it. What for? Demanded Ron incredulously. What on earth is more important than this memory, Harry? Asked Hermione. Harry did not answer. The thought of that little golden bottle had hovered on the edges of his imagination for some time, vague and unformulated plans that involved Ginny splitting up with Dean, and Ron somehow being happy to see her with a new boyfriend had been fermenting on the depths of his brain, unacknowledged except during dreams of the twilight time between sleeping and waking. Harry, are you still with us? Asked Hermione. Well, yeah, of course, he said, pulling himself together. Well, okay, if I can't get Slughorn to talk this afternoon, I'll take some Felix and have another go this evening. That's decided then, said Hermione briskly, getting to her feet and performing a graceful pirouette. Destination, determination, deliberation, she murmured. Oh, stop that, Ron begged her. I feel sick enough as it is. Quick, hide me. It isn't lavender, said Hermione impatiently, as another couple of girls appeared in the courtyard, and Ron dived behind her. Cool, said Ron, peering over Hermione's shoulder to check. Blimey, they don't look happy, do they? They're the Montgomery sisters, and of course they don't look happy. Didn't you hear what happened to their little brother? Said Hermione. I'm losing track of what's happening to everyone's relatives, to be honest, said Ron. Well, their brother was attacked by a werewolf. The rumour is that their mother refused to help the Death Eaters. Anyway, the boy was only 5 and he died in St. Mungo's. They couldn't save him. He died, repeated Harry, shocked. But surely werewolves don't kill. They just turn you into one of them. They sometimes kill, said Ron, who looked unusually grave now. I've heard of it happening when the werewolf gets carried away. What was the werewolf's name? Said Harry quickly. Well, the rumour is that it was that Fenrir Greyback, said Hermione. I knew it. The maniac who likes attacking kids, the one Lupin told me about, said Harry angrily. Hermione looked at him bleakly. Harry, you've got to get that memory, she said. It's all about stopping Voldemort, isn't it? These dreadful things that are happening are all down to him. The bell rang overhead in the castle, and both Hermione and Ron jumped to their feet, looking terrified. You'll do fine, Harry told them both, as they headed towards the entrance hall to meet the rest of the people taking their apparition test. Good luck. And you too, said Hermione with a significant look, as Harry headed off to the dungeons. There were only 3 of them in potions that afternoon, Harry, Ernie and Draco Malfoy. All too young to apparate just yet, said Slughorn genially. Not turned 17 yet. They shook their heads. Ah, well, said Slughorn cheerily, as we're so few, we'll do something fun. I want you all to brew me up something amusing. That sounds good, sir, said Ernie sympathetically, rubbing his hands together. Malfoy, on the other hand, did not crack a smile. What do you mean, something amusing? He said irritably. Oh, surprise me, said Slughorn airily. Malfoy opened his copy of Advanced Potion Making with a sulky expression. It could not have been plainer that he thought this lesson was a waste of time. Undoubtedly, Harry thought, watching him over the top of his own book, Malfoy was begrudging the time he could otherwise be spending in the room of requirement. Was it his imagination, or did Malfoy, like Tonks, look thinner? Certainly he looked paler. His skin still had that greyish tinge, probably because he was so rarely seeing daylight these days. But there was no air of smugness or excitement or superiority, none of the swagger that he had had on the Hogwarts Express when he had boasted openly of the mission he had been given by Voldemort. There could only be one conclusion, in Harry's opinion. The mission, whatever it was going badly. Cheered by this thought, Harry skimmed through his copy of Advanced Potion Making and found a heavily corrected Half-Blood Prince's version of an elixir to induce euphoria, which seemed not only to meet Slughorn's instructions, but which might, Harry's heart leapt as the thought struck him, put Slughorn into such a good mood that he would be prepared to hand over that memory if Harry could persuade him to taste some. "Well now, this looks absolutely wonderful," said Slughorn, clapping his hands together an hour and a half later, as he stared down into the sunshine-yellow contents of Harry's cauldron. "Euphoria, I take it. And what's that I smell? You've added just a sprig of peppermint, haven't you? Unorthodox, but what a stroke of inspiration, Harry. Of course, that would tend to counterbalance the occasional side effects of excessive singing and nose-tweaking. I really don't know where you get these brainwaves, my boy, unless—" Harry pushed the Half-Blood Prince's book deeper into his bag with his foot. "It's just your mother's genes coming out in you." "Oh, yeah, maybe," said Harry, relieved. Ernie was looking rather grumpy, determined to outshine Harry for once. He had just rashly invented his own potion, which had curdled and formed a kind of purple dumpling on the bottom of his cauldron. Malfoy was already packing up, sour-faced. Slughorn had pronounced his hiccuping solution merely passable. The bell rang and both Ernie and Malfoy left at once. "Sir," Harry began, but Slughorn immediately glanced over his shoulder. When he saw that the room was empty but for himself and Harry, he hurried away as fast as he could. Professor, don't you want to taste my called Harry desperately, but Slughorn had gone. Disappointed, Harry emptied the cauldron, packed up his things, left the dungeon and walked slowly back upstairs to the common room. Ron and Hermione returned in the late afternoon. "Harry," cried Hermione as she climbed through the portrait hole. "Harry, I passed." "Well done," he said. "And Ron?" He just failed," whispered Hermione, as Ron came slouching into the room looking most morose. "He was really unlucky. A tiny thing. The examiner just spotted that he'd left half an eyebrow behind. How did it go with Slughorn?" "No joy," said Harry, as Ron joined them. "Bad luck, mate, but you'll pass next time. We can take it together." "Yeah, I suppose," said Ron grumpily. "But half an eyebrow? Like that matters." "I know," said Hermione soothingly. "It does seem really harsh." They spent most of their dinner roundly abusing the apparition examiner, and Ron looked fractionally more cheerful by the time they set off back to the common room, now discussing the continuing problem of Slughorn and the memory. "So, Harry, you going to use the Felix Felicis or what?" Ron demanded. "Yeah, suppose I'd better," said Harry. "I don't reckon I'll need all of it, but not 12 hours worth. It can't take all night. I'll just take a mouthful. 2 or 3 hours should do it." "It's a great feeling when you take it," said Ron reminiscently, "like you can't do anything wrong." "What are you talking about?" said Hermione, laughing. "You've never taken any." "Yeah, but I thought I had. Didn't I?" said Ron, as though explaining the obvious. "Same difference, really." As they had only just seen Slughorn enter the great hall, and knew that he liked to take time over meals, they lingered for a while in the common room, the plan being that Harry should go to Slughorn's office once the teacher had had time to get back there. When the sun had sunk to the level of the treetops in the Forbidden Forest, they decided the moment had come, and after checking carefully that Neville, Dean and Seamus were all in the common room, sneaked up to the boys' dormitory. Harry took out a rolled-up socks at the bottom of his trunk and extracted the tiny, gleaming bottle. "Well, here goes," said Harry, and he raised the little bottle and took a carefully measured gulp. "What does it feel like?" whispered Hermione. Harry did not answer for a moment. Then, slowly but surely, an exhilarating sense of infinite opportunity stole through him. He felt as though he could have done anything at all, and getting the memory from Slughorn seemed suddenly not only possible, but positively easy. He got to his feet smiling, brimful of confidence. "Excellent," he said. "Really excellent." Right, I'm going down to Hagrid's. What? Said Ron and Hermione together, looking aghast. No, Harry, you've got to go and see Slughorn, remember? Said Hermione. No, said Harry confidently. I'm going to Hagrid's. I've got a good feeling about going to Hagrid's. You've got a good feeling about burying a giant spider? Asked Ron, looking stunned. Yes, said Harry, pulling his invisibility cloak out of his bag. I feel like it's the place to be tonight. You know what I mean? No, said Ron and Hermione together, both looking positively alarmed now. This is Felix Felicis, I suppose, said Hermione anxiously, holding up the bottle to the light. You haven't got another little bottle full of, I don't know, essence of insanity? Suggested Ron, as Harry swung his cloak over his shoulders. Harry laughed, and Ron and Hermione looked even more alarmed. Trust me, he said. I know what I'm doing. Or at least, he strolled confidently to the door. Felix does. He pulled the invisibility cloak over his head and set off down the stairs, Ron and Hermione hurrying along behind him. At the foot of the stairs, Harry slid through the open door. What were you doing up there with her? Shrieked Lavender Brown, staring right through Harry at Ron and Hermione emerging together from the boys' dormitories. Harry heard Ron spluttering behind him as he darted across the room away from them. Getting through the portrait hole was simple. As he approached it, Ginny and Dean came through it, and Harry was able to slip between them. As he did so, he brushed accidentally against Ginny. Don't push me, please, Dean, she said, sounding annoyed. You're always doing that. I can get through perfectly well on my own. The portrait swung closed behind Harry, but not before he had heard Dean make an angry retort. His feeling of elation increasing, Harry strode off through the castle. He did not have to creep along, for he met nobody on his way. But this did not surprise him in the slightest this evening. He was the luckiest person at Hogwarts. Why he knew that going to Hagrid's was the right thing to do, he had no idea. It was as though the potion was illuminating a few steps of the path at a time. He could not see the final destination. He could not see where Slughorn came in, but he knew that he was going in the right way to get that memory. When he reached the entrance hall, he saw that Filch had forgotten to lock the front door. Beaming, Harry threw it open and breathed in the smell of clean air and grass for a moment before walking down the steps into the dusk. It was when he reached the bottom step that it occurred to him how very pleasant it would be to pass the vegetable patch on his walk to Hagrid's. It was not strictly on the way, but it seemed clear to Harry that this was a whim on which he should act. So he directed his feet immediately towards the vegetable patch, where he was pleased but not altogether surprised to find Professor Slughorn in conversation with Professor Sprout. Harry lurked behind a low stone wall, feeling at peace with the world and listening to their conversation. I do thank you for taking the time, Pomona, Slughorn was saying courteously. Most authorities agree that they are at their most efficacious if picked at twilight. Oh, I quite agree, said Professor Sprout warmly. That enough for you? Plenty, plenty, said Slughorn, who Harry saw was carrying an armful of leafy plants. This should allow for a few leaves for each of my third years, and some to spare if anybody overshoes them. Well, good evening to you, and many thanks again. Professor Sprout headed off into the gathering darkness in the direction of the greenhouses, and Slughorn directed his steps to the spot where Harry stood, invisible. Seized with an immediate desire to reveal himself, Harry pulled off the cloak with a flourish. Good evening, Professor. Merlin's beard, Harry! You made me jump, said Slughorn, stopping dead in his tracks and looking wary. How did you get out of the castle? I think Filch must have forgotten to lock the doors, said Harry cheerfully, and was delighted to see Slughorn scowl. I'll be reporting that man. He's more concerned about litter than proper security, if you ask me. But why are you out here, Harry? Well, sir, it's Hagrid, said Harry, who knew that the right thing to do just now was to tell the truth. He's pretty upset, but you won't tell anyone, Professor. I don't want trouble for him. Slughorn's curiosity was evidently aroused. Well, I can't promise that, he said gruffly, but I know that Dumbledore trusts Hagrid to the hilt, so I'm sure he can't be up to anything very dreadful. Well, it's this giant spider. He's had it for years. It lived in the forest. It could talk and everything. I heard rumours there were acromantula in the forest, said Slughorn softly, looking over at the mass of black trees. It's true, then? Yes, said Harry, but this one, Aragog, the first one Hagrid ever got. It died last night. He's devastated. He wants company while he buries it, and I said I'd go." "Touching, touching," said Slughorn absent-mindedly, his large droopy eyes fixed upon the distant lights of Hagrid's cabin. "But acromantula venom is very valuable. If the beast has only just died, it might not yet have dried out. Of course, I wouldn't want to do anything insensitive if Hagrid is upset, but if there is any way to procure some, I mean, it's almost impossible to get venom from an acromantula while it's alive." Slughorn seemed to be talking more to himself than Harry now. "Seems an awful waste not to collect it. Might get 100 galleons a pint. To be frank, my salary is not large." And now Harry saw clearly what was to be done. "Well," he said, with a most convincing hesitancy. "Well, if you wanted to come, Professor, Hagrid would probably be really pleased. Give Aragog a better send-off, you know." "Yes, of course," said Slughorn, his eyes now gleaming with enthusiasm. "I tell you what, Harry, I'll meet you down there with a bottle or two. We'll drink the poor beast's, well, not health, but we'll send it off in style anyway, once it's buried, and I'll change my tie. This one is a little exuberant for the occasion." He bustled back into the castle, and Harry sped off to Hagrid's, delighted with himself. "You came!" croaked Hagrid, when he opened the door and saw Harry emerging from the invisibility cloak in front of him. "Yeah, Ron and Hermione couldn't, though," said Harry. "They're really sorry." Don't matter. He'd have been touched your hair, though, Harry." Hagrid gave a great sob. He had made himself a black armband out of what looked like a rag dipped in boot polish, and his eyes were puffy, red and swollen. Harry patted him consolingly on the elbow, which was the highest point of Hagrid he could easily reach. "Where are we burying him?" he asked. "The forest?" "Blimey, no," said Hagrid, wiping his streaming eyes on the bottom of his shirt. "The other spiders won't let me anywhere near their webs now Aragog's gone. Turns out he was the only on his orders they didn't eat me. Can you believe that, Harry?" The honest answer was yes. Harry recalled with painful ease the scene when he and Ron had come face to face with the acromantula. They had been quite clear that Aragog was the only thing that stopped them eating Hagrid. "Never been an area of the forest I couldn't go before," said Hagrid, shaking his head. "It wasn't easy getting Aragog's body out of there, I can tell you. They usually eat their dead, you see. But I wanted to give him a nice burial, a proper send-off." He broke into sobs again, and Harry resumed the patting of his elbow, saying as he did so, for the potion seemed to indicate that it was the right thing to do, "Professor Slughorn met me coming down here, Hagrid." "Not in trouble, are you?" said Hagrid, looking up alarmed. "You shouldn't be out of the castle in the evening. I know it's my fault." No. When he heard what I was doing, he said he'd like to come and pay his last respects to Aragog too," said Harry. "He's gone to change into something more suitable, I think. And he said he'd bring some bottles so we can drink to Aragog's memory." "Did he?" said Hagrid, looking both astonished and touched. That's right nice of him, that is. It's not turning you in, either. I've never really had a lot to do with Horace Slughorn before. Coming to see off old Aragog. Well, he'd have liked that, Aragog would." Harry thought privately that what Aragog would have liked most about Slughorn was the ample amount of edible flesh he provided, but he merely moved to the rear window of Hagrid's hut, where he saw the rather horrible sight of the enormous dead spider lying on its back, outside, its legs curled and tangled. "Are we going to bury him here, Hagrid, in your garden?" "Just beyond the pumpkin patch, I thought," said Hagrid in a choked voice. "I've already dug the, grave. Just thought we'd say a few nice things over him. Happy memories, His voice quivered and broke. There was a knock on the door, and he turned to answer it, blowing his nose on his great spotted handkerchief as he did so. Slughorn hurried over the threshold, several bottles in his arms and wearing a sombre black cravat. "Hagrid," he said, in a deep, grave voice, "so very sorry to hear of your loss." "That's very nice of you," said Hagrid. "Thanks a lot, and thanks for not giving Harry detention, neither." "Wouldn't have dreamed of it," said Slughorn. Sad night. Where is the poor creature?" "Out here," said Hagrid in a shaky voice. Shall we do it, then?" The three of them stepped out into the back garden. The moon was glistening palely through the trees, and its rays mingled with the light spilling from Hagrid's window to illuminate Aragog's body lying on the edge of a massive pit, beside a 10-foot-high mound of freshly dug earth. "Magnificent," said Slughorn, approaching the spider's head. where 8 milky eyes stared blankly at the sky, and 2 huge curved pincers shone motionless in the moonlight. Harry thought he heard the tinkle of bottles as Slughorn bent over the pincers, apparently examining the enormous hairy head. "It's not everyone appreciates how beautiful they are," said Hagrid to Slughorn's back, tears leaking from the corners of his crinkled eyes. "I didn't know you were interested in creatures like Aragog, Horace." "Interested? My dear Hagrid, I revere them," said Slughorn, stepping back from the body. Harry saw the glint of a bottle disappear beneath his cloak, though Hagrid, mopping his eyes once more, noticed nothing. "Now, shall we proceed to the burial?" Hagrid nodded and moved forwards. He heaved the gigantic spider into his arms and with an enormous grunt rolled it into the dark pit. It hit the bottom with a rather horrible crunchy thud. Hagrid started to cry again. "Of course, it's difficult for you, who knew him best," said Slughorn, who, like Harry, could reach no higher than Hagrid's elbow, but patted it all the same. "Why don't I say a few words?" He must have got a lot of good quality venom from Aragog, Harry thought, for Slughorn wore a satisfied smirk as he stepped up to the rim of the pit and said, in a low, impressive voice, "Farewell, Aragog, king of arachnids, whose long and faithful friendship those who knew you won't forget. Though your body will decay, your spirit lingers on in the quiet, web-spun places of your forest home. May your many-eyed descendants ever flourish, and your human friends find solace for the loss they have sustained." That was beautiful," howled Hagrid, and he collapsed onto the compost heap, crying harder than ever. There, said Slughorn, waving his wand so that the huge pile of earth rose up and then fell, with a muffled sort of crash onto the dead spider, forming a smooth mound. "Let's get inside and have a drink. Get on his other side, Harry. That's it. Up you come, Hagrid. Well done." They deposited Hagrid in a chair at the table. Fang, who had been skulking in his basket during the burial, now came padding softly across to them and put his heavy head into Harry's lap, as usual. Slughorn uncorked one of the bottles of wine he had brought. "I have had it all tested for poison," he assured Harry, pouring most of the first bottle into one of Hagrid's bucket-sized mugs and handing it to Hagrid. "Had a house elf taste every bottle after what happened to your poor friend Rupert." Harry saw in his mind's eye the expression on Hermione's face if she ever heard about this abuse of house elves, and decided never to mention it to her. "One for Harry," said Slughorn, dividing a second bottle between 2 mugs, "and one for me. Well," he raised his mug high, "to Aragog." "Aragog," said Harry and Hagrid together. Both Slughorn and Hagrid drank deeply. Harry, however, with the way ahead illuminated for him by Felix Felicis, knew that he must not drink, so he merely pretended to take a gulp and then set the mug back on the table before him. "I had him from an egg, you know," said Hagrid morosely. "Tiny little thing he was when he hatched, about the size of a Pekingese." "Sweet," said Slughorn. "Used to keep him in a cupboard up at the school until, well..." Hagrid's face darkened and Harry knew why. Tom Riddle had contrived to have Hagrid thrown out of school, blamed for opening the Chamber of Secrets. Slughorn, however, did not seem to be listening. He was looking up at the ceiling, from which a number of brass pots hung, and also a long silky skein of bright white hair. "That's never unicorn hair, Hagrid." "Oh, yeah," said Hagrid indifferently. "Gets pulled out of their tails. They catch it on branches and stuff in the forest, you know." "But, my dear chap, do you know how much that's worth?" "I use it for binding on bandages and stuff if a creature gets injured," said Hagrid, shrugging. "It's dead useful. Very strong, see?" Slughorn took another deep draught from his mug, his eyes moving carefully around the cabin now, looking, Harry knew, for more treasures that he might be able to convert into a plentiful supply of oak-matured mead. Crystallized pineapple and velvet smoking jackets. He refilled Hagrid's mug and his own and questioned him about the creatures that lived in the forest these days, and how Hagrid was able to look after them all. Hagrid becoming expansive under the influence of the drink, and Slughorn's flattering interest, stopped mopping his eyes and entered happily into a long explanation of bow-truckle husbandry. The Felix Felicis gave Harry a little nudge at this point, and he noticed that the supply of drink that Slughorn had brought was running out fast. Harry had not yet managed to bring off the refilling charm without saying the incantation aloud, but the idea that he might be able to do it tonight was laughable. Indeed, Harry grinned to himself as, unnoticed by either Hagrid or Slughorn, now swapping tales of the illegal trade in dragon eggs, he pointed his wand under the table at the emptying bottles, and they immediately began to refill. After an hour or so, Hagrid and Slughorn began making extravagant toasts to Hogwarts, to Dumbledore, to elf-made wine, and to Harry Potter, bellowed Hagrid, slopping some of his 14th bucket of wine down his chin as he drained it. Yes, indeed, cried Slughorn a little thickly. Harry Potter, the chosen boy who, well, something of that sort, he mumbled, and drained his mug too. Not long after this, Hagrid became tearful again, and pressed the whole unicorn tale upon Slughorn, who pocketed it with cries of, to friendship, to generosity, to 10 galleons a hair. And for a while after that, Hagrid and Slughorn were sitting side by side, arms around each other, singing a slow, sad song about a dying wizard called Odo. Ah, the good die young, muttered Hagrid, slumping low onto the table, a little cross-eyed, while Slughorn continued to warble the refrain, My dad was no age to go, nor were your mum and dad, Harry. Great fat tears oozed out of the corners of Hagrid's crinkled eyes again. He grasped Harry's arm and shook it. There's wizard and witchard on their age I never knew. Terrible thing, terrible thing. Slughorn sang plaintively. And Odo the hero, they bore him back home, to the place that he'd known as a lad. They laid him to rest with his hat inside out, and his wand snapped in two, which was sad. Terrible, Hagrid grunted, and his great shaggy head rolled sideways onto his arms, and he fell asleep, snoring deeply. Sorry, said Slughorn with a hiccup. Can't carry a tune to save my life. Hagrid wasn't talking about your singing, said Harry quietly. He was talking about my mum and dad dying. Oh, said Slughorn, repressing a large belch. Oh dear, yes, that was terrible indeed. Terrible, terrible. He looked quite at loss for what to say and resorted to refilling their mugs. I don't suppose you remember it, Harry? He asked awkwardly. No, well, I was only 1 when they died, said Harry, his eyes on the flame of the candle flickering in Hagrid's heavy snores. But I found out pretty much what happened since. My dad died first. Did you know that? I didn't, said Slughorn in a hushed voice. Yeah, Voldemort murdered him, and then stepped over his body towards my mum, said Harry. Slughorn gave a great shudder, but he did not seem to be able to tear his horrified gaze away from Harry's face. He told her to get out of the way, said Harry remorselessly. He told me she needn't have died. He only wanted me. She could have run. Oh dear, breathed Slughorn. She could have. She needn't. That's awful. It is, isn't it? Said Harry, in a voice barely more than a whisper. But she didn't move. Dad was already dead, but she didn't want me to go too. She tried to plead with Voldemort, but he just laughed. That's enough, said Slughorn suddenly, raising a shaking hand. Really, my dear boy, enough. I'm an old man. I don't need to hear. I don't want to hear. I forgot, lied Harry, Felix Felicis leading him on. You liked her, didn't you? Liked her, said Slughorn, his eyes brimming with tears once more. I don't imagine anyone who met her wouldn't have liked her. Very brave, very funny. It was the most horrible thing. But you won't help her son, said Harry. She gave me her life, but you won't give me a memory. Hagrid's rumbling snores filled the cabin. Harry looked steadily into Slughorn's tear-filled eyes. The potions master seemed unable to look away. Don't say that, he whispered. It isn't a question. If it were to help you, of course, but no purpose can be served. It can, said Harry clearly. Dumbledore needs information. I need information. He knew he was safe. Felix was telling him that Slughorn would remember nothing of this in the morning. Looking Slughorn straight in the eye, Harry leant forwards a little. I am the chosen one. I have to kill him. I need that memory. Slughorn turned paler than ever. His shiny forehead gleamed with sweat. You are the chosen one? Of course I am, said Harry calmly. But then, my dear boy, You're asking a great deal. You're asking me, in fact, to aid you in your attempt to destroy. You don't want to get rid of the wizard who killed Lily Evans? Harry, of course I do, but you're scared he'll find out you helped me. Slughorn said nothing. He looked terrified. Be brave, like my mother, Professor. Slughorn raised a pudgy hand and pressed his shaking fingers to his mouth. He looked for a moment like an enormously overgrown baby. I'm not proud, he whispered through his fingers. I'm ashamed of what that memory shows. I think I may have done great damage that day. You'd cancel out anything you did by giving me that memory, said Harry. It would be a very brave and noble thing to do. Hagrid twitched in his sleep and snored on. Slughorn and Harry stared at each other over the guttering candle. There was a long, long silence, but Felix Felicis told Harry not to break it, to wait. Then, very slowly, Slughorn put his hand in his pocket and pulled out his wand. He put his other hand inside his cloak and took out a small empty bottle. Still looking into Harry's eyes, Slughorn touched the tip of his wand to his temple and withdrew it, so that a long silver thread of memory came away too, clinging to the wand tip. Longer and longer the memory stretched until it broke and swung, silvery bright, from the wand. Slughorn lowered it into the bottle where it coiled, then spread, swirling like gas. He corked the bottle with a trembling hand and then passed it across the table to Harry. Thank you very much, Professor. You're a good boy, said Professor Slughorn, tears trickling down his fat cheeks into his walrus moustache. And you've got her eyes. Just don't think too badly of me once you've seen it. And he, too, put his head on his arms, gave a deep sigh, and fell asleep. Chapter 23. Horcruxes. Harry could feel the Felix Felicis wearing off as he crept back into the castle. The front door had remained unlocked for him, but on the third floor he met Peeves and only narrowly avoided detection by diving sideways through one of his shortcuts. By the time he got up to the portrait of the fat lady and pulled off his invisibility cloak, he was not surprised to find her in a most unhelpful mood. What sort of time do you call this? I'm really sorry. I had to go out for something important. Well, the password changed at midnight, so you'll just have to sleep in the corridor, won't you? You're joking, said Harry. Why did it have to change at midnight? That's the way it is, said the fat lady. If you're angry, go and take it up with the headmaster. He's the one who's tightened security. Fantastic, said Harry bitterly, looking around at the hard door. Really brilliant, yeah. I would go and take it up with Dumbledore if he was here, because he's the one who wanted me to... He is here, said a voice behind Harry. Professor Dumbledore returned to the school an hour ago. Nearly headless Nick was gliding towards Harry, his head wobbling as usual upon his ruff. I had it from the bloody Baron, who saw him arrive, said Nick. He appeared, according to the Baron, to be in good spirits, though a little tired, of course. Where is he? Said Harry, his heart leaping. Oh, groaning and clanking up to the astronomy tower. It's a favourite pastime of his. Not the bloody Baron, Dumbledore. Oh, in his office, said Nick. I believe, from what the Baron said, that he had business to attend to before turning in. Yeah, he has, said Harry, excitement blazing in his chest at the prospect of telling Dumbledore he had secured the memory. He wheeled about and sprinted off again, ignoring the fat lady who was calling after him. Come back! All right, I lied. I was annoyed you woke me up. The password's still tapeworm. But Harry was already hurtling back along the corridor, and within minutes he was saying toffee eclairs to Dumbledore's gargoyle, which leapt aside, permitting Harry entrance onto the spiral staircase. Enter, said Dumbledore when Harry knocked. He sounded exhausted. Harry pushed open the door. There was Dumbledore's office, looking the same as ever, but with black, star-strewn skies beyond the windows. Good gracious, Harry, said Dumbledore in surprise. To what do I owe this very late pleasure? Sir, I've got it. I've got the memory from Slughorn. Harry pulled out the tiny glass bottle and showed it to Dumbledore. For a moment or two, the headmaster looked stunned. Then his face split in a wide smile. Harry, this is spectacular news. Very well done indeed. I knew you could do it. All thought of the lateness of the hour apparently forgotten, he hurriedly opened around his desk, took the bottle with Slughorn's memory in his uninjured hand, and strode over to the cabinet where he kept the pensieve. And now, said Dumbledore, placing the stone basin upon his desk and emptying the contents of the bottle into it. "Now at last we shall see, Harry. Quickly!" Harry bowed obediently over the pensieve and felt his feet leave the office floor. Once again he fell through darkness and landed in Horace Slughorn's office many years before. There was the much younger Horace Slughorn, with his thick, shiny, straw-coloured hair and his gingery blonde moustache, sitting again in the comfortable winged armchair in his office, his feet resting upon a velvet poof, a small glass of wine in one hand, the other rummaging in a box of crystallised pineapple. And there were the half a dozen teenage boys sitting around Slughorn with Tom Riddle in the midst of them, Marvolo's gold and black ring gleaming on his finger. Dumbledore landed beside Harry, just as Riddle asked, "Sir, is it true that Professor Merrythought is retiring?" Tom, if I knew, I couldn't tell you," said Slughorn, wagging his finger reprovingly at Riddle, though winking at the same time. "I must say I'd like to know where you get your information, boy. More knowledgeable than half the staff you are." Riddle smiled. The other boys laughed and cast him admiring looks. "What with your uncanny ability to know things you shouldn't, and your careful flattery of the people who matter— Thank you for the pineapple, by the way. You're quite right, it is my favourite." Several of the boys tittered again. "I confidently expect you to rise to Minister for Magic within 20 years, 15 if you keep sending me top pineapple. I have excellent contacts at the Ministry." Tom Riddle merely smiled as the others laughed again. Harry noticed that he was by no means the eldest of the group of boys, but that they all seemed to look to him as their leader. "I don't know that politics would suit me, sir," he said when the laughter had died away. "I don't have the right kind of background, for one thing." A couple of the boys around him smirked at each other. Harry was sure they were enjoying a private joke, undoubtedly about what they knew or suspected regarding their gang leader's famous ancestor. "Nonsense," said Slughorn briskly. "Couldn't be plainer you come from decent wizarding stock, abilities like yours. No, you'll go far, Tom. I've never been wrong about a student yet." The small golden clock standing upon Slughorn's desk chimed 11 o'clock behind him, and he looked around. "Good gracious, is that the time already? You'd better get going, boys, or we'll be all in trouble. Lestrange, I want your essay by tomorrow or it's detention. Same goes for you, Avery." One by one the boys filed out of the room. Slughorn heaved himself out of his armchair and carried his empty glass over to his desk. A movement behind him made him look around. Riddle was still standing there. "Look sharp, Tom. You don't want to be caught out of bed out of hours. And you a prefect." "Sir, I wanted to ask you something." "Ask away then, my boy, ask away." "Sir, I wondered what you know about Horcruxes." Slughorn stared at him, his thick fingers absent-mindedly caressing the stem of his wine-glass. "Project for Defence Against the Dark Arts, is it?" But Harry could tell that Slughorn knew perfectly well that this was not schoolwork. "Not exactly, sir," said Riddle. "I came across the term while reading, and I didn't really fully understand it." "No? Well, you'd be hard-pushed to find a book at Hogwarts that'll give you details on Horcruxes, Tom. That's very dark stuff, very dark indeed," said Slughorn. "But you obviously know all about them, sir. I mean, a wizard like you. Sorry, if you can't tell me, obviously. I just knew if anyone could tell me, you could. So I just thought I'd ask." It was very well done, thought Harry. The hesitancy, the casual tone, the careful flattery, none of it overdone. He, Harry, had had too much experience of trying to wheedle information out of reluctant people not to recognise a master at work. He could tell that Riddle wanted the information very, very much, perhaps had been working towards this moment for weeks. "Well," said Slughorn, not looking at Riddle but fiddling with the ribbon on top of his box of crystallised pineapple. "Well, it can't hurt to give you an overview, of course, just so that you understand the term. A Horcrux is the word used for an object in which a person has concealed part of their soul." "I don't quite understand how that works, though, sir," said Riddle. His voice was carefully controlled, but Harry could sense his excitement. "Well, you split your soul, you see," said Slughorn, "and hide part of it in an object outside the body. Then, even if one's body is attacked or destroyed, one cannot die, for part of the soul remains earthbound and undamaged. But of course, existence in such a form—" Slughorn's face crumpled, and Harry found himself remembering words he had heard nearly 2 years before. I was ripped from my body. I was less than spirit, less than the meanest ghost, but still I was alive. Few would want it, Tom. Very few. Death would be preferable. But Riddle's hunger was now apparent. His expression was greedy. He could no longer hide his longing. How do you split your soul? Well, said Slughorn uncomfortably, you must understand that the soul is supposed to remain intact and whole. Splitting it is an act of violation. It is against nature. But how do you do it? By an act of evil. The supreme act of evil. By committing murder. Killing rips the soul apart. The wizard, intent upon creating a Horcrux, would use the damage to his advantage. He would encase the torn portion. Encase. But how? There is a spell. Do not ask me, I don't know, said Slughorn, shaking his head like an old elephant bothered by mosquitoes. Do I look as though I have tried it? Do I look like a killer? No, sir, of course not, said Riddle quickly. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to offend. Not at all, not offended, said Slughorn gruffly. It's natural to feel some curiosity about these things. Wizards of a certain calibre have always been drawn to that aspect of magic. Yes, sir, said Riddle. What I don't understand, though, just out of curiosity, I mean, would one Horcrux be much use? Can you only split your soul once? Wouldn't it be better, make you stronger, to have your soul in more pieces? I mean, for instance, isn't 7 the most powerful magic number? Wouldn't 7? Merlin's beard, Tom, yelped Slughorn. 7? Isn't it bad enough to think of killing one person? And in any case, bad enough to divide the soul, but to rip it into 7 pieces? Slughorn looked deeply troubled now. He was gazing at Riddle, as though he had never seen him plainly before, and Harry could tell that he was regretting entering into the conversation at all. Of course, he muttered. This is all hypothetical, what we're discussing, isn't it? All academic. Yes, sir, of course, said Riddle quickly. But all the same, Tom, keep it quiet. What I've told, that's to say, what we've discussed. People wouldn't like to think we've been chatting about Horcruxes. It's a banned subject at Hogwarts, you know. Dumbledore's particularly fierce about it. I won't say a word, sir, said Riddle, and he left, but not before Harry had glimpsed his face, which was full of that same wild happiness it had worn when he had first found out that he was a wizard, the sort of happiness that did not enhance his handsome features but made them somehow less human. Thank you, Harry, said Dumbledore quietly. Let us go. When Harry landed back on the office floor, Dumbledore was already sitting down behind his desk. Harry sat too, and waited for Dumbledore to speak. I have been hoping for this piece of evidence for a very long time, said Dumbledore at last. It confirms the theory on which I have been working. It tells me that I am right, and also how very far there is still to go. Harry suddenly noticed that every single one of the old headmasters and headmistresses in the portraits around the walls was awake and listening into their conversation. A corpulent, red-nosed wizard had actually taken out an ear trumpet. Well, Harry, said Dumbledore, I'm sure you understood the significance of what we just heard. At the same age as you are now, give or take a few months, Tom Riddle was doing all he could to find out how to make himself immortal. You think he succeeded then, sir? Asked Harry. He made a Horcrux, and that's why he didn't die when he attacked me. He had a Horcrux hidden somewhere. A bit of his soul was safe. A bit? Or more, said Dumbledore. You heard Voldemort. What he particularly wanted from Horace was an opinion on what would happen to the wizard who created more than one Horcrux. What would happen to the wizard so determined to evade death that he would be prepared to murder many times, rip his soul repeatedly, so as to store it in many separately concealed Horcruxes. No book would have given him that information. As far as I know, as far as I am sure, as Voldemort knew, no wizard had ever done more than tear his soul in two. Dumbledore paused for a moment, marshalling his thoughts, and then said, 4 years ago, I received what I considered certain proof that Voldemort had split his soul. Where? Asked Harry. How? You handed it to me, Harry, said Dumbledore. The diary, Riddle's diary, the one giving instructions on how to reopen the Chamber of Secrets. I don't understand, sir, said Harry. Well, although I did not see the Riddle who came out of the diary, what you described to me was a phenomenon I had never witnessed, a mere memory, starting to act and think for itself, a mere memory, sapping the life out of the girl into whose hands it had fallen.
No, something much more sinister had lived inside that book. A fragment of soul, I was almost sure of it. The diary had been a Horcrux, but this raised as many questions as it answered. What intrigued and alarmed me most was that the diary had been intended as a weapon, as much as a safeguard.
I still don't understand, said Harry.
Well, it worked as a Horcrux. It's supposed to work. In other words, the fragment of soul concealed itself. It was kept safe and has undoubtedly played its part in preventing the death of its owner. But there could be no doubt that Riddle really wanted that diary read, wanted the piece of his soul to inhabit or possess somebody else, so that Slytherin's monster would be unleashed again.
Well, he didn't want his hard work to be wasted, said Harry. He wanted people to know he was Slytherin's heir, because he couldn't take credit at the time.
Quite correct, said Dumbledore, nodding. But you don't see, Harry, that if he intended the diary to be passed to or planted on some future Hogwarts student, he was being remarkably blasé about the precious fragment of his soul concealed within it. The point of a Horcrux is, as Professor Slughorn explained, to keep part of the self hidden and safe, not to fling it into somebody else's path and run the risk that they might destroy it. As indeed happened, that particular fragment of soul is no more. You saw that to that. The careless way in which Voldemort regarded this Horcrux seemed most ominous to me. It suggested that he must have made, or been planning to make, more Horcruxes, so that the loss of the first would not be too detrimental. I did not wish to believe it, but nothing else seemed to make sense. Then you told me 2 years later that on the night that Voldemort returned to his body, he made a most illuminating and alarming statement to his Death Eaters. I, who have gone further than anybody along the path that leads to immortality. That was what you told me, he said. Further than anybody. And I thought I knew what that meant, though the Death Eaters did not. He was referring to his Horcruxes. Horcruxes in the plural, Harry, which I do not believe any other wizard has ever had. Yet it fitted. Lord Voldemort had seemed to grow less human with the passing years, and the transformation he had undergone seemed to me to be the only explicable of his soul. It was mutilated beyond the realms of what we might call usual evil.
So he's made himself impossible to kill by murdering other people, said Harry. Why couldn't he make a Philosopher's Stone or steal one if he was so interested in immortality?
Well, we know that he tried to do just that 5 years ago, said Dumbledore, but there are several reasons why I think a Philosopher's Stone would appeal less than Horcruxes to Lord Voldemort. While the elixir of life does indeed extend life, it must be drunk regularly, for all eternity, if the drinker is to maintain his immortality. Therefore, Voldemort would be entirely dependent on the elixir, and if it ran out, or was contaminated, or if the stone was stolen, he would die just like any other man. Voldemort likes to operate alone, remember. I believe that he would have found the thought of being dependent, even on the elixir, intolerable. Of course, he was prepared to drink it if it would take him out of the horrible part life to which he was condemned after attacking you, but only to regain a body. Thereafter, I am convinced he intended to continue to rely on his Horcruxes. He would need nothing more. If only he could regain a human form. He was already immortal, you see, or as close to immortal as any man can be. But now, Harry, armed with this information, the crucial memory you have succeeded in procuring for us, we are closer to the secret of finishing Lord Voldemort than anyone has ever been before. You heard him, Harry. Wouldn't it be better, make you stronger, to have your soul in more places? Isn't 7 the most powerful magical number? Isn't 7 the most powerfully magic number? Yes, I think the idea of a 7-part soul would greatly appeal to Lord Voldemort.
He made 7 Horcruxes, said Harry, horror-struck, with several of the portraits on the walls, which made similar noises of shock and outrage. But they could be anywhere in the world, hidden, buried, or invisible.
I'm glad you appreciate the magnitude of the problem, said Dumbledore calmly. But firstly, no, Harry, not 7 Horcruxes, 6. The 7th part of his soul, however maimed, resides inside his regenerated body. That was the part of him that lived a spectral existence for so many years during his exile. Without that, He has no self at all. That seventh piece of soul will be the last that anybody wishing to kill Voldemort must attack, the piece that lives in his body."
"But the 6 Horcruxes, then," said Harry, a little desperately. "How are we supposed to find them?"
"You are forgetting. You have already destroyed one of them, and I have destroyed another."
"You have?" said Harry eagerly.
"Yes, indeed,"
said Dumbledore, as he raised his blackened, burned-looking hand.
"The ring, Harry, Marvolo's ring, and a terrible curse there was upon it too. Had it not been, forgive me the lack of seemly modesty, for my own prodigious skill, and for Professor Snape's timely action when I returned to Hogwarts, desperately injured, I might not have lived to tell the tale. However, a withered hand does not seem an unreasonable exchange for a seventh of Voldemort's soul. The ring is no longer a Horcrux."
"But how did you find it?"
"Well, as you now know, I have made it my business for many years to discover as much as I can about Voldemort's past life. I have travelled widely, visiting those places he once knew. I stumbled across the ring hidden in the ruin of the Gaunt's house. It seems that once Voldemort had succeeded in sealing a piece of his soul inside it, he did not want to wear it any more. He hid it, protected by many powerful enchantments, in the shack where his ancestors had once lived. Morphin, having been carted off to Azkaban, of course, never guessing that I might one day take the trouble to visit the ruin, or that I might be keeping an eye open for traces of magical concealment. However, we should not congratulate ourselves too heartily. You destroy the diary, and I the ring. But if we are right in our theory of a 7-part soul, 4 Horcruxes remain."
"And they could be anything," said Harry. "They could be old tin cans or, I don't know, empty potion bottles."
"You are thinking of portkeys, Harry, which must be ordinary objects, easy to overlook. But Lord Voldemort used tin cans or old potion bottles to guard his own precious soul. You are forgetting what I have shown you. Lord Voldemort liked to collect trophies, and he preferred objects with a powerful magical history. His pride, his belief in his own superiority, his determination to carve for himself a startling place in magical history. These things suggest to me that Voldemort would have chosen his Horcruxes with some care, favouring objects worthy of the honour."
"The diary wasn't that special."
"The diary, as you have said yourself, was proof that he was the heir of Slytherin. I am sure that Voldemort considered it of stupendous importance."
"So, the other Horcruxes," said Harry. "Do you think you know what they are, sir?"
"I can only guess," said Dumbledore. "For the reasons I have already given, I believe that Lord Voldemort would prefer objects that in themselves have a certain grandeur. I have therefore trawled back through Voldemort's past to see if I can find evidence that such artefacts have disappeared around him."
"The locket," said Harry loudly. "Hufflepuff's cup."
"Yes," said Dumbledore, smiling. "I would be prepared to bet, perhaps not my other hand, but a couple of fingers, that they became Horcruxes 3 and 4. The remaining 2, assuming again that he created a total of 6, are more of a problem. But I will hazard a guess that, having secured objects from Hufflepuff and Slytherin, he set out to track down objects owned by Gryffindor or Ravenclaw. 4 objects from the 4 founders would, I am sure, have exerted a powerful pull over Voldemort's imagination. I cannot answer for whether he ever managed to find anything of Ravenclaw's. I am confident, however, that the only known relic of Gryffindor remains safe."
Dumbledore pointed his blackened fingers to the wall behind him, where a ruby-encrusted sword reposed within a glass case. "Do you think that's why he really wanted to come back to Hogwarts, sir?" said Harry. "To try and find something from one of the other founders?"
"My thoughts precisely," said Dumbledore, "but unfortunately that does not advance us much further, for he was turned away, or so I believe, without the chance to search the school. I am forced to conclude that he never fulfilled his ambition of collecting 4 founders' objects. He definitely had 2. He may have found 3. That is the best we can do for now." "Even if he got something of Ravenclaw's, or of Gryffindor's,
that leaves a 6th Horcrux," said Harry, counting on his fingers. "Unless he got both."
"I don't think so," said Dumbledore. "I think I know what the 6th Horcrux is. I wonder what you will say when I confess that I have been curious for a while about the behaviour of the snake Nagini."
"The snake," said Harry, startled. "You can use animals as Horcruxes."
"Well, it's an inadvisable thing to do," said Dumbledore, "because to confide a part of your soul to something that can think and move for itself is obviously a very risky business. However, if my calculations are correct, Voldemort was still at least one Horcrux short of his goal of 6 when he entered your parents' house with the intention of killing you. He seems to have reserved the process of making Horcruxes for particularly significant deaths. You would certainly have been that. He believed that in killing you, he was destroying the danger the prophecy had outlined. He believed he was making himself invincible. I'm sure that he was intending to make his final Horcrux with your death. As we know, he failed. After an interval of some years, however, he used Nagini to kill an old Muggle man, and it might then have occurred to him to turn her into a last Horcrux. She underlines the Slytherin connection, which enhances Lord Voldemort's mystique. I think he is perhaps as fond of her as he can be of anything. He certainly likes to keep her close, and he seems to have an unusual amount of control over her, even for a Parselmouth."
"So," said Harry, "the diary's gone, the ring's gone, the cup, the locket and the snake are still intact, and you think there might be a Horcrux that was once Ravenclaw's or Gryffindor's?"
"An admirably succinct and accurate summary, yes,"
said Dumbledore, bowing his head. "So, are you still looking for them, sir? Is that where you've been going when you've been leaving the school?"
"Correct," said Dumbledore. "I have been looking for a very long time, I think. Perhaps I may be close to finding another one. There are hopeful signs."
"And if you do," said Harry quickly, "can I come with you and help get rid of it?" Dumbledore looked at Harry very intently for a moment before saying,
"Yes, I think so."
"I can," said Harry, thoroughly taken aback.
"Oh, yes," said Dumbledore, smiling slightly. "I think you have earned that right."
Harry felt his heart lift. It was very good not to hear words of caution and protection for once. The headmasters and headmistresses around the walls seemed less impressed by Dumbledore's decision. Harry saw a few of them shaking their heads, and Phineas Nicholas actually snorted. "Does Voldemort know when a Horcrux is destroyed, sir? Can he feel it?" Harry asked, ignoring the portraits.
"A very interesting question, Harry. I believe not. I believe that Voldemort is now so immersed in evil, and those crucial parts of himself have been detached for so long, he does not feel as we do. Perhaps at the point of death he might be aware of his loss, but he was not aware, for instance, that the diary had been destroyed until he forced the truth out of Lucius Malfoy. When Voldemort discovered that the diary had been mutilated and robbed of all its powers, I am told that his anger was terrible to behold."
"But I thought he meant Lucius Malfoy to smuggle it into Hogwarts."
"Yes, he did years ago, when he was sure he would be able to create more Horcruxes. But still Lucius was supposed to wait for Voldemort's say-so, and he never received it, for Voldemort vanished shortly after giving him the diary. No doubt he thought that Lucius would not dare do anything with the Horcrux other than guard it carefully, but he was counting too much upon Lucius's fear of a master who had been gone for years, and whom Lucius believed dead. Of course, Lucius did not know what the diary really was. I understand that Voldemort had told him the diary would cause the Chamber of Secrets to reopen, because it was cleverly enchanted. Had Lucius known he had a portion of his master's soul in his hands, he would undoubtedly have treated it with more reverence. But instead he went ahead and carried out the old plan for his own ends, by planting the diary upon Arthur Weasley's daughter. He hoped to discredit Arthur, have me thrown out of Hogwarts, and get rid of a highly incriminating object in one stroke. Ah, poor Lucius! What with Voldemort's fury about the fact that he threw away the Horcrux for his own gain, and the fiasco at the Ministry last year, I would not be surprised if he is secretly glad to be safe in Azkaban at the moment."
Harry sat in thought for a moment, and then asked, "So, if all of his Horcruxes are destroyed, Voldemort could be killed?"
"Yes, I think so," said Dumbledore. "Without his Horcruxes, Voldemort will be a mortal man with a maimed and diminished soul. Never forget, though, that while his soul may be damaged beyond repair, his brain and his magical power remain intact. It will take uncommon skill and power to kill a wizard like Voldemort, even without his Horcruxes."
"But I haven't got uncommon skill and power," said Harry, before he could stop himself.
"Yes, you have," said Dumbledore firmly. "You have a power that Voldemort has never had. You can—"
"I know," said Harry impatiently. "I can love." It was only with difficulty that he stopped himself, adding, "Big deal."
"Yes, Harry, you can love,"
said Dumbledore, who looked as though he knew perfectly well that Harry had just refrained from saying,
"which, given everything that has happened to you, is a great and remarkable thing. You are still too young to understand how unusual you are, Harry."
"So when the prophecy says that I'll have power the Dark Lord knows not, it just means love?" asked Harry, feeling a little let down.
"Yes, just love," said Dumbledore. "But Harry, never forget that what the prophecy says is only significant because Voldemort made it so. I told you this at the end of last year. Voldemort singled you out as the person who would be most dangerous to him, and in doing so, he made you the person who would be most dangerous to him."
"But it comes to the same."
"No, it doesn't,"
said Dumbledore, sounding impatient now. Pointing at Harry with his black, withered hand, he said,
"You are setting too much store by the prophecy."
"But," spluttered Harry, "but you said the prophecy means—"
"If Voldemort had never heard the prophecy, would it have been fulfilled? Would it have meant anything? Of course not. Do you think every prophecy in the Hall of Prophecy has been fulfilled?"
"But," said Harry, bewildered, "but last year you said one of us would have to kill the other."
Harry, only because Voldemort made a grave error and acted on Professor Trelawney's words. If Voldemort had never murdered your father, would he have imparted in you a furious desire for revenge? Of course not. If he had not forced your mother to die for you, would he have given you a magical protection that he could not penetrate? Of course not. Harry, don't you see? Voldemort himself created his worst enemy, just as tyrants everywhere do. Have you any idea how much tyrants fear the people they oppress? All of them realize that one day, amongst the many victims, there is sure to be one who rises against them and strikes back. Voldemort is no different. Always he is on the lookout for the one who would challenge him. He heard the prophecy and he leapt into action, with the result that he not only hand-picked the man most likely to finish him, he handed him uniquely deadly weapons. But it is essential that you understand this, said Dumbledore, standing up and striding about the room, his glittering robes swooshing in his wake. Harry had never seen him so agitated. By attempting to kill you, Voldemort himself singled out the remarkable person who sits here in front of me, and gave him the tools for the job. It is Voldemort's fault that you were able to see into his thoughts, his ambitions, that you even understand the snake-like language in which he gives orders. And yet, Harry, despite your privileged insight into Voldemort's world, which, incidentally, is a gift any Death Eater would kill to have, you have never been seduced by the dark arts, never, even for a second, shown the slightest desire to become one of Voldemort's followers.
Of course I haven't, said Harry indignantly. He killed my mum and dad.
You are protected, in short, by your ability to love, said Dumbledore loudly. The only protection that can possibly work against the lure of power like Voldemort's. In spite of all the temptation you have endured, all the suffering, you remain pure of heart, just as pure as you were at the age of 11, when you stared into a mirror that reflected your heart's desire, and it showed you only the way to thwart Lord Voldemort, and not immortality or riches. Harry, have you any idea how few wizards could have seen what you saw in that mirror? Voldemort should have known then that he was dealing with what he was dealing with, but he did not.
But he knows it now.
You have flitted into Lord Voldemort's mind without damage to yourself, but he cannot possess you without enduring mortal agony, as he discovered in the Ministry. I do not think he understands why, Harry, but he was in such a hurry to mutilate his own soul, he never paused to understand the incomparable power of a soul that is untarnished and whole.
But, sir, said Harry, making valiant efforts not to sound argumentative, it all comes to the same thing, doesn't it? I've got to try and kill him, or—
Got to, said Dumbledore. Of course you've got to, but not because of the prophecy, because you yourself will never rest until you've tried. We both know it. Imagine, please, just for a moment, that you had never heard that prophecy. How would you feel about Voldemort now? Think.
Harry watched Dumbledore striding up and down in front of him and thought. He thought of his mother, his father and Sirius. He thought of Cedric Diggory. He thought of all the terrible deeds he knew Lord Voldemort had done. A flame seemed to leap inside his chest, searing his throat. "I'd want him finished," said Harry quietly. "I'd want to do it."
"Of course you would," cried Dumbledore. "You see, the prophecy does not mean you have to do anything, but the prophecy caused Lord Voldemort to mark you as his equal. In other words, you are free to choose your way, quite free to turn your back on the prophecy. But Voldemort continues to set store by the prophecy. He will continue to hunt you, which makes it certain, really, that
one of us is going to end up killing the other," said Harry. Yes. But he understood at last what Dumbledore had been trying to tell him. It was, he thought, the difference between being dragged into the arena to face a battle to the death and walking into the arena with your head held high. Some people, perhaps, would say that there was little to choose between the two ways, but Dumbledore knew. And so do I, thought Harry, with a rush of fierce pride, and so did my parents, that there was all the difference in the world. Chapter 24. Sectum Sempra. Exhausted but delighted with his night's work, Harry told Ron and Hermione everything that had happened during next morning's charms lesson, having first cast the Muffliato spell upon those nearest them. They were both satisfyingly impressed by the way he had wheedled the memory out of Slughorn, and positively awed when he told them about Voldemort's Horcruxes and Dumbledore's promise to take Harry along, should he find another one. "Wow," said Ron, when Harry had finally finished telling them everything. Ron was waving his wand very vaguely in the direction of the ceiling, without paying the slightest bit of attention to what he was doing. "Wow, you're actually going to go with Dumbledore and try and destroy? Wow!" "Ron, you're making it snow," said Hermione patiently, grabbing his wrist and redirecting his wand away from the ceiling, from which, sure enough, large white flakes had started to fall. Lavender Brown, Harry noticed, glared at Hermione from a neighbouring table, through very red eyes, and Hermione immediately let go of Ron's arm. "Oh yeah," said Ron, looking down at his shoulders in vague surprise. "Sorry, looks like we've all got horrible dandruff now." He brushed some of the fake snow off Hermione's shoulder. Lavender burst into tears. Ron looked immensely guilty and turned his back on her. "We split up," he told Harry out of the corner of his mouth, "last night, when she saw me coming out of the dormitory with Hermione. Obviously she couldn't see you, so she thought it had just been the two of us." "Ah," said Harry. "Well, you don't mind it's over, do you?" "No," Ron admitted. "It was pretty bad while she was yelling, but at least I didn't have to finish it." "Coward," said Hermione, though she looked amused. "Well, it was a bad night for romance all around. Ginny and Dean split up too, Harry." Harry thought there was a rather knowing look in her eye as she told him that, but she could not possibly know that his insides were suddenly dancing the conga. Keeping his face as immobile and his voice as indifferent as he could, he asked, "How come?" "Oh, something really silly. She said he was always trying to help her through the portrait hole, like she couldn't climb in herself, but they've been a bit rocky for ages." Harry glanced over at Dean on the other side of the classroom. He certainly looked unhappy. "Of course, this puts you in a bit of a dilemma, doesn't it?" said Hermione. "What do you mean?" said Harry quickly. "The Quidditch team," said Hermione. "If Ginny and Dean aren't speaking." Oh yeah," said Harry. "Flitwick," said Ron in a warning tone. The tiny little charms master was bobbing his way towards them, and Hermione was the only one who had managed to turn vinegar into wine. Her glass flask was full of deep crimson liquid, whereas the contents of Harry's and Ron's were still murky brown. Now, boys," squeaked Professor Flitwick reproachfully. "A little less talk, a little more action. Let me see you try." Together they raised their hands, concentrating with all their might, and pointed them at their flasks. Harry's vinegar turned to ice. Ron's flask exploded. "Yes, for homework," said Professor Flitwick, re-emerging from under the table and pulling the shards of glass out of the top of his hat. "Practice!" They had one of their rare joint-free periods after charms and walked back to the common room together. Ron seemed to be positively light-hearted about the end of his relationship with Lavender, and Hermione seemed cheery too, though when asked what she was grinning about, she simply said, "It's a nice day." Neither of them seemed to have noticed that a fierce battle was raging inside Harry's brain. "She's Ron's sister." "But she's ditched Dean." "She's still Ron's sister." "I'm his mate." "They'll make it worse." "If I talk to him first, he'd hit you." "What if I don't care? He's your best mate." Harry barely noticed that they were climbing through the portrait hole into the sunny common room, and only vaguely registered the small group of seventh years clustered together there, until Hermione cried, "Katie, you're back! Are you okay?" Harry stared. It was indeed Katie Bell, looking completely healthy and surrounded by her jubilant friends. "I'm really well," she said happily. "They let me out of St Mungo's on Monday, had a couple of days at home with Mum and Dad, and then came back here this morning. Leanne was just telling me about McLaggen and the last match, Harry." "Yes," said Harry. "Well, now you're back and Ron's fit, we'll have a decent chance of thrashing Ravenclaw, which means we could still be in the running for the cup. Listen, Katie." He had to put the question to her at once. His curiosity even drove Ginny temporarily from his brain. He dropped his voice as Katie's friends started gathering up their things. Apparently they were late for Transfiguration. "That necklace. Can you remember who gave it to you now?" "No," said Katie, shaking her head ruefully. "Everyone's been asking me, but I haven't got a clue. The last thing I remember was walking into the ladies in the 3 broomsticks." "You definitely went into the bathroom then," said Hermione. "Well, I know I pushed open the door," said Katie, "so I suppose whoever imperiorised me was standing just behind it. After that, my memory's blank, until about 2 weeks ago in St Mungo's. Listen, I'd better go. I wouldn't put it past McGonagall to give me lines, even if it's my first day back." She caught up her bag and books and hurried after her friends, leaving Harry, Ron and Hermione to sit down at a window table and ponder what she had told them. "So, it must have been a girl or a woman who gave Katie the necklace," said Hermione, "to be in the ladies' bathroom." "Or someone who looked like a girl or a woman," said Harry. "Don't forget, there was a cauldron full of polyjuice potion at Hogwarts. We know some of it got stolen." In his mind's eye, he watched a parade of crabs and goyles prance past, all transformed into girls. "I think I'm going to take another swig of Felix," said Harry, "and have a go at the Room of Requirement again." "That would be a complete waste of potions," said Hermione flatly, putting down the copy of Spellman's syllabary she had just taken out of her bag. "Luck can only get you so far, Harry. The situation with Slughorn was different. You always had the ability to persuade him. You just needed to tweak the circumstances a bit. Luck isn't enough to get you through a powerful enchantment, though. Don't go wasting the rest of that potion. You'll need all the luck you can get if Dumbledore takes you along with him." She dropped her voice to a whisper. "Couldn't we make some more?" Ron asked Harry, ignoring Hermione. "It'd be great to have a stock of it. Have a look in the book." Harry pulled the copy of Advanced Potion Making out of his bag and looked up Felix Felicis. "Blimey, it's seriously complicated," he said, running an eye down the list of ingredients. "And it takes 6 months. You've got to let it stew." "Typical," said Ron. Harry was about to put his book away when he noticed the corner of a page folded down. Turning to it, he saw the Sectum Sempra spell, captioned "For Enemies," that he had marked a few weeks previously. He had still not found out what it did, mainly because he did not want to test it around Hermione, but he was considering trying it out on McLaggen next time he came up behind him unawares. The only person who was not particularly pleased to see Katie Bell back at school was Dean Thomas, because he would no longer be required to fill her place as chaser. He took the blow stoically enough when Harry told him, merely grunting and shrugging, but Harry had the distinct feeling as he walked away that Dean and Seamus were muttering mutinously behind his back. The following fortnight saw the best Quidditch practices Harry had known as captain. His team was so pleased to be rid of McLaggen, so glad to have Katie back at last, that they were flying extremely well. Ginny did not seem at all upset about the breakup with Dean. On the contrary, she was the life and soul of the team, her imitations of Ron anxiously bobbing up and down in front of the goalposts as the quaffle sped towards him, or of Harry bellowing orders at McLaggen before being knocked out cold, kept them all highly amused. Harry, laughing with the others, was glad to have an innocent reason to look at Ginny. He had received several more bludger injuries during practice because he had not been keeping his eyes on the snitch. The battle still raged inside his head, Ginny or Ron. Sometimes he thought that the post-lavender Ron might not mind too much if he asked Ginny out, but then he remembered Ron's expression when he had seen her kissing Dean, and was sure that Ron would consider it base treachery if Harry so much as held her hand. Yet Harry could not help himself talking to Ginny, laughing with her, walking back from practice with her. However much his conscience ached, he found himself wondering how best to get her off on her own. It would have been ideal if Slughorn had given another of his little parties, for Ron would not be around. But unfortunately, Slughorn seemed to have given them up. Once or twice Harry considered asking for Hermione's help, but he did not think he could stand seeing the smug look on her face. He thought he caught it sometimes when Hermione spotted him staring at Ginny, or laughing at her jokes, and to complicate matters, he had the nagging worry that if he didn't do it, somebody else was sure to ask Ginny out soon. He and Ron were at least agreed on the fact that she was too popular for her own good. All in all, the temptation to take another gulp of Felix Felicis was becoming stronger by the day, for surely this was a case for, as Hermione put it, tweaking the circumstances. The balmy days slid gently through May, and Ron seemed to be there at Harry's shoulder every time he saw Ginny. Harry found himself longing for a stroke of luck that would somehow cause Ron to realise that something would make him happier than his best friend and his sister falling for each other, and to leave them alone together for longer than a few seconds. There seemed no chance of either while the final Quidditch game of the season was looming. Ron wanted to talk tactics with Harry all the time, and had little thought for anything else. Ron was not unique in this respect. Interest in the Gryffindor-Ravenclaw game was running extremely high throughout the school, for the match would decide the championship, which was still wide open. If Gryffindor beat Ravenclaw by a margin of 300 points, a tall order, and yet Harry had never known his team fly better, then they would win the championship. If they won by less than 300 points, they would come second to Ravenclaw. If they lost by 100 points, they would be third behind Hufflepuff, and if they lost by more than 100, they would be in fourth place, and nobody, Harry thought, would ever let him forget that it had been he who had captained Gryffindor to their first bottom-of-the-table defeat in 2 centuries. The run-up to this crucial match had all the usual features. Members of rival houses attempting to intimidate opposing teams in the corridors, unpleasant chants about individual players being rehearsed loudly as they passed, the team members themselves either swaggering around enjoying all the attention or else dashing into bathrooms between classes to throw up. Somehow the game had become inextricably linked in Harry's mind with the success or failure of his plans for Ginny. He could not help feeling that if they won by more than 300 points, the scenes of euphoria and a nice loud after-match party might be just as good as a hearty swig of Felix Felicis. In the midst of all his preoccupations, Harry had not forgotten his other ambition, finding out what Malfoy was up to in the Room of Requirement. He was still checking the Marauders map, and as he was often unable to locate Malfoy on it, deduced that Malfoy was still spending plenty of time within the room. Although Harry was losing hope that he would never succeed in getting inside the room, he attempted it whenever he was in the vicinity. But no matter how he reworded his request, the wall remained firmly doorless. A few days before the match against Ravenclaw, Harry found himself walking down to dinner alone from the common room, Ron having rushed off into a nearby bathroom to throw up yet again, and Hermione having dashed off to see Professor Vector about a mistake she thought she might have made in her last arithmancy essay. More out of habit than anything, Harry made his usual detour along the 7th floor corridor, checking the Marauders map as he went. For a moment he could not find Malfoy anywhere, and assumed he must indeed be inside the Room of Requirement again. But then he saw Malfoy's tiny, labelled dot standing in a boy's bathroom on the floor below, accompanied not by Crabbe or Goyle, but by Moaning Myrtle. Harry only stopped staring at this unlikely coupling when he walked right into a suit of armour. The loud clash brought him out of his reverie. Hurrying from the scene, lest Filch should turn up, he dashed down the marble staircase and along the passageway below. Outside the bathroom, he pressed his ear against the door. He couldn't hear anything. He very quietly pushed the door open. Draco Malfoy was standing with his back to the door, his hands clutching either side of the sink, his white blonde hair and his head bowed. "Don't!" crooned Moaning Myrtle's voice from one of the cubicles. "Don't! Tell me what's wrong. I can help you." "No one can help me," said Malfoy. His whole body was shaking. "I can't do it. I can't. It won't work. And unless I do it soon, he says he'll kill me." And Harry realised, with a shock so huge it seemed to root him to the spot, that Malfoy was crying. Actually crying. Tears streaming down his pale face into the grimy basin. Malfoy gasped and gulped, and then, with a great shudder, looked up into the cracked mirror and saw Harry staring at him over his shoulder. Malfoy wheeled around, drawing his wand. Instinctively, Harry pulled out his own. Malfoy's hex missed Harry by inches, shattering the lamp on the wall beside him. Harry threw himself sideways, fought Lever Corpus, and flicked his wand, but Malfoy blocked the jinx and raised his wand for another. "No, no, stop it!" squealed moaning Myrtle, her voice echoing loudly around the tiled room. "Stop! Stop!" There was a loud bang, and the bin behind Harry exploded. Harry attempted a leg locker curse that backfired off the wall behind Malfoy's ear and smashed the cistern beneath moaning Myrtle, who screamed loudly. Water poured everywhere, and Harry slipped over as Malfoy, his face contorted, cried, "Crucia! Sectum Sempra!" bellowed Harry from the floor, waving his wand wildly. Blood spouted and spurted from Malfoy's face and chest as though he had been slashed with an invisible sword. He staggered backwards and collapsed onto the waterlogged floor with a great splash, his wand falling from his limp right hand. "No!" gasped Harry. Slipping and staggering, Harry got to his feet and plunged forwards towards Malfoy, whose face was now shining scarlet, his white hands scrabbling at his blood-soaked chest. "No, I didn't." Harry did not know what he was saying. He fell to his knees beside Malfoy, who was shaking uncontrollably in a pool of his own blood. Moaning Myrtle let out a deafening scream. "Murder! Murder in the bathroom! Murder!" The door banged open again behind Harry, and he looked up, terrified. Snape had burst into the room, his face livid. Pushing Harry roughly aside, he knelt over Malfoy, drew his wand, and traced it over the deep wounds Harry's curse had made, muttering an incantation that sounded almost like song. The flow of blood seemed to ease. Snape wiped the residue from Malfoy's face and repeated his spell. Now the wounds seemed to be knitting. Harry was still watching, horrified by what he had done, barely aware that he too was soaked in blood and water. Moaning Myrtle was still sobbing and wailing overhead. When Snape had performed his counter-curse for a third time, he half-lifted Malfoy into a standing position. "You need the hospital wing. There may be a certain amount of scarring, but if you take Dittany immediately, we might avoid even that. Come." He supported Malfoy across the bathroom, turning at the door to say in a voice of cold fury, "And you, Potter, you wait here for me." It did not occur to Harry for a second to disobey. He stood up slowly, shaking, and looked down at the wet floor. There were bloodstains floating like crimson flowers across its surface. He could not even find it in himself to tell moaning Myrtle to be quiet as she continued to wail and sob with increasingly evident enjoyment. Snape returned 10 minutes later. He stepped into the bathroom and closed the door behind him. "Go," he said to Myrtle, and she swooped back into her toilet at once, leaving a ringing silence behind her. "I didn't mean it to happen," said Harry at once. His voice echoed in the cold, watery space. "I didn't know what the spell did." But Snape ignored this. "Apparently, I underestimated you, Potter," he said quietly. "Who would have thought you knew such dark magic? Who taught you that spell?" I read about it somewhere." "Where?" "It was a library book," Harry invented wildly. "I can't remember what it was called." "Liar," said Snape. Harry's throat went dry. He knew what Snape was going to do, and he had never been able to prevent it. The bathroom seemed to shimmer before his eyes. He struggled to black out all thought, but try as he might, the Half-Blood Prince's copy of advanced potion-making swam hazily to the forefront of his mind. And then he was staring at Snape again, in the midst of this wrecked, soaked bathroom. He stared into Snape's black eyes, hoping against hope that Snape had not seen what he feared, but "Bring me your school bag," said Snape softly, "and all of your school books, all of them. Bring them to me here, now." There was no point arguing. Harry turned at once and splashed out of the bathroom. Once in the corridor, he broke into a run towards Gryffindor Tower. Most people were walking the other way. They gaped at him, drenched in water and blood, but he answered none of the questions fired at him as he ran past. He felt stunned. It was as though a beloved pet had turned suddenly savage. What had the prince been thinking to copy such a spell into his book? And what would happen when Snape saw it? What would he tell Slughorn? Harry's stomach churned. how Harry had been achieving such good results in potions all year. Would he confiscate or destroy the book that had taught Harry so much? The book that had become a kind of guide and friend? Harry could not let it happen. He could not. Why are you soaking? Is that blood? Ron was standing at the top of the stairs, looking bewildered at the sight of Harry. I need your book, Harry panted. Your potions book. Quick, give it to me. But what about the half-blood? I'll explain later. Ron pulled his copy of Advanced Potion Making out of his bag and handed it over. Harry sprinted off past him and back to the common room. Here he seized his school bag, ignoring the amazed looks of several people who had already finished their dinner, threw himself back out of the portrait hole and hurtled off along the 7th floor corridor. He skidded to a halt beside the tapestry of dancing trolls, closed his eyes and began to walk. I need a place to hide my book. I need a place to hide my book. I need a place to hide my book. 3 times he walked up and down in front of the stretch of blank wall. When he opened his eyes, there it was at last, the door to the room of requirement. Harry wrenched it open, flung himself inside, and slammed it shut. He gasped. Despite his haste, his panic, his fear of what awaited him back in the bathroom, he could not help but be overawed by what he was looking at. He was standing in a room the size of a large cathedral, whose high windows were sending shafts of light down upon what looked like a city with towering walls, built of what Harry knew must be objects hidden by generations of Hogwarts inhabitants. There were alleyways and roads bordered by teetering piles of broken and damaged furniture, stowed away, perhaps to hide the evidence of mishandled magic, or else hidden by castle-proud house elves. There were thousands and thousands of books, no doubt banned or graffitied or stolen. There were winged catapults and fanged frisbees, some still with enough life in them to hover half-heartedly over the mountains of other forbidden items. There were chipped bottles of congealed potions, hats, jewels, cloaks. There were what looked like dragon egg shells, corked bottles whose contents still shimmered evilly, several rusting swords and a heavy, blood-stained axe. Harry hurried forwards into one of the many alleyways between all the hidden treasure. He turned right past an enormous stuffed troll, ran on a short way, took a left at the broken, vanishing cabinet in which Montague had got lost the previous year. Finally, pausing beside a large cupboard which seemed to have had acid thrown at its blistered surface. He opened one of the cupboard's creaking doors. It had already been used as a hiding place for something in a cage that had long since died. Its skeleton had 5 legs. He stuffed the Half-Blood Prince's book behind the cage and slammed the door. He paused for a moment, his heart thumping horribly, gazing around at the clutter. Would he be able to find this spot again, amidst all this junk? Seizing the chipped bust of an ugly old warlock from on top of a nearby crate, he stood it on the cupboard where the book was now hidden, perched a dusty old wig and a tarnished tiara on the statue's head to make it more distinctive, and then sprinted back through the alleyways of hidden junk as fast as he could go, back to the door, back out to the corridor where he slammed the door behind him, and it turned at once back into stone. Harry ran flat out towards the bathroom on the floor below, cramming Ron's copy of Advanced Potion Making into his bag as he did so. A minute later, he was back in front of Snape, who held out his hand wordlessly for Harry's school bag. Harry handed it over, panting, a searing pain in his chest, and waited. One by one, Snape extracted Harry's books and examined them. Finally, the only book left was the potions book, which he looked at very carefully before speaking. "This is your copy of Advanced Potion Making, is it, Potter?" "Yes," said Harry, still breathing hard. "You're quite sure of that, are you, Potter?" "Yes," said Harry, with a touch more defiance. "This is the copy of Advanced Potion Making that you purchased from Flourish and Blots?" "Yes," said Harry firmly. "Then why," asked Snape, "does it have the name Runel Waslib written inside the front cover?" Harry's heart missed a beat. That's my nickname," he said. "Your nickname?" repeated Snape. "Yeah, that's what my friends call me," said Harry. "I understand what a nickname is," said Snape. The cold black eyes were boring once more into Harry's. He tried not to look into them. Close your mind. Close your mind. But he had never learned how to do it properly.
Do you know what I think, Potter?" said Snape very quietly. "I think that you are a liar and a cheat, and that you deserve detention with me every Saturday until the end of term. What do you think, Potter?" I don't agree, sir," said Harry, still refusing to look into Snape's eyes. "Well, we shall see how you feel after your detentions," said Snape. 10 o'clock Saturday morning, Potter. My office." "But, sir," said Harry, looking up desperately. "Quidditch! The last match of the—" "10 o'clock," whispered Snape, with a smile that showed his yellow teeth. "Poor Gryffindor. 4th place this year, I fear." And he left the bathroom without another word, leaving Harry to stare into the cracked mirror, feeling sicker, he was sure, than Ron had ever felt in his life. "I won't say I told you so," said Hermione, an hour later in the common room. "Leave it, Hermione," said Ron angrily. Harry had never made it to dinner. He had no appetite at all. He had just finished telling Ron, Hermione and Ginny what had happened. Not that there seemed to have been much need. The news had travelled very fast. Apparently Moaning Myrtle had taken it upon herself to pop into every bathroom in the castle to tell the story. Malfoy had already been visited in the hospital wing by Pansy Parkinson, who had lost no time in vilifying Harry far and wide, and Snape had told the staff precisely what had happened. Harry had already been called out of the common room to endure 15 highly unpleasant minutes in the company of Professor McGonagall, who had told him he was lucky not to have been expelled, and that she supported wholeheartedly Snape's punishment of detention every Saturday until the end of term. "I told you there was something wrong with that prince person," Hermione said, evidently unable to stop herself. "And I was right, wasn't I?" "No, I don't think you were," said Harry stubbornly. He was having a bad enough time without Hermione lecturing him. The looks on the Gryffindor team's faces when he had told them he would not be able to play on Saturday had been the worst punishment of all. He could feel Ginny's eyes on him now, but did not meet them. He did not want to see disappointment or anger there. He had just told her that she would be playing Seeker on Saturday, and that Dean would be rejoining the team as Chaser in her place. Perhaps if they won, Ginny and Dean would make up during the post-match euphoria. The thought went through Harry like an icy knife. "Harry," said Hermione, "how can you still stick up for that book when that spell—" "Will you stop hanging or harping on about the book?" snapped Harry. "The prince only copied it out. It's not like he was advising anyone to use it. For all we know, he was making a note of something that had been used against him." "I don't believe this," said Hermione. "You're actually defending—" "I'm not defending what I did," said Harry quickly. "I wish I hadn't done it. And not just because I've got a dozen detentions. You know I wouldn't have used a spell like that, not even on Malfoy. But you can't blame the prince. He hadn't written 'try this out, it's really good.' He was just making notes for himself, wasn't he? Not for anyone else." "Are you telling me," said Hermione, "that you're going to go back and get the book?" "Yeah, I am," said Harry forcefully. "Listen, without the prince, I'd never have won the Felix Felicis. I'd never have known how to save Ron from poisoning. I'd never have got a reputation for potions, brilliance you don't deserve," said Hermione nastily. "Give it a rest, Hermione," said Ginny. And Harry was so amazed, so grateful, he looked up. By the sound of it, Malfoy was trying to use an unforgivable curse. You should be glad Harry had something good up his sleeve. "Well, of course I'm glad Harry wasn't cursed," said Hermione, clearly stung. "But you can't call that Sectum Sempra spell good, Ginny. Look where it's landed him. And I'd have thought, seeing what this has done to your chances in the match—" "Oh, don't start acting as though you understand Quidditch," snapped Ginny. "You'll only embarrass yourself." Harry and Ron stared. Hermione and Ginny, who had always got on together very well, were now sitting with their arms folded, glaring in opposite directions. Ron looked nervously at Harry and then snatched up a book at random and hid behind it. Harry, however, though he knew he little deserved it, felt unbelievably cheerful all of a sudden, even though none of them spoke again for the rest of the evening. His light-heartedness was short-lived. There were slivering taunts to be endured next day, not to mention much anger from fellow Gryffindors, who were most unhappy that their captain had got himself banned from the final match of the season. By Saturday morning, whatever he might have told Hermione, Harry would have gladly exchanged all the Felix Felicis in the world to be walking down to the Quidditch pitch with Ron, Ginny and the others.
It was almost unbearable to turn away from the mass of students streaming out into the sunshine, all of them wearing rosettes and hats and brandishing banners and scarves, to descend the stone steps into the dungeons and walk until the distant sounds of the crowd were quite obliterated, knowing that he would not be able to hear a word of commentary or a cheer or a groan. "Ah, Potter," said Snape, when Harry had knocked on the door and entered the unpleasantly familiar office that Snape, despite teaching floors above now, had not vacated. It was as dimly lit as ever, and the same slimy dead objects were suspended in coloured potions all around the walls. Ominously, there were many cobweb boxes piled on a table where Harry was clearly supposed to sit. They had an aura of tedious, hard, and pointless work about them. "Mr. Filch has been looking for someone to clear out these old files," said Snape softly. "They are the records of other Hogwarts wrongdoers and their punishments. Where the ink has grown faint or the cards have suffered damage from mice, we would like you to copy out the crimes and punishments afresh, and making sure that they are in alphabetical order, replace them in the boxes. You will not use magic." "Right, Professor," said Harry, with as much contempt as he could put into the last 3 syllables. "I thought you could start," said Snape, a malicious smile on his lips, "with boxes 1012 to 1056. You will find some familiar names in there, which should add interest to the task. Here, you see?" He pulled out a card from one of the topmost boxes with a flourish and read, "James Potter and Sirius Black, apprehended using an illegal hex upon Bertram Aubrey. Aubrey's head twice normal size. Double detention." Snape seared. It must be such a comfort to think that, though they are gone, a record of their great achievements remains. Harry felt the familiar boiling sensation in the pit of his stomach. Biting his tongue to prevent himself retaliating, he sat down in front of the boxes and pulled one towards him. It was, as Harry had anticipated, useless, boring work, punctuated, as Snape had clearly planned, with the regular jolt in the stomach that meant he had just read his father or Sirius's names, usually coupled together in various petty misdeeds, occasionally accompanied by those of Remus Lupin and Peter Pettigrew. And while he copied out all their various offences and punishments, he wondered what was going on outside, where the match would have just started. Ginny playing Seeker against Cho. Harry glanced again and again at the large clock ticking on the wall. It seemed to be moving half as fast as a regular clock. Perhaps Snape had bewitched it to go extra slowly. He could not have been here for only half an hour. An hour and a half. Harry's stomach started rumbling when the clock showed 12:30. Snape, who had not spoken at all since setting Harry his task, finally looked up at 1:10. "I think that will do," he said coldly. "Mark the place you have reached. You will continue at 10 o'clock next Saturday." "Yes, sir." Harry stuffed a bent card into the box at random and hurried out of the door before Snape could change his mind, racing back up the stone steps, straining his ears to hear a sound from the pitch. But all was quiet. It was over then. He hesitated outside the crowded great hall, then ran up the marble staircase. Whether Gryffindor had won or lost, the team usually celebrated or commiserated in their own common room. "Quid agis," he said tentatively to the fat lady, wondering what he would find inside. Her expression was unreadable as she replied, "You'll see," and she swung forwards. A roar of celebration erupted from the hole behind her. Harry gaped as people began to scream at the sight of him. Several hands pulled him into the room. "We won!" yelled Ron, bounding into sight and brandishing the silver cup at Harry. "We won! 450 to 140! We won!" Harry looked around. There was Ginny running towards him. She had a hard, blazing look in her face as she threw her arms around him. And without thinking, without planning it, without worrying about the fact that 50 people were watching, Harry kissed her. After several long moments, or it might have been half an hour or possibly several sunlit days, they broke apart. The room had gone very quiet. Then several people wolf-whistled, and there was an outbreak of nervous giggling. Harry looked over the top of Ginny's head to see Dean Thomas holding a shattered glass in his hand, and Romilda Vane looking as though she might throw something. Hermione was beaming, but Harry's eyes sought Ron, At last he found him, still clutching the cup and wearing an expression appropriate to having been clubbed over the head. For a fraction of a second they looked at each other. Then Ron gave a tiny jerk of the head that Harry understood to mean, well, if you must. The creature in his chest roaring in triumph, Harry grinned down at Ginny and gestured wordlessly out of the portrait hole. A long walk in the grounds seemed indicated, during which, if they had time, they might discuss the match. Chapter 25. The Seer Overheard. The fact that Harry Potter was going out with Ginny Weasley seemed to interest a great number of people, most of them girls, yet Harry found himself newly and happily impervious to gossip over the next few weeks. After all, it made a very nice change to be talked about because of something that was making him happier than he could remember being for a very long time, rather than because he had been involved in horrific scenes of dark magic. "You'd think people had better things to gossip about," said Ginny, as she sat on the common room floor, leaning against Harry's legs and reading the Daily Prophet. "3 Dementor attacks in a week, and all Romilda Vane does is ask me if it's true you've got a hippogriff tattooed across your chest." Ron and Hermione both roared with laughter. Harry ignored them. "What did you tell her?" "I told her it's a Hungarian horntail," said Ginny, turning a page of the newspaper idly. "Much more macho." "Thanks," said Harry, grinning. "And what did you tell her Ron's got?" "A pygmy puff, but I didn't say where." Ron scowled as Hermione rolled around laughing. "Watch it," he said, pointing warningly at Harry and Ginny. "Just because I've given my permission doesn't mean I can't withdraw it." "Your permission?" scoffed Ginny. "Since when did you give me permission to do anything? Anyway, you said yourself you'd rather it was Harry than Michael or Dean." "Yeah, I would," said Ron grudgingly. "And just as long as you don't start snogging each other in public." "You filthy hypocrite. What about you and Lavender, thrashing around like a pair of eels all over the place?" demanded Ginny. But Ron's tolerance was not to be tested much as they moved into June, for Harry and Ginny's time together was becoming increasingly restricted. Ginny's owls were approaching, and she was therefore forced to revise for hours into the night. On one such evening, when Ginny had retired to the library, and Harry was sitting beside the window in the common room, supposedly finishing his herbology homework, but in reality reliving a particularly happy hour he had spent down by the lake with Ginny at lunchtime, Hermione dropped into the seat between him and Ron with an unpleasantly purposeful look on her face. "I want to talk to you, Harry." "What about?" said Harry suspiciously. Only the previous day Hermione had told him off for distracting Ginny when she ought to be working hard for her examinations. "The so-called half-blood prince." "Oh, not again," he groaned. "Will you please drop it?" He had not dared to return to the room of requirement to retrieve his book, and his performance in potions was suffering accordingly, though Slughorn, who approved of Ginny, had jocularly attributed this to Harry being lovesick. But Harry was sure that Snape had not yet given up hope of laying hands on the prince's book, and was determined to leave it where it was while Snape remained on the lookout. "I'm not dropping it," said Hermione firmly, "until you've heard me out. Now, I've been trying to find out a bit about who might make a hobby of inventing dark spells." "He didn't make a hobby of it." He, who says it's a he?" "We've been through this," said Harry crossly. "Prince. Hermione, Prince." "Right," said Hermione, red patches blazing in her cheeks as she pulled a very old piece of newsprint out of her pocket and slammed it down on the table in front of Harry. "Look at that. Look at the picture." Harry picked up the crumbling piece of paper and stared at the moving photograph. Yellowed with age, Ron leaned over for a look too. The picture showed a skinny girl of around 15. She was not pretty. She looked simultaneously cross and sullen, with heavy brows and a long, pallid face. Underneath the photograph was the caption, "Eileen Prince, captain of the Hogwarts Gobstones team." "So," said Harry, scanning the short news item to which the picture belonged. It was a rather dull story about inter-school competitions. Her name was Eileen Prince. "Prince, Harry." They looked at each other and Harry realised what Hermione was trying to say. He burst out laughing. "No way! What? You think she was the half-blood?" "Oh, come on." "Well, why not, Harry? There aren't any real princes in the wizarding world. It's either a nickname, a made-up title somebody's given themselves, or it could be their actual name, couldn't it? No, listen. If, if say her father was a wizard whose surname was Prince and her mother was a muggle, then that would make her a half-blood prince. Yeah, very ingenious, Hermione. But it would. Maybe she was proud of being a half a prince. Listen, Hermione, I can tell it's not a girl. I can just tell. The truth is that you don't think a girl would have been clever enough, said Hermione angrily. How can I have hung around with you for 5 years and not think girls are clever, said Harry, stung by this. It's the way he writes. I just know the prince was a bloke, I can tell. This girl hasn't got anything to do with it. Where did you get this anyway? The library, said Hermione predictably. There's a whole collection of old prophets up there. Well, I'm going to find out more about Eileen Prince if I can. Enjoy yourself, said Harry irritably. I will, said Hermione, and the first place I'll look, she shot at him as she reached the portrait hole, is records of old potions awards. Harry scowled after her for a moment and then continued his contemplation of the darkening sky. She's just never got over you outperforming her in potions, said Ron, returning to his copy of 1,000 Magical Herbs and Fungi. You don't think I'm mad, wanting that book back, do you? Course not, said Ron robustly. He was a genius, the prince. Anyway, without his bazaar tip, he drew his finger significantly across his own throat. I wouldn't be here to discuss it, would I? I mean, I'm not saying that spell you used on Malfoy was great. Nor am I, said Harry quickly. But he healed all right, didn't he? Back on his feet in no time. Yes, said Harry. This was perfectly true, although his conscience squirmed slightly all the time. Thanks to Snape. You still got detention with Snape this Saturday, Ron continued. Yeah, and the Saturday after that, and the Saturday after that, sighed Harry. And he's hinting now that if I don't get all the boxes done by the end of term, we'll carry on next year. He was finding these detentions particularly irksome because they cut into the already limited time he could have been spending with Ginny. Indeed, he had frequently wondered lately whether Snape did not know this, for he was keeping Harry later and later every time, while making pointed asides about Harry having to miss the good weather and the varied opportunities it offered. Harry was shaken from these bitter reflections by the appearance at his side of Jimmy Peakes, who was holding out a scroll of parchment. Thanks, Jimmy. Hey, it's from Dumbledore, said Harry excitedly, unrolling the parchment and scanning it. He wants me to go to his office as quick as I can. They stared at each other. Blimey, whispered Ron. You don't reckon he hasn't found... Better go and see, hadn't I, said Harry, jumping to his feet. He hurried out of the common room and along the 7th floor as fast as he could, passing nobody but Peeves, who swooped past in the opposite direction, throwing bits of chalk at Harry in a routine sort of way and cackling loudly as he dodged Harry's defensive jinx. Once Peeves had vanished, there was silence in the corridors, with only 15 minutes left until curfew. Most people had already returned to their common rooms. And then Harry heard a scream and a crash. He stopped in his tracks, listening. How dare you! Ah! The noise was coming from a corridor nearby. Harry sprinted towards it, his wand at the ready, hurtled around another corner and saw Professor Trelawney sprawled upon the floor, her head covered in one of her many shawls, several sherry bottles lying beside her, one broken. Professor! Harry hurried forwards and helped Professor Trelawney to her feet. Some of her glittering beads had become entangled with her glasses. She hiccuped loudly, patted her hair and pulled herself up to Harry's helping arm. What happened, Professor? You may well ask, she said shrilly. I was strolling along, brooding upon certain dark portents I happened to have glimpsed. But Harry was not paying much attention. He had just noticed where they were standing. There, on the right, was the tapestry of dancing trolls, and on the left, that smoothly impenetrable stretch of stone wall that concealed. Professor, were you trying to get into the room of requirement? Omens, I have been vouchsafed. What? She looked suddenly shifty. The room of requirement, repeated Harry. Were you trying to get in there? I didn't know students knew about. Not all of them do, said Harry. But what happened? You screamed. It sounded as though you were hurt. Well, said Professor Trelawney, drawing her shawls around her defensively and staring down at him with her vastly magnified eyes. I wish to deposit certain, personal items in the room. And she muttered something about nasty accusations. Right, said Harry, glancing down at the sherry bottles. But you couldn't get in and hide them? He found this very odd. The room had opened for him, after all, when he'd wanted to hide the Half-Blood Prince's book. "Oh, I got in all right," said Professor Trelawney, glaring at the wall. "But there was somebody already in there." "Somebody in? Who?" demanded Harry. "Who was in there?" "I have no idea," said Professor Trelawney, looking slightly taken aback at the urgency in Harry's voice. "I walked into the room, and I heard a voice, which has never happened before in all my years of hiding, or using the room, I mean." "A voice? Saying what?" "I don't know that it was saying anything," said Professor Trelawney. It was whooping." "Whooping? Gleefully," she said, nodding. Harry stared at her. "Was it male or female?" "I would hazard a guess at male," said Professor Trelawney. "And it sounded happy. Very happy," said Professor Trelawney sniffily, as though it was celebrating. "Most definitely. And then I called out, 'Who's there?'" "You couldn't have found out who it was without asking?" Harry asked her, slightly frustrated. "The inner eye," said Professor Trelawney with dignity, straightening her shawls and many strands of glittering beads. "It was fixed upon matters well outside the mundane realms of whooping voices." "Right," said Harry hastily. He had heard about Professor Trelawney's inner eye all too often before. "And did the voice say who was there?" "No, it did not," she said. "Everything went pitch black, and the next thing I knew, I was being hurled head first out of the room." "And you didn't see that coming?" said Harry, unable to help himself. "No, I did not. As I say, it was pitch." She stopped and glared at him suspiciously. "I think you'd better tell Professor Dumbledore," said Harry. "He ought to know Malfoy's celebrating. I mean, that someone threw you out of the room." To his surprise, Professor Trelawney drew herself up at this suggestion, looking haughty. "The headmaster has intimated that he would prefer fewer visits from me," she said coldly. "I am not one to press my company upon those who do not value it. If Dumbledore chooses to ignore the warnings the cards show—" Her bony hand closed suddenly around Harry's wrist. "Again and again, no matter how I lay them out." And she pulled a card dramatically from underneath her shawls. "The lightning-struck tower," she whispered. "Calamity. Disaster. Coming nearer all the time." "Right," said Harry again. "Well, I still think you should tell Dumbledore about the voice and everything going dark and being thrown out of the room." "You think so?" Professor Trelawney seemed to consider the matter for a moment, but Harry could tell that she liked the idea of retelling her little adventure. "I'm going to see him right now," said Harry. "I've got a meeting with him. We could go together." "Oh, well, in that case," said Professor Trelawney with a smile. She bent down, scooped up her sherry bottles, and dumped them unceremoniously in a large blue and white vase standing in a nearby niche. "I miss having you in my classes, Harry," she said soulfully, as they set off together. "You were never much of a seer, but you were a wonderful object." Harry did not reply. He had loathed being the object of Professor Trelawney's continual predictions of doom. "I'm afraid," she went on, "that the centaur knows nothing of cartomancy. I asked him, one seer to another, had he not too sensed the distant vibrations of coming catastrophe? But he seemed to find me almost comical. Yes, comical." Her voice was rather hysterical, and Harry caught a powerful whiff of sherry, even though the bottles had been left behind. "Perhaps the horse has heard people say that I have not inherited my great-great-grandmother's gift. Those rumours have been bandied about by the jealous for years. You know what I say to such people, Harry? Would Dumbledore have let me teach at this great school, put so much trust in me all these years, had I not proved myself to him?" Harry mumbled something indistinct. "I will remember my first interview with Dumbledore," went on Professor Trelawney in throaty tones. "He was deeply impressed. Of course, deeply impressed. I was staying at the Hog's Head, which I do not advise, incidentally. Bedbugs, dear boy, but funds were low. Dumbledore did me the courtesy of calling upon me in my room at the inn. He questioned me. I must confess that at first I thought he seemed ill-disposed towards divination, and remember I was starting to feel a little odd. I had not eaten much that day. But then—" And now Harry was paying attention properly for the first time, for he knew what had happened then. Professor Trelawney had made the prophecy that had altered the course of his whole life, the prophecy about him and Voldemort. "But then we were rudely interrupted by Severus Snape." "What?" Yes, there was a commotion outside the door and it flew open, and there was that rather uncouth barman standing with Snape, who was waffling without having come the wrong way up the stairs, although I'm afraid that I myself rather thought he had been apprehended eavesdropping on my interview with Dumbledore. You see, he himself was seeking a job at the time, and no doubt hoped to pick up tips. Well, after that, Dumbledore seemed much more disposed to give me a job, and I could not help thinking, Harry, that it was because he appreciated the stark contrast between my own unassuming manners and quiet talent compared to the pushing, thrusting young man who was prepared to listen at keyholes. Harry, dear. She looked back over her shoulder, having only just realised that Harry was no longer with her. He had stopped walking, and they were now 10 feet from each other. Harry, she repeated uncertainly. Perhaps his face was white, to make her look so concerned and frightened. Harry was standing stock still as waves of shock crashed over him, wave after wave, obliterating everything except for information that had been kept from him for so long. It was Snape who had overheard the prophecy. It was Snape who had carried the news of the prophecy to Voldemort. Snape and Peter Pettigrew together had sent Voldemort hunting after Lily and James and their son. Nothing else mattered to Harry just now. Harry, said Professor Trelawney again. Harry, I thought we were going to see the headmaster together. You stay here, said Harry through numb lips. But dear, I was going to tell him how I was assaulted in the room of... You stay here, Harry repeated angrily. She looked alarmed as he ran past her, round the corner into Dumbledore's corridor, where the lone gargoyle stood sentry. Harry shouted the password at the gargoyle and ran up the moving spiral staircase 3 steps at a time. He did not knock upon Dumbledore's door. He hammered, and the calm voice answered, "Enter!" after Harry had already flung himself into the room. Fawkes the Phoenix looked around, the bright black eyes gleaming with reflected gold from the sunset beyond the window. Dumbledore was standing at the window, looking out at the grounds, a long black travelling cloak in his arms. "Well, Harry, I promised that you would come with me." For a moment or two, Harry did not understand. The conversation with Trelawney had driven everything else out of his head, and his brain seemed to be moving very slowly. "Come with you?" "Only if you wish it, of course." "If I—" And then Harry remembered why he had been eager to come to Dumbledore's office in the first place. "You found one? You found a Horcrux?" "I believe so." Rage and resentment fought shock and excitement for several moments. Harry could not speak. "It's natural to be afraid," said Dumbledore. "I'm not scared," said Harry at once, and it was perfectly true. Fear was one emotion he was not feeling at all. "Which Horcrux is it? Where is it?" "I'm not sure which it is, though I think we can rule out the snake, but I believe it to be hidden in a cave on the coast many miles from here. A cave I have been trying to locate for a very long time. The cave in which Tom Riddle once terrorized 2 children from his orphanage on their annual trip. You remember?" "Yes," said Harry. "How is it protected?" "I do not know. I have suspicions that may be entirely wrong." Dumbledore hesitated and then said, "Harry, I promised you that you could come with me, and I stand by that promise. But it would be very wrong of me not to warn you that this will be exceedingly dangerous." "I'm coming," said Harry, almost before Dumbledore had finished speaking. Boiling with anger at Snape, his desire to do something desperate and risky had increased tenfold in the last few minutes. This seemed to show on Harry's face, for Dumbledore moved away from the window and looked more closely at Harry, a slight crease between his silver eyebrows. "What has happened to you?" "Nothing," lied Harry promptly. "What has upset you?" "I'm not upset." "Harry, you were never a good oculomans." The word was the spark that ignited Harry's fury. "Snape," he said very loudly, and Fawkes gave a soft squawk behind them. "Snape's what's happened. He told Voldemort about the prophecy. It was him. He listened outside the door. Trelawney told me." Dumbledore's expression did not change, but Harry thought his face whitened under the bloody tinge cast by the setting sun. For a long moment, Dumbledore said nothing. "When did you find out about this?" he asked at last. "Just now," said Harry, who was refraining from yelling with enormous difficulty, and then suddenly he could not stop himself, And you let him teach here, and he told Voldemort to go after my mum and dad. Breathing hard, as though he was fighting, Harry turned away from Dumbledore, who still had not moved a muscle, and paced up and down the study, rubbing his knuckles in his hand and exercising every last bit of restraint to prevent himself knocking things over. He wanted to rage and storm at Dumbledore, but he also wanted to go with him to try and destroy the Horcrux. He wanted to tell him he was a foolish old man for trusting Snape, but he was terrified that Dumbledore would not take him along unless he mastered his anger.
"Harry," said Dumbledore quietly, "please listen to me."
It was as difficult to stop his relentless pacing as to refrain from shouting. Harry paused, biting his lip, and looked into Dumbledore's lined face.
"Professor Snape made a terrible—"
"Don't tell me it was a mistake, sir. He was listening at the door."
"Please let me finish."
Dumbledore waited until Harry had nodded curtly, and then went on.
"Professor Snape made a terrible mistake. He was still in Lord Voldemort's employ on the night he heard the first half of Professor Trelawney's prophecy. Naturally, he hastened to tell his master what he had heard, for it concerned his master most deeply. But he did not know, he had no possible way of knowing, which boy Voldemort would hunt from then onwards, or that the parents he would destroy in his murderous quest were people that Professor Snape knew, that they were your mother and father."
Harry let out a yell of mirthless laughter. "He hated my dad like he hated Sirius. Haven't you noticed, Professor, how the people Snape hates tend to end up dead?"
"You have no idea of the remorse Professor Snape felt when he realized how Lord Voldemort had interpreted the prophecy. Harry, I believe it to be the greatest regret of his life, and the reason that he returned."
"But he's a very good occupant, isn't he, sir?" said Harry, whose voice was shaking with the effort of keeping it steady. "And isn't Voldemort convinced that Snape's on his side, even now? Professor, how can you be sure Snape's on our side?" Dumbledore did not speak for a moment. He looked as though he was trying to make up his mind about something. At last he said,
"I am sure. I trust Severus Snape completely."
Harry breathed deeply for a few moments in an effort to steady himself. It did not work. "Well, I don't," he said, as loudly as before. "He's up to something with Draco Malfoy right now, right under your nose, and you still—"
"We have discussed this, Harry,"
said Dumbledore, and now he sounded stern again.
"I have told you my views."
"You're leaving the school tonight, and I'll bet you haven't even considered that Snape and Malfoy might decide to—"
"To what?"
asked Dumbledore, his eyebrows raised.
"What is it that you suspect them of doing precisely?"
"They're up to something," said Harry, and his hands curled into fists as he said it. "Professor Trelawney was just in the room of requirement, trying to hide her sherry bottles, and she heard Malfoy whooping, celebrating. He's trying to mend something dangerous in there, and if you ask me, he's fixed it at last. And you're about to just walk out of school without—"
"Enough!"
said Dumbledore. He said it quite calmly, and yet Harry fell silent at once. He knew that he had finally crossed some invisible line.
"Do you think that I have once left the school unprotected during my absences this year? I have not. Tonight, when I leave, there will again be additional protection in place. Please do not suggest that I do not take the safety of my students seriously, Harry."
"I didn't," mumbled Harry, a little abashed, but Dumbledore cut across him.
"I do not wish to discuss the matter any further."
Harry bit back his retort, scared that he had gone too far, that he had ruined his chance of accompanying Dumbledore, but Dumbledore went on.
"Do you wish to come with me tonight?"
"Yes," said Harry at once.
"Very well then. Listen."
Dumbledore drew himself up to his full height.
"I take you with me on one condition, that you obey any command I might give you at once, and without question."
"Of course."
"Be sure to understand me, Harry. I mean that you must follow even such orders as run, hide, or go back. Do I have your word?"
Yes, of course."
"If I tell you to hide, you will do so?"
"Yes."
"If I tell you to flee, you will obey?"
"Yes."
"If I tell you to leave me and save yourself, you will do as I tell you?" "Harry!"
They looked at each other for a moment. "Yes, sir."
"Very good. Then I wish you to go and fetch your cloak and meet me in the entrance hall in 5 minutes' time."
Dumbledore turned back to look out of the fiery window. The sun was now a ruby-red glare along the horizon, Harry walked quickly from the office and down the spiral staircase. His mind was oddly clear all of a sudden. He knew what to do. Ron and Hermione were sitting together in the common room when he came back. "What does Dumbledore want?" Hermione said at once. "Harry, are you okay?" she added anxiously. "I'm fine," said Harry shortly, racing past them. He dashed up the stairs and into his dormitory, where he flung open his trunk and pulled out the Marauder's map and a pair of balled-up socks. Then he sped back down the stairs and into the common room, skidding to a halt where Ron and Hermione sat, looking stunned. "I haven't got much time," Harry panted. "Dumbledore thinks I'm getting my invisibility cloak. Listen." Quickly he told them where he was going and why. He did not pause either for Hermione's gasps of horror or for Ron's hasty questions. They could work out the finer details for themselves later. "So you see what this means," Harry finished at a gallop. "Dumbledore won't be here tonight, so Malfoy's going to have another clear shot at whatever he's up to. No, listen to me," he hissed angrily, as both Ron and Hermione showed every sign of interrupting. "I know it was Malfoy celebrating in the Room of Requirement. Here." He shoved the Marauder's map into Hermione's hand. "You've got to watch him, and you've got to watch Snape too. Use anyone else you can rustle up from the DA. Hermione, those contact galleons will still work, right? Dumbledore says he's put extra protection in the school, but if Snape's involved, he'll know what Dumbledore's protection is and how to avoid it. But he won't be expecting you lot to be on the watch, will he?" "Harry," began Hermione, her eyes huge with fear. "Haven't got time to argue," said Harry curtly. Take this as well." He thrust the socks into Ron's hands. "Thanks," said Ron. Why do I need socks?" "You need what's wrapped in them. It's the Felix Felicis. Share it between yourselves and Ginny too. Say goodbye to her from me. I'd better go. Dumbledore's waiting." "No," said Hermione, as Ron unwrapped the tiny little bottle of golden potion, looking awestruck. "We don't want it. You take it. Who knows what you're going to be facing?" "I'll be fine. I'll be with Dumbledore," said Harry. "I want to know you lot are okay." "Don't look like that, Hermione. I'll see you later." And he was off, hurrying back through the portrait hole towards the entrance hall. Dumbledore was waiting beside the oaken front doors. He turned as Harry came skidding out onto the topmost stone step, panting hard, a searing stitch in his side.
"I would like you to wear your cloak, please," said Dumbledore, and he waited until Harry had thrown it on before saying, "Very good. Shall we go?" Dumbledore set off at once down the stone steps, his own travelling cloak barely stirring in the still summer air. Harry hurried alongside him under the invisibility cloak, still panting and sweating rather a lot. "But what will people think when they see you leaving, Professor?" Harry asked, his mind on Malfoy and Snape. "That I am off into Hogsmeade for a drink," said Dumbledore lightly. "I sometimes offer Rosmerta my custom, or else visit the Hog's Head, or I appear to. It is as good a way as any of disguising one's true destination." They made their way down the drive in the gathering twilight. The air was full of the smells of warm grass, like water and wood smoke from Hagrid's cabin. It was difficult to believe that they were heading for anything dangerous or frightening. "Professor," said Harry quietly, as the gates at the bottom of the drive came into view, "will we be apparating?" "Yes," said Dumbledore. "You can apparate now, I believe." "Yes," said Harry, "but I haven't got a licence." He felt it best to be honest. What if he spoiled everything by turning up 100 miles from where he was supposed to go? "No matter," said Dumbledore. "I can assist you again." They turned out of the gates into the twilight, deserted lane to Hogsmeade. Darkness descended fast as they walked, and by the time they reached the high street, night was falling in earnest. Lights twinkled from windows over shops, and as they neared the Three Broomsticks, they heard raucous shouting. "And stay out!" shouted Madame Rosmerta, forcibly ejecting a grubby-looking wizard. "Oh, hello, Albus. You're out late." "Good evening, Rosmerta. Good evening. Forgive me. I'm off to the Hog's Head. No offence, but I feel like a quieter atmosphere tonight." A minute later, they turned a corner into the side street where the Hog's Head sign creaked a little, though there was no breeze. In contrast to the Three Broomsticks, the pub appeared to be completely empty. "It will not be necessary for us to enter," muttered Dumbledore, glancing around, "as long as nobody sees us go. Now place your hand upon my arm, Harry. There is no need to grip too hard. I am merely guiding you. On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3.
Harry turned. At once there was that horrible sensation that he was being squeezed through a thick rubber tube. He could not draw breath. Every part of him was being compressed, almost past endurance, and then, just when he thought he must suffocate, the invisible hands and bands seemed to burst open, and he was standing in cool darkness, breathing in lungfuls of fresh, salty air. Chapter 26. The Cave. Harry could smell salt and hear rushing waves. A light, chilly breeze ruffled his hair as he looked out at moonlit sea and star-strewn sky. He was standing upon a high outcrop of dark rock, water foaming and churning below him. He glanced over his shoulder. A towering cliff stood behind, a sheer drop, black and faceless. A few large chunks of rock, such as the one upon which Harry and Dumbledore were standing, looked as though they had broken away from the cliff face at some point in the past. It was a bleak, harsh view, the sea and the rock unrelieved by any tree or sweep of grass or sand.
"What do you think?"
asked Dumbledore. He might have been asking Harry's opinion on whether it was a good site for a picnic. "They brought the kids from the orphanage here?" asked Harry, who could not imagine a less cosy spot for a day trip.
"Not here precisely," said Dumbledore. "There is a village of sorts about halfway along the cliffs behind us. I believe the orphans were taken there for a little sea air and a view of the waves. No, I think it was only ever Tom Riddle and his youthful victims who visited this spot. No Muggle could reach the rock unless they were uncommonly good mountaineers. And boats cannot approach the cliffs. The waters around them are too dangerous. I imagine that Riddle climbed down. Magic would have served better than ropes, and he brought 2 small children with him, probably for the pleasure of terrorizing them. I think the journey alone would have done it, don't you?"
Harry looked up at the cliff again and felt goosebumps.
"But his final destination, and ours, lies a little further on. Come."
Dumbledore beckoned Harry to the very edge of the rock, where a series of jagged niches that made footholds led down to boulders that lay half submerged in water, and closer to the cliff. It was a treacherous descent, and Dumbledore, hampered slightly by his withered hand, moved slowly. The lower rocks were slippery with sea water. Harry could feel flecks of cold salt spray hitting his face.
"Lumos,"
said Dumbledore as he reached the boulder closest to the cliff face. 1,000 flecks of golden light sparkled upon the dark surface of the water a few feet below, where he crouched. The black wall of rock beside him was illuminated too.
"You see,"
said Dumbledore quietly, holding his wand a little higher. Harry saw a fissure in the cliff into which dark water was swirling.
"You will not object to getting a little wet?"
"No," said Harry.
"Then take off your invisibility cloak. There is no need for it now, and let us take the plunge."
And with the sudden agility of a much younger man, Dumbledore slid from the boulder, landed in the sea and began to swim, with a perfect breaststroke, towards the dark slit in the rock face, his lit wand held in his teeth. Harry pulled off his cloak, stuffed it into his pocket and followed. The water was icy. Harry's waterlogged clothes billowed around him and weighed him down. Taking deep breaths that filled his nostrils with a tang of salt and seaweed, he struck out for the shimmering, shrinking light, now moving deeper into the cliff. The fissure soon opened into a dark tunnel that Harry could tell would be filled with water at high tide. The slimy walls were barely 3 feet apart and glimmered like wet tar in the passing light of Dumbledore's wand. A little way in, the passageway curved to the left, and Harry saw that it extended far into the cliff. He continued to swim in Dumbledore's wake, the tips of his benumbed fingers brushing the rough, wet rock. Then he saw Dumbledore rising out of the water ahead, his silver hair and dark robes gleaming. When Harry reached the spot, he found steps that led into a large cave. He clambered up them, water streaming from his soaking clothes, and emerged shivering uncontrollably into the still and freezing air. Dumbledore was standing in the middle of the cave, his wand held high as he turned slowly on the spot, examining the walls and ceiling.
"Yes, this is the place,"
said Dumbledore. "How can you tell?" Harry spoke in a whisper.
"It has known magic,"
said Dumbledore simply. Harry could not tell whether the shivers he was experiencing were due to his spine-deep coldness or to the same awareness of enchantments. He watched as Dumbledore continued to revolve on the spot, evidently concentrating on things Harry could not see.
"This is merely the antechamber, the entrance hall," said Dumbledore after a moment or two. "We need to penetrate the inner place. Now it is Lord Voldemort's obstacles that stand in our way, rather than those nature made."
Dumbledore approached the wall of the cave and caressed it with his blackened fingertips, murmuring words in a strange tongue that Harry did not understand. Twice Dumbledore walked right around the cave, touching as much of the rough rock as he could, occasionally pausing, running his fingers backwards and forwards over a particular spot, until finally he stopped, his hand pressed flat against the wall.
"Here," he said. "We go on through here. The entrance is concealed."
Harry did not ask how Dumbledore knew. He had never seen a wizard work things out like this, simply by looking and touching. But Harry had long since learned that bangs and smoke were more often the marks of ineptitude than expertise. Dumbledore stepped back from the cave wall and pointed his wand at the rock. For a moment, an arched outline appeared there, blazing white as though there was a powerful light behind the crack. You've done it," said Harry through chattering teeth. But before the words had left his lips, the outline had gone, leaving the rock as bare and solid as ever. Dumbledore looked around.
"Harry, I'm so sorry, I forgot,"
he said. He pointed his wand at Harry, and at once Harry's clothes were as warm and dry as if they had been hanging in front of a blazing fire. "Thank you," said Harry gratefully. But Dumbledore had already turned his attention back to the solid cave wall. He did not try any more magic, but simply stood there staring at it intently, as though something extremely interesting was written on it. Harry stayed quite still. He did not want to break Dumbledore's concentration. Then, after 2 solid minutes, Dumbledore said quietly,
"Oh, surely not. So crude."
"What is it, Professor?"
"I rather think,"
said Dumbledore, putting his uninjured hand inside his robes and drawing out a short silver knife, of the kind Harry used to chop potion ingredients,
"that we are required to make payment to pass."
"Payment?" said Harry. "You've got to give the door something."
"Yes," said Dumbledore. "Blood, if I'm not much mistaken."
"Blood?"
"I said it was crude," said Dumbledore, who sounded disdainful, even disappointed, as though Voldemort had fallen short of the standards Dumbledore expected. "The idea, as I am sure you will have gathered, is that your enemy must weaken him or herself to enter. Once again, Lord Voldemort fails to grasp that there are much more terrible things than physical injury."
"Yeah, but still, if you can avoid it," said Harry, who had experienced enough pain not to be keen for more.
"Sometimes, however, it is unavoidable," said Dumbledore, shaking back the sleeve of his robes and exposing the forearm of his injured hand.
"Professor," protested Harry, hurrying forwards as Dumbledore raised his knife. "I'll do it. He did not know what he was going to say. Younger? Fitter? But Dumbledore merely smiled. There was a flash of silver and a spurt of scarlet. The rock face was peppered with dark, glistening drops.
"You are very kind, Harry," said Dumbledore, now passing the tip of his wand over the deep cut he had made in his own arm, so that it healed instantly, just as Snape had healed Malfoy's wounds. "But your blood is worth more than mine. Ah, that seems to have done the trick, doesn't it?" The blazing silver outline of an arch had appeared in the wall once more, and this time it did not fade away. The blood-spattered rock within it simply vanished, leaving an opening into what seemed total darkness. "After me, I think," said Dumbledore, and he walked through the archway with Harry on his heels, lighting his own wand hastily as he went. An eerie sight met their eyes. They were standing on the edge of a great black lake, so vast that Harry could not make out the distant banks, in a cavern so high that the ceiling too was out of sight. A misty greenish light shone far away in what looked like the middle of a lake. It was reflected in the completely still water below. The greenish glow and the light from the 2 wands were the only things that broke the otherwise velvety blackness. Though their rays did not penetrate as far as Harry would have expected, the darkness was somehow denser than normal darkness. "Let us walk," said Dumbledore quietly. "Be very careful not to step into the water. Stay close to me." He set off around the edge of the lake, and Harry followed close behind him. Their footsteps made echoing, slapping sounds on the narrow rim of rock that surrounded the water. On and on they walked, but the view did not vary.
On one side of them the rough cavern wall, on the other the boundless expanse of smooth glassy blackness, in the very middle of which was that mysterious greenish glow. Harry found the place and the silence oppressive, unnerving. "Professor," he said finally, "do you think the Horcrux is here?"
"Oh yes," said Dumbledore. "Yes, I'm sure it is. The question is, how do we get to it?"
We couldn't just try a summoning charm," Harry said, sure that it was a stupid suggestion, but much keener than he was prepared to admit on getting out of this place as soon as possible.
"Certainly we could," said Dumbledore,
stopping so suddenly that Harry almost walked into him.
"Why don't you do it?"
"Me? Oh, okay." Harry had not expected this, but cleared his throat and said loudly, wand aloft, "Accio Horcrux!" With a noise like an explosion, something very large and pale erupted out of the dark water some 20 feet away. Before Harry could see what it was, it had vanished again with a crashing splash that made great deep ripples on the mirrored surface. Harry leapt backwards in shock and hit the wall. His heart was still thundering as he turned to Dumbledore. "What was that?"
"Something, I think, that is ready to respond should we attempt to seize the Horcrux."
Harry looked back at the water. The surface of the lake was once more shining black glass. The ripples had vanished unnaturally fast. Harry's heart, however, was still pounding. Did you think that would happen, sir?"
"I thought something would happen if we made an obvious attempt to get our hands on the Horcrux. That was a very good idea, Harry, much the simplest way of finding out what we were facing."
"But we don't know what the thing was," said Harry, looking at the sinisterly smooth water.
"What the things are, you mean?" said Dumbledore. "I doubt very much that there is only one of them. Shall we walk on?"
"Professor."
"Yes, Harry."
"Do you think we're going to have to go into the lake?"
"Into it? Only if we are very unfortunate."
"You don't think the Horcrux is at the bottom?"
"Oh no, I think the Horcrux is in the middle."
And Dumbledore pointed towards the misty green light in the centre of the lake. "So we're going to have to cross the lake to get to it?"
"Yes, I think so."
Harry did not say anything. His thoughts were all of water monsters, of giant serpents, of demons, kelpies and sprites. "Aha!" said Dumbledore, and he stopped again this time. Harry really did walk into him. For a moment he toppled on the edge of the dark water, and Dumbledore's uninjured hand closed tightly around his upper arm, pulling him back.
"So sorry, Harry. I should have given warning. Stand back against the wall, please. I think I have found the place."
Harry had no idea what Dumbledore meant. His patch of dark bank was exactly like every other bit as far as he could tell, but Dumbledore seemed to have detected something special about it. This time he was running his hand not over the rocky wall, but through the thin air, as though expecting to find and grip something invisible.
"Oh!"
said Dumbledore happily seconds later. His hand had closed in mid-air upon something Harry could not see. Dumbledore moved closer to the water. Harry watched nervously as the tips of Dumbledore's buckled shoes found the utmost edge of the rock rim. Keeping his hand clenched in mid-air, Dumbledore raised his wand and the other and tapped his fist with the point. Immediately, a thick coppery green chain appeared out of thin air, extending from the depths of the water into Dumbledore's clenched hand. Dumbledore tapped the chain, which began to slide through his fist like a snake, coiling itself on the ground with a clinking sound that echoed noisily off the rocky walls, pulling them something from the depths of the black water. Harry gasped as the ghostly prow of a tiny boat broke the surface, glowing as green as the chain, and floated, with barely a ripple, towards the place on the bank where Harry and Dumbledore stood. "How did you know that was there?" Harry asked in astonishment.
"Magic always leaves traces,"
said Dumbledore, as the boat hit the bank with a gentle bump.
"Sometimes very distinctive traces. I taught Tom Riddle. I know his style."
Is this boat safe?"
"Oh yes, I think so. Voldemort needed to create a means to cross the lake without attracting the wrath of those creatures he had placed within it, in case he ever wanted to visit or remove his Horcrux."
"So the things in the water won't do anything to us if we cross in Voldemort's boat?"
"I think we must resign ourselves to the fact that they will, at some point, realize we are not Lord Voldemort. Thus far, however, we have done well. They have allowed us to raise the boat."
"But why have they let us?" asked Harry, who could not shake off the vision of tentacles rising out of the dark water the moment they were out of sight of the bank.
Voldemort would have been reasonably confident that none but a very great wizard would have been able to find the boat, said Dumbledore. I think he would have been prepared to risk what was, to his mind, the most unlikely possibility that somebody else would find it, knowing that he had set other obstacles ahead that only he would be able to penetrate. We shall see whether he is right.
Harry looked down into the boat. It really was very small. It doesn't look like it was built for 2 people. Will it hold both of us? Will we be too heavy together? Dumbledore chuckled.
Voldemort will not have cared about the weight, but about the amount of magical power that crossed his lake. I rather think an enchantment will have been placed upon this boat so that only one wizard at a time will be able to set sail in it. But then, I do not think you will count, Harry. You are underage and unqualified. Voldemort would never have expected a 16-year-old to reach this place. I think it unlikely that your powers will register compared to mine.
These words did nothing to raise Harry's morale. Perhaps Dumbledore knew it, for he added,
Voldemort's mistake, Harry. Voldemort's mistake. Age is foolish and forgetful when it is underestimating youth. Now, you first this time, and be careful not to touch the water.
Dumbledore stood aside, and Harry climbed carefully into the boat. Dumbledore stepped in too, coiling the chain onto the floor. They were crammed in together. Harry could not comfortably sit, but crouched, his knees jutting over the edge of the boat, which began to move at once. There was no sound other than the silken rustle of the boat's prow cleaving the water. It moved without their help, as though an invisible rope were pulling it onwards towards the light in the centre. Soon they could no longer use or see the walls of the cavern. They might have been at sea, except that there were no waves. Harry looked down and saw the reflected gold of his wand light sparkling and glittering on the black water as they passed. The boat was carving deep ripples upon the glassy surface, grooves in the dark mirror. And then Harry saw it, a marble white, floating inches below the surface. "Professor," he said, and his startled voice echoed loudly over the silent water.
"Harry?"
"I think I saw a hand in the water, a human hand."
"Yes, I'm sure you did,"
said Dumbledore calmly. Harry stared down into the water, looking for the vanished hand, and a sick feeling rose in his throat. So that thing that jumped out of the water. But Harry had his answer before Dumbledore could reply. The wand light had slid over a fresh patch of water and showed him, this time, a dead man, lying face up inches beneath the surface, his open eyes misted as though with cobwebs, his hair and his robes swirling around him like smoke. "There are bodies in here," said Harry, and his voice sounded much higher than usual and most unlike his own.
"Yes," said Dumbledore placidly, "but we do not need to worry about them at the moment."
"At the moment?" Harry repeated, tearing his gaze from the water to look at Dumbledore.
"Not while they are merely drifting peacefully below us," said Dumbledore. "There is nothing to be feared from a body, Harry, any more than there is anything to be feared from the darkness. Lord Voldemort, who of course secretly fears both, disagrees, but once again he reveals his own lack of wisdom. It is the unknown we fear when we look upon death and darkness, nothing more."
Harry said nothing. He did not want to argue, but he found the idea that there were bodies floating around them and beneath them horrible, and what was more, he did not believe that they were not dangerous. "But one of them jumped," he said, trying to make his voice as level and calm as Dumbledore's. "When I tried to summon the Horcrux, a body leapt out of the lake."
"Yes," said Dumbledore, "I am sure that once we take the Horcrux, we shall find them less peaceable. However, like many creatures that dwell in cold and darkness, they fear light and warmth, which we shall share. We shall therefore call to our aid, should the need arise. Fire, Harry!"
Dumbledore added with a smile in response to Harry's bewildered expression. "Oh, right," said Harry quickly. He turned his head to look at the greenish glow towards which the boat was still inexorably sailing. He could not pretend now that he was not scared. The great black lake, teeming with the dead. It seemed hours and hours ago that he had met Professor Trelawney, that he had given Ron and Hermione the Felix Felicis. He suddenly wished he had said a bit better goodbye to them, and he hadn't seen Ginny at all.
"Nearly there,"
said Dumbledore cheerfully. Sure enough, the greenish light seemed to be growing larger at last. and within minutes the boat had come to a halt, bumping gently into something that Harry could not see at first. But when he raised his illuminated wand, he saw that they had reached a small island of smooth rock in the centre of the lake.
"Careful not to touch the water,"
said Dumbledore again as Harry climbed out of the boat. The island was no longer than Dumbledore's office, an expanse of flat, dark stone on which stood nothing but the source of that greenish light, which looked much brighter when viewed close to. Harry squinted at it. At first he thought it was a lamp of some kind, but then he saw that the light was coming from a stone basin, rather like the Pensieve, which was set on top of a pedestal. Dumbledore approached the basin, and Harry followed. Side by side they looked down into it. The basin was full of an emerald liquid, emitting that phosphorescent glow.
"What is it?" said Harry, quietly. "I'm not sure," said Dumbledore. "Something more worrisome than blood and bodies, however."
Dumbledore pushed back the sleeve of his robe over his blackened hand and stretched out the tips of his burned fingers towards the surface of the potion. "Sir, no, don't touch."
"I cannot touch," said Dumbledore, smiling faintly. "See, I cannot approach any nearer than this. You try."
Staring, Harry put his hand into the basin and attempted to touch the potion. He met an invisible barrier that prevented him coming within an inch of it. No matter how hard he pushed, his fingers encountered nothing but what seemed to be solid and inflexible air.
"Out of the way, please, Harry," said Dumbledore.
He raised his wand and made complicated movements over the surface of the potion, murmuring soundlessly. Nothing happened, except perhaps that the potion glowed a little brighter. Harry remained silent while Dumbledore worked, but after a while Dumbledore withdrew his wand and Harry felt it was safe to talk again. "You think the Horcrux is in there, sir?"
"Oh, yes."
Dumbledore peered more closely into the basin. Harry saw his face reflected, upside down in the smooth surface of the green potion.
"But how to reach it? This potion cannot be penetrated by hand, vanished, parted, scooped up, or siphoned away, nor can it be transfigured, charmed, or otherwise made to change its nature."
Almost absent-mindedly, Dumbledore raised his wand again, twirled it once in mid-air, and then caught the crystal goblet that he had conjured out of nowhere.
"I can only conclude that this potion is supposed to be drunk."
"What?" said Harry. "No!"
"Yes, I think so. Only by drinking it can I empty the basin and see what lies in its depths."
"But what if it kills you?"
"Oh, I doubt that it would work like that," said Dumbledore easily. "Look, Lord Voldemort would not want to kill the person who reached this island."
Harry couldn't believe it. Was this more of Dumbledore's insane determination to see good in everyone? "Sir," said Harry, trying to keep his voice reasonable. "Sir, this is Voldemort,
"I'm sorry, Harry. I should have said he would not want immediately to kill the person who reached this island."
Dumbledore corrected himself.
"He would want to keep them alive long enough to find out how they managed to penetrate so far through his defences, and most importantly of all, why they were so intent upon emptying the basin. Do not forget that Lord Voldemort believes that he alone knows about his Horcruxes."
Harry made to speak again, but this time Dumbledore raised his hand for silence, frowning slightly at the emerald liquid, evidently thinking hard.
"Undoubtedly," he said finally, "this potion must act in a way that will prevent me taking the Horcrux. It might paralyze me, cause me to forget what I am here for, create so much pain I am distracted, or render me incapable in some other way. This being the case, Harry, it will be your job to make sure I keep drinking, even if you have to tip the potion into my protesting mouth. You understand?"
Their eyes met over the basin, each pale face lit with that strange green light. Harry did not speak. Was this why he had been invited along, so that he could force-feed Dumbledore a potion that might cause him unendurable pain?
"You remember," said Dumbledore, "the condition on which I brought you with me."
Harry hesitated, looking into the blue eyes that had turned green in the reflected light of the basin.
"But what if—" "You swore, did you not, to follow any command I gave you?"
"Yes, but—"
"I warned you, did I not, that there might be danger?"
"Yes," said Harry, "but—"
"Well then,"
said Dumbledore, shaking back his sleeves once more and raising the empty goblet,
"you have my orders."
"Why can't I drink the potion instead?" asked Harry desperately.
"Because I am much older, much cleverer, and much less valuable, said Dumbledore. Once and for all, Harry, do I have your word that you will do all in your power to make me keep drinking? Couldn't. Do I have it? But your word, Harry. All right, but before Harry could make any further protest, Dumbledore lowered the crystal goblet into the potion. For a split second, Harry hoped that he would not be able to touch the potion with the goblet, but the crystals sank into the surface as nothing else had. When the glass was full to the brim, Dumbledore lifted it to his mouth. Your good health, Harry. And he drained the goblet. Harry watched, terrified, his hands gripping the rim of the basin so hard that his fingertips were numb. Professor, he said anxiously, as Dumbledore lowered the empty glass. How do you feel? Dumbledore shook his head, his eyes closed. Harry wondered whether he was in pain. Dumbledore plunged the glass blindly back into the basin, refilled it, and drank once more. In silence, Dumbledore drank 3 gobletfuls of the potion. Then, halfway through the 4th goblet, he staggered and fell forwards against the basin. His eyes were still closed, his breathing heavy. Professor Dumbledore, said Harry, his voice strained. Can you hear me? Dumbledore did not answer. His face was twitching, as though he were deeply asleep, but dreaming a horrible dream. His grip on the goblet was slackening. The potion was about to spill from it. Harry reached forwards and grasped the crystal cup, holding it steady. Professor, can you hear me? He repeated loudly, his voice echoing around the cavern. Dumbledore panted, and then spoke in a voice Harry did not recognise, for he had never heard Dumbledore frightened like this. Don't make me. Harry stared into the whitened face he knew so well, at the crooked nose and the half-moon spectacles, and did not know what to do. Want to stop, moaned Dumbledore. You can't stop, Professor, said Harry. You've got to keep drinking, remember? You told me you had to keep drinking. Here. Hating himself, repulsed by what he was doing, Harry forced the goblet back towards Dumbledore's mouth and tipped it so that Dumbledore drank the remainder of the potion inside. No, he groaned as Harry lowered the goblet back into the basin and refilled it for him. I don't want to, let me go. It's all right, Professor, said Harry, his hand shaking. It's all right, I'm here. Make it stop, moaned Dumbledore. Yes, this'll make it stop, lied Harry. He tipped the contents of the goblet into Dumbledore's open mouth. Dumbledore screamed. The noise echoed all around the vast chamber, across the dead black water. No, I can't, don't make me. I don't want to. It's all right, Professor, it's all right, said Harry loudly, his hands shaking so badly he could hardly scoop up the sixth goblet full of potion. The basin was now half empty. Nothing's happening to you. You're safe. It isn't real. I swear it isn't real. Take this now. Take this. And obediently, Dumbledore drank, as though it was an antidote Harry offered him. But upon draining the goblet, he sank to his knees, shaking uncontrollably. It's all my fault, he sobbed. Please make it stop. I know I did wrong. Oh, please make it stop. I'll never again. This will make it stop, Professor, Harry said, his voice cracking as he tipped the 7th glass of potion into Dumbledore's mouth. Dumbledore began to cower as though invisible torturers surrounded him. His flailing hand almost knocked and refilled the refilled goblet from Harry's trembling hands as he moaned, Don't hurt them, please. Please, it's my fault. Hurt me instead. Here, drink this, you'll be all right, said Harry desperately. And once again Dumbledore obeyed him, opening his mouth even as he kept his eyes tight shut and shook from head to foot. And now he fell forwards, screaming again, hammering his fists upon the ground, while Harry filled the 9th goblet. Please, no! Not that! I'll do anything! Just drink, Professor, just drink! Dumbledore drank like a child dying of thirst, but when he had finished, he yelled again, as though his insides were on fire. No more, please, no more! Harry scooped up a 10th goblet full of potion and felt the crystals scrape the bottom of the basin. We're nearly there, Professor. Drink this. Drink it. He supported Dumbledore's shoulders, and again Dumbledore drained the glass.
Harry was on his feet once more, refilling the goblet as Dumbledore began to scream in more anguish than ever.
I want to die! I want to die! Make it stop! Make it stop! I want to die!
Drink this, Professor! Drink this! Dumbledore drank, and no sooner had he finished than he yelled,
Kill me!
This one will, gasped Harry. Just drink this. It'll be over, all over. Dumbledore gulped at the goblet, drained every last drop, and then, with a great rattling gasp, rolled over onto his face. No! Shouted Harry, who had still to refill the goblet again. Instead, he dropped the cup into the basin, flung himself down beside Dumbledore, and heaved him over onto his back. Dumbledore's glasses were askew, his mouth agape, his eyes closed. No, said Harry, shaking Dumbledore. No, you're not dead. You said it wasn't poison. Wake up! Wake up! Renovate! He cried, his wand pointing at Dumbledore's chest. There was a flash of red light, but nothing happened. Renovate! Sir, please! Dumbledore's eyelids flickered. Harry's heart leapt. Sir, are you...
Water?
Croaked Dumbledore. Water? Panted Harry. Yes! He leapt to his feet and seized the goblet he had dropped in the basin. He barely registered the golden locket lying curled beneath it. Aquamenti! He shouted, jabbing the goblet with his wand. The goblet filled with clear water. Harry dropped to his knees beside Dumbledore, raised his head and brought the glass to his lips. But it was empty. Dumbledore groaned and began to pant. But I had some. Wait! Aquamenti! Said Harry again, pointing his wand at the goblet. Once more for a second, clear water gleamed within it, but as he approached Dumbledore's mouth, the water vanished again. Sir, I'm trying, said Harry desperately, but he did not think that Dumbledore could hear him. He had rolled onto his side and was drawing great rattling breaths that sounded agonizing. Aguamenti! 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 The goblet filled and emptied once more, and now Dumbledore's breathing was fading, his brain whirling in panic. Harry knew instinctively the only way left to get water, because Voldemort had planned it so. He flung himself over the edge of the rock and plunged the goblet into the lake, bringing it up full to the brim of icy water that did not vanish. Sir, here! Harry yelled, and lunging forwards he tipped the water clumsily over Dumbledore's face. It was the best he could do, for the icy feeling on his arm, not holding the cup, was not the lingering chill of the water. A slimy, white hand had gripped his wrist, and the creature to whom it belonged was pulling him slowly backwards across the rock. The surface of the lake was no longer mirror smooth. It was churning, and everywhere Harry looked, white heads and hands were emerging from the dark water. Men and women and children with sunken, sightless eyes were moving towards the rock, an army of the dead rising from the black water. Petrificus totalis! Yelled Harry, struggling to cling on to the smooth, soaked surface of the island as he pointed his wand at the Inferius that had his arm. It released him, falling backwards into the water with a splash. He scrambled to his feet, but many more Inferi were already climbing onto the rock, their bony hands clawing at its slippery surface, their blank, frosted eyes upon him, trailing waterlogged rags, sunken faces leering. Petrificus totalis! Harry bellowed again, backing away as he swiped his wand through the air. 6 or 7 of them crumpled, but more were coming towards him. Impedimenta! Incarcerus! A few of them stumbled, 1 or 2 of them bound in ropes, but those climbing onto the rock behind them merely stepped over or on the fallen bodies. Still slashing the air with his wand, Harry yelled, Sectum Sempra! Sectum Sempra! But though gashes appeared in the sodden rags and their icy skin, they had no blood to spill. They walked on, unfeeling, their shrunken hands outstretched towards him, and as he backed away still further, he felt arms enclose him from behind, thin, fleshless arms, cold as death, and his feet left the ground as they lifted him and began to carry him, slowly and surely back to the water, and he knew there would be no release, that he would be drowned and become one more dead guardian of a fragment of Voldemort's shattered soul. And then, through the darkness, fire erupted, crimson and gold, a ring of fire that surrounded the rock, so that the Inferi holding Harry so tightly stumbled and faltered. They did not dare pass through the flames to get to the water. They dropped Harry. He hit the ground, slipped on the rock and fell, grazing his arms, but scrambled back up again, raising his wand and staring around. Dumbledore was on his feet again, pale as any of the surrounding inferi, but taller than any too. The fire dancing in his eyes, his wand was raised like a torch, and from its tip emanated the flames like a vast lasso, encircling them all with the warmth. The inferi bumped into each other, attempting blindly to escape the fire in which they were enclosed. Dumbledore scooped the locket from the bottom of the stone basin and stowed it inside his robes. Wordlessly, he gestured to Harry to come to his side. Distracted by the flames, the inferi seemed unaware that their quarry was leaving as Dumbledore led Harry back to the boat, the ring of fire moving with them. Around them, the bewildered inferi accompanying them to the water's edge, where they slipped gratefully back into their dark waters. Harry, who was shaking all over, thought for a moment that Dumbledore might not be able to climb into the boat. He staggered a little as he attempted it. All his efforts seemed to be going into maintaining the ring of protective flame around them. Harry seized him and helped him back to his seat. Once they were both safely jammed inside again, the boat began to move back across the black water, away from the rock, still encircled by that ring of fire, and it seemed that the inferi swarming below them did not dare resurface. "Sir," panted Harry, "sir, I forgot about the fire. They were coming at me and I panicked."
"Quite understandable,"
murmured Dumbledore. Harry was alarmed to hear how faint his voice was. They reached the bank with a little bump, and Harry leapt out, then turned quickly to help Dumbledore. The moment that Dumbledore reached the bank, he let his wand hand fall. The ring of fire vanished, but the inferi did not emerge from the water. The little boat sank into the water once more, clanking and tinkling. Its chains slivered back into the lake too. Dumbledore gave a great sigh and leaned against the cavern wall.
"I am weak,"
he said. "Don't worry, sir," said Harry at once, anxious about Dumbledore's extreme pallor and his air of exhaustion. "Don't worry, I'll get us back. Lean on me, sir." And pulling Dumbledore's uninjured arm around his shoulders, Harry guided his headmaster back around the lake, bearing most of the weight.
"The protection was, after all, well designed," said Dumbledore faintly. "One alone could not have done it. You did well, very well, Harry."
"Don't talk now," said Harry, fearing how slurred Dumbledore's voice had become, how much his feet dragged. "Save your energy, sir. We'll soon be out of here."
"The archway will have sealed again. My knife."
"There's no need. I got cut on the rock," said Harry firmly. "Just tell me where."
"Here."
Harry wiped his grazed forearm upon the stone. Having received its tribute of blood, the archway reopened instantly. They crossed the outer cave, and Harry helped Dumbledore back into the icy sea water that filled the crevice in the cliff. "It's going to be all right, sir," Harry said over and over again, more worried by Dumbledore's silence than he had been by his weakened voice. "We're nearly there. I can apparate us both back. Don't worry."
"I'm not worried, Harry,"
said Dumbledore, his voice a little stronger, despite the freezing water.
"I am with you."
Chapter 27. The Lightning-Struck Tower. Once back under the starry sky, Harry heaved Dumbledore onto the top of the nearest boulder, and then to his feet. Sodden and shivering, Dumbledore's weight still upon him, Harry concentrated harder than he had ever done upon his destination. Hogsmeade. Closing his eyes, gripping Dumbledore's arm as tightly as he could, he stepped forwards into that feeling of horrible compression. He knew it had worked before he opened his eyes. The smell of salt, the sea breeze had gone. He and Dumbledore were shivering and dripping in the middle of the dark High Street in Hogsmeade. For one horrible moment, Harry's imagination showed him more inferi creeping towards him around the sides of shops, but he blinked and saw that nothing was stirring. All was still, the darkness complete, but for a few street lamps and lit upper windows. "We did it, Professor," Harry whispered with difficulty. He suddenly realised that he had a searing stitch in his chest. "We did it. We got the Horcrux." Dumbledore staggered against him. For a moment Harry thought that his inexpert apparition had thrown Dumbledore off balance. Then he saw his face, paler and damper than ever, in the distant light of a street lamp. "Sir, are you all right?"
"I've been better,"
said Dumbledore weakly, though the corners of his mouth twitched.
"That potion was no health drink.
And to Harry's horror, Dumbledore sank onto the ground. "Sir, it's okay, sir. You're going to be all right, don't worry." He looked around desperately for help, but there was nobody to be seen, and all he could think was that he must somehow get Dumbledore quickly to the hospital wing. "We need to get you up to the school, sir. Madam Pomfrey."
"No," said Dumbledore. "It is Professor Snape whom I need, but I do not think I can walk very far just yet."
"Right, sir. Listen, I'm going to knock on a door. Find a place you can stay. Then I can run and get Madam."
"Severus," said Dumbledore clearly. "I need Severus."
"All right then, Snape, but I'm going to have to leave you for a moment so I can—" Before Harry could make a move, however, he heard running footsteps. His heart leapt. Somebody had seen. Somebody knew they needed help. And looking around, he saw Madame Rosmerta scurrying down the dark street towards them on high-heeled fluffy slippers, wearing a silk dressing gown embroidered with dragons. "I saw you apparate as I was pulling my bedroom curtains. Thank goodness, I couldn't think what to... But what's wrong with Albus?" She came to a halt, panting, and stared down, wide-eyed, at Dumbledore. "He's hurt," said Harry. "Madame Rosmerta, can he come into the Free Broomsticks while I go up to the school and get help for him?" "You can't go up there alone. Don't you realise? Haven't you seen?" "If you help me support him," said Harry, not listening to her, I think we can get him inside."
"What has happened?" asked Dumbledore. "Rosmerta, what's wrong?"
The death mark, Albus." And she pointed into the sky, in the direction of Hogwarts. Dread flooded Harry at the sound of the words. He turned and looked. There it was, hanging in the sky above the school, the blazing green skull with a serpent tongue, the mark Death Eaters left behind whenever they had entered a building, whenever they had murdered.
"When did it appear?"
asked Dumbledore, and his hand clenched painfully upon Harry's shoulder as he struggled to his feet. "Must have been minutes ago. It wasn't there when I put the cat out, but when I got upstairs—"
"We need to return to the castle at once," said Dumbledore. "Rosmerta,"
and though he staggered a little, he seemed wholly in command of the situation.
"We need transport. Brooms."
"I've got a couple behind the bar," she said, looking very frightened. "Shall I run and fetch?"
"No, Harry can do it."
Harry raised his wand at once. "Accio, Rosmerta's brooms!" A second later they had heard a loud bang as the front door of the pub burst open. 2 brooms had shot out into the street and were racing each other to Harry's side, where they stopped dead, quivering slightly, at waist height.
"Rosmerta, please send a message to the Ministry," said Dumbledore, as he mounted the broom nearest him. "It might be that nobody within Hogwarts has yet realised anything is wrong. Harry, put on your invisibility cloak."
Harry pulled his cloak out of his pocket and threw it over himself before mounting his broom. Madame Rosmerta was already tottering back towards her pub as Harry and Dumbledore kicked off from the ground and rose up into the air. As they sped towards the castle, Harry glanced sideways at Dumbledore, ready to grab him should he fall. But the sight of the dark mark seemed to have acted upon Dumbledore like a stimulant. He was bent low over his broom, his eyes fixed upon the mark, his long silver hair and beard flying behind him in the night air. And Harry, too, looked ahead at the skull, and fear swelled inside him like a venomous bubble, compressing his lungs, driving all other discomfort from his mind. How long had they been away? Had Ron, Hermione and Ginny's luck run out by now? Was it one of them who had caused the mark to be set over the school? Or was it Neville or Luna or some other members of the DA? And if it was, he was the one who had said to them to patrol the corridors. He had asked them to leave the safety of their beds. Would he be responsible again for the death of a friend? As they flew over the dark, twisting lane down which they had walked earlier, Harry heard over the whistling of the night air in his ears Dumbledore muttering in some strange language again. He thought he understood why, as he felt his broom shudder for a moment when they flew over the boundary wall into the grounds. Dumbledore was undoing the enchantments he himself had set around the castle so that they could enter at speed. The dark mark was glittering directly above the astronomy tower, the highest of the castle. Did that mean the death had occurred there? Dumbledore had already crossed the crenellated ramparts and was dismounting. Harry landed next to him seconds later and looked around. The ramparts were deserted. The door to the spiral staircase that led back into the castle was closed. There was no sign of a struggle, of a fight to the death, of a body. What What does it mean? Harry asked Dumbledore, looking up at the green skull with its serpent's tongue glinting evilly above them. Is it a real mark? Has someone definitely been... Professor? In the dim green glow from the mark Harry saw, Dumbledore clutching at his chest with his blackened hand.
Go and wake Severus, said Dumbledore faintly but clearly. Tell him what has happened and bring him to me. Do nothing else, speak to nobody else, and do not remove your cloak. I shall wait here. But you swore to obey me, Harry. Go.
Harry hurried over to the door leading to the spiral staircase, but his hand had only just closed upon the iron ring of the door when he heard running footsteps on the other side. He looked around at Dumbledore, who gestured to him to retreat. Harry backed away, drawing his hand as he did so. The door burst open, and somebody erupted through it and shouted, "Expelliarmus!" Harry's body became instantly rigid and immobile, and he felt himself fall back against the tower wall, propped like an unsteady statue, unable to move or speak. He could not understand how it had happened. Expelliarmus was not a freezing charm. Then, by the light of the mark, he saw Dumbledore's wand flying in an arc over the edge of the ramparts and understood. Dumbledore had wordlessly immobilized Harry, and the second he had taken to perform the spell had cost him the chance of defending himself. Standing against the ramparts, very white in the face, Dumbledore still showed no sign of panic or distress. He merely looked across at his disarmer and said,
"Good evening, Draco."
Malfoy stepped forwards, glancing around quickly to check that he and Dumbledore were alone. His eyes fell upon the second broom. "Who else is here?"
"A question I might ask you, or are you acting alone?"
Harry saw Malfoy's pale eyes shift back to Dumbledore in the greenish glare of the mark. "No," he said, "I've got backup. There are Death Eaters here in your school tonight."
Well, well,
said Dumbledore, as though Malfoy was showing him an ambitious homework project.
Very good indeed. You found a way to let them in, did you?
"Yeah," said Malfoy, who was panting, "right under your nose, and you never realised."
"Ingenious," said Dumbledore. "Yet, forgive me, where are they now? You seem unsupported."
"They met some of your guard. They're having a fight down below. They won't be long. I came on ahead. I've got a job to do."
"Well then, you must get on and do it, my dear boy,"
said Dumbledore softly. There was silence. Harry stood imprisoned within his own invisible, paralysed body, staring at the two of them, his ears straining to hear sounds of the Death Eaters' distant fight, and in front of him, Draco Malfoy did nothing but stare at Albus Dumbledore, who incredibly smiled.
Draco, you are not a killer."
"How do you know?" said Malfoy at once. He seemed to realise how childish the words had sounded. Harry saw him flush in the mark's greenish light. "You don't know what I'm capable of," said Malfoy more forcibly. "You don't know what I've done."
"Oh yes, I do," said Dumbledore mildly. "You almost killed Katie Bell and Ronald Weasley. You have been trying, with increasing desperation, to kill me all year. Forgive me, Draco, but they have been feeble attempts. So feeble, to be honest, that I wonder whether your heart has really been in it."
"It has been in it," said Malfoy vehemently. "I've been working on it all year, and tonight—" Somewhere in the depths of the castle below, Harry heard a muffled yell. Malfoy stiffened and glanced over his shoulder.
"Somebody is putting up a good fight," said Dumbledore conversationally. "But you were saying, yes, you have managed to introduce Death Eaters into my school, which I admit I thought impossible. How did you do it?"
But Malfoy said nothing. He was still listening to whatever was happening below, and seemed almost as paralysed as Harry now.
"Perhaps you ought to get on with the job alone," suggested Dumbledore. "What if your backup has been thwarted by my guard? As you have perhaps realised, there are members of the Order of the Phoenix here tonight too. And after all, you don't really need help. I have no wand at the moment. I cannot defend myself."
Malfoy merely stared at him.
"I see,"
said Dumbledore kindly, when Malfoy neither moved nor spoke.
"You are afraid to act until they join you."
"I'm not afraid," snarled Malfoy, though he still made no move to hurt Dumbledore. "It's you who should be scared."
"But why? I don't think you will kill me, Draco. Killing is not nearly as easy as the innocent believe. So tell me, while we wait for your friends, How did you smuggle them in here? It seems to have taken you a long time to work out how to do it."
Malfoy looked as though he was fighting down the urge to shout or to vomit. He gulped and took several deep breaths, glaring at Dumbledore, his wand pointing directly at the latter's heart. Then, as though he could not help himself, he said, "I had to mend that broken vanishing cabinet that no one's used for years, the one Montague got lost in last year."
"Ah!"
Dumbledore's sigh was half a groan. He closed his eyes for a moment.
"That was clever. There is a pair, I take it?"
"The other's in Borgin and Burke's," said Malfoy, "and they make a kind of passage between them. Montague told me that when he was stuck in the Hogwarts one, he was trapped in limbo, but sometimes he could hear what was going on at school and sometimes what was going on at the shop, as if the cabinet was travelling between them. But he couldn't make anyone hear him. In the end, he managed to apparate out, even though he'd never passed his test. He nearly died doing it. Everyone thought it was a really good story, but I was the only one who realised what it meant. Even Borgin didn't know. I was the one who realised there couldn't be a way into Hogwarts through the cabinets if I fixed the broken one."
"Very good," murmured Dumbledore. "So the Death Eaters were able to pass from Borgin and Burke's into the school to help you. A clever plan. A very clever plan. And, as you say, right under my nose."
"Yeah," said Malfoy, who bizarrely seemed to draw courage and comfort from Dumbledore's praise. "Yeah, it was."
"But there were times," Dumbledore went on, "weren't there, when you were not sure you would succeed in mending their cabinet, and you resorted to crude and badly judged measures, such as sending me a cursed necklace that was bound to reach the wrong hands, poisoning mead there was only the slightest chance I might drink."
"Yeah, well, you still didn't realise who was behind that stuff, did you?" sneered Malfoy, as Dumbledore slid a little down the ramparts, the strength of his legs apparently fading, and Harry struggled fruitlessly, mutely, against the enchantment binding him.
"As a matter of fact, I did," said Dumbledore. "I was sure it was you."
"Why didn't you stop me then?" Malfoy demanded.
"I tried, Draco. Professor Snape has been keeping watch over you on my orders."
"He hasn't been doing your orders. He promised my mother."
"Of course, that is what he would tell you, Draco. But—"
"He's a double agent, you stupid old man. He isn't working for you. You just think he is."
"We must agree to differ on that, Draco. It so happens that I trust Professor Snape."
"Well, you're losing your grip then," sneered Malfoy. "He's been offering me plenty of help, wanting all the glory for himself, wanting a bit of the action. What are you doing? Did you do the necklace? That was stupid. It could have blown everything. But I haven't told him what I've been doing in the Room of Requirement. He's going to wake up tomorrow and it'll all be over. And he won't be the Dark Lord's favourite any more. He'll be nothing compared to me. Nothing."
"Very gratifying," said Dumbledore mildly. "We all like appreciation for our own hard work, of course. But you must have had an accomplice, all the same. Someone in Hogsmeade. Someone who was able to slip Katie the... Ah!"
Dumbledore closed his eyes again and nodded, as though he was about to fall asleep.
"Of course. Rosmerta. How long has she been under the Imperious curse?"
"Got there at last, have you?" Malfoy taunted. There was another yell from below, rather louder than the last. Malfoy looked nervously over his shoulder again, then back at Dumbledore, who went on.
"So poor Rosmerta was forced to lurk in her own bathroom and pass that necklace to any Hogwarts student who entered the room unaccompanied. And the poisoned mead, well, naturally Rosmerta was able to poison it for you before she sent the bottle to Slughorn, believing that it was to be my Christmas present. Yes, very neat, very neat. Poor Mr. Filch would not, of course, think to check a bottle of Rosmerta's. Tell me, how have you been communicating with Rosmerta? I thought we all had methods of communication in and out of the school monitored."
"Enchanted coins," said Malfoy, as though he was compelled to keep talking, though his wand hand was shaking badly. "I had one, and the other, and she had the other, and I could send her messages."
"Isn't that the secret method of communication the group that called themselves Dumbledore's Army used last year?"
asked Dumbledore. His voice was light and conversational, but Harry saw him slip an inch lower down the wall as he said it. "Yeah, I got the idea from them," said Malfoy with a twisted smile. "I got the idea of poisoning the mead from the Mudblood Granger as well. I heard her talking in the library about Filch and not recognising potions.
Please do not use that offensive word in front of me, said Dumbledore.
Malfoy gave a harsh laugh. You care about me saying mudblood when I'm about to kill you?
Yes, I do, said Dumbledore,
and Harry saw his feet slide a little on the floor as he struggled to remain upright.
But as for being about to kill me, Draco, you have had several long minutes now. We are quite alone. I am more defenceless than you can have dreamed of finding me, and still you have not acted.
Malfoy's mouth contorted involuntarily, as though he had tasted something very bitter.
Now, about tonight, Dumbledore went on. I am a little puzzled about how it happened. You knew that I had left the school. But of course, he answered his own question. Rosmerta saw me leaving. She tipped you off using the ingenious coins, I'm sure.
That's right, said Malfoy. But she said you were just going for a drink. You'd be back.
Well, I certainly did have a drink, and I came back, after a fashion, mumbled Dumbledore. So you decided to spring a trap for me.
We decided to put the dark mark over the tower and get you to hurry up here to see who'd been killed, said Malfoy. And it worked.
Well, yes and no, said Dumbledore. But am I to take it, then, that nobody has been murdered?
Someone's dead, said Malfoy, and his voice seemed to go up an octave as he said it. One of your people. I don't know who. It was dark. I stepped over the body. I was supposed to be waiting up here when you got back. Only your phoenix lot got in the way.
Yes, they do that, said Dumbledore.
There was a bang and shouts from below, louder than ever. It sounded as though people were fighting on the actual spiral staircase that led to where Dumbledore, Malfoy and Harry stood, and Harry's heart thundered unheard in his invisible chest. Someone was dead. Malfoy had stepped over the body. But who was it?
There is little time, one way or another, said Dumbledore. So let us discuss your options, Draco.
My options? Said Malfoy loudly. I'm standing here with a wand. I'm about to kill you.
My dear boy, let us have no more pretense about that. If you were going to kill me, you would have done it when you first disarmed me. You would not have stopped for this pleasant chat about ways and means.
I haven't got any options, said Malfoy, and he was suddenly as white as Dumbledore. I've got to do it. He'll kill me. He'll kill my whole family.
I appreciate the difficulty of your position, said Dumbledore. Why else do you think I have not confronted you before now? Because I knew that you would have been murdered if Lord Voldemort realized that I suspected you.
Malfoy winced at the sound of the name.
I did not dare speak to you of the mission with which I knew you had been entrusted, in case he used legilimency against you, continued Dumbledore. But now at last we can speak plainly to each other. No harm has been done. You have hurt nobody, though you are very lucky that your unintentional victim survived. I can help you, Draco.
No, you can't, said Malfoy, his wand hand shaking very badly indeed. Nobody can. He told me to do it or he'll kill me. I've got no choice.
Come over to the right side, Draco, and we can hide you. Hide you more completely than you can possibly imagine. What is more, I can send members of the Order to your mother tonight to hide her likewise. Your father is safe at the moment in Azkaban. When the time comes, we can protect him too. Come over to the right side, Draco. You are not a killer.
Malfoy stared at Dumbledore. But I got this far, didn't I? He said slowly. They thought I'd die in the attempt, but I'm here. And you're in my power. I'm the one with the wand. You're at my mercy.
No, Draco, said Dumbledore quietly. It is my mercy, and not yours, that matters now.
Malfoy did not speak. His mouth was open, his wand hand still trembling. Harry thought he saw it drop by a fraction. But suddenly footsteps were thundering up the stairs, and a second later Malfoy was buffeted out of the way as 4 people in black robes burst through the door onto the ramparts. Still paralysed, his eyes staring unblinkingly, Harry gazed in terror upon 4 strangers. It seemed the Death Eaters had won the fight below. A lumpy-looking man with an odd lopsided leer gave a wheezy giggle. "Dumbledore cornered," he said, and he turned to a stocky little woman who looked as though she could be his sister, and who was grinning eagerly. "Dumbledore wandless, Dumbledore alone. Well done, Draco, well done."
"Good evening, Amicus," said Dumbledore calmly, as though welcoming the man to a tea party. "And you've brought Electo too." Charming.
The woman gave an angry little titter. Think your little jokes will help you on your deathbed then? She jeered.
Jokes? No, no, these are manners, replied Dumbledore.
Do it, said the stranger standing nearest to Harry, a big rangy man with matted grey hair and whiskers, whose black Death Eater's robes looked uncomfortably tight. He had a voice like none that Harry had ever heard, a rasping bark of a voice. Harry could smell a powerful mixture of dirt, sweat, and unmistakably of blood coming from him. His filthy hands had long yellowish nails.
Is that you, Fenrir?
Asked Dumbledore.
That's right, rasped the other.
Pleased to see me, Dumbledore?
No, I cannot say that I am.
Fenrir Greyback grinned, showing pointed teeth. Blood trickled down his chin, and he licked his lips slowly, obscenely.
But you know how much I like kids, Dumbledore. And I am to take it that you are attacking even without the full moon now. This is most unusual. You have developed a taste for human flesh that cannot be satisfied once a month.
That's right, said Greyback. Shocks you, that, does it, Dumbledore? Frightens you.
Well, I cannot pretend it does not disgust me a little, said Dumbledore, and yes, I am a little shocked that Draco here invited you, of all people, into the school where his friends live.
I didn't, breathed Malfoy. He was not looking at Greyback. He did not seem to want to even glance at him. I didn't know he was going to come.
I wouldn't want to miss a trip to Hogwarts, Dumbledore, rasped Greyback. Not when there are throats to be ripped out. Delicious, delicious.
And he raised a yellow fingernail and picked at his front teeth, leering at Dumbledore.
I could do you for afters, Dumbledore.
No, said the fourth Death Eater sharply. He had a heavy, brutal-looking face. We've got orders. Draco's got to do it. Now. Draco. And quickly. Malfoy was showing less resolution than ever. He looked terrified as he stared into Dumbledore's face, which was even paler and rather lower than usual, as he had slid so far down the rampart wall. He's not long for this world anyway, if you ask me, said the lopsided man to the accompaniment of his sister's wheezing giggles. Look at him. What's happened to you then, Dumby?
Oh, weaker resistance, slower reflexes, Amicus, said Dumbledore. Old age, in short. One day perhaps it will happen to you, if you're lucky.
What's that mean then? What do you mean? Yelled the Death Eater, suddenly violent. Always the same, weren't you, Dumby? Talking and doing nothing. Nothing. I don't even know why the Dark Lord's bothering to kill you. Come on, Draco, do it. But at that moment, there were renewed sounds of scuffling from below, and a voice shouted, They've blocked the stairs! Reducto! Reducto! Harry's heart leapt. So these four had not eliminated all opposition, but merely broken through the fight at the top of the tower, and by the sound of it created a barrier between them. Now, Draco, quickly, said the brutal-faced man angrily. But Malfoy's hand was shaking so badly that he could barely aim. I'll do it, snarled Greyback, moving towards Dumbledore with his hands outstretched, his teeth bared. I said no, shouted the brutal-faced man. There was a flash of light and the werewolf was blasted out of the way. He hit the ramparts and staggered, looking furious. Harry's heart was hammering so hard it seemed impossible that nobody could hear him standing there, imprisoned by Dumbledore's spell. If he could only move, he could aim a curse from under the cloak. Draco, do it, or stand aside so one of us, screeched the woman. But at that precise moment, the door to the ramparts burst open once more, and there stood Snape, his wand clutched in his hand as his black eyes swept the scene, from Dumbledore, slumped against the wall, to the four Death Eaters, including the enraged werewolf, and Malfoy. We've got a problem, Snape, said the lumpy Amicus, whose eyes and wand were fixed alike upon Dumbledore. The boy doesn't seem able. But nobody else had spoken Snape's name quite softly. Severus! The sound frightened Harry beyond anything he had experienced all evening. For the first time, Dumbledore was pleading. Snape said nothing, but walked forwards and pushed Malfoy roughly out of the way. The three Death Eaters fell back without a word. Even the werewolf seemed cowed. Snape gazed for a moment at Dumbledore, and there was revulsion and hatred etched in the harsh lines of his face. Severus, please. Snape raised his wand and pointed it directly at Dumbledore.
Avada Kedavra.
A jet of green light shot from the end of Snape's wand and hit Dumbledore squarely in the chest. Harry's scream of horror never left him, silent and unmoving. He was forced to watch as Dumbledore was blasted into the air. For a split second, he seemed to hang suspended beneath the shining skull, and then he fell slowly backwards, like a great rag doll, over the battlements and out of sight. Chapter 28. Flight of the Prince. Harry felt as though he, too, were hurtling through space. It had not happened. It could not have happened. "Out of here, quickly," said Snape. He seized Malfoy by the scruff of the neck and forced him through the door ahead of the rest. Greyback and the squat brother and sister followed, the latter both panting excitedly. As they vanished through the door, Harry realised he could move again. What was now holding him paralysed against the wall was not magic, but horror and shock. He threw the invisibility cloak aside as the brutal-faced Death Eater, last to leave the tower top, was disappearing through the door. "Petrificus totalis!" The Death Eater buckled, as though hit in the back with something solid, and fell to the ground, rigid as a waxwork. But he had barely hit the floor when Harry was clambering over him and running down the darkened staircase. Terror tore at Harry's heart. He had to get to Dumbledore, and he had to catch Snape. Somehow the two things were linked. He could reverse what had happened if he had them both together. Dumbledore could not have died. He leapt the last 10 steps of the spiral staircase and stopped where he landed, his wand raised. The dimly lit corridor was full of dust. Half the ceiling seemed to have fallen in, and a battle was raging before him. But even as he attempted to make out who was fighting whom, he heard the hated voice shout, "It's over! Time to go!" and saw Snape disappearing round the corner at the far end of the corridor. He and Malfoy seemed to have forced their way through the fight unscathed. As Harry plunged after them, one of the fighters detached themselves from the fray and flew at him. It was the werewolf, Greyback. He was on top of Harry before Harry could raise his wand. Harry fell backwards, with filthy, matted hair in his face, the stench of sweat and blood filling his nose and mouth, hot, greedy breath at his throat. "Petrificus totalis!" Harry felt Greyback collapse against him. With a stupendous effort, he pushed the werewolf off and onto the floor as a jet of green light came flying towards him. He ducked and ran, head first into the fight. His feet met something squashy and slippery on the floor, and he stumbled. There were two bodies lying there, laying face down in a pool of blood. But there was no time to investigate. Harry now saw red hair flying like flames in front of him. Ginny was locked in combat with the lumpy Death Eater, Amicus, who was throwing hex after hex at her while she dodged them. Amicus was giggling, enjoying the sport. "Crucio! Crucio, you can't dance forever! Pretty!" "Impedimenta!" yelled Harry. His jinx hit Amicus in the chest. He gave a pig-like squeal of pain, was lifted off his feet and slammed into the opposite wall, slid down it and fell out of sight behind Ron. Professor McGonagall and Lupin, each of whom was battling a separate Death Eater beyond them. Harry saw Tonks fighting an enormous blonde wizard who was sending curses flying in all directions, so that they all ricocheted off the walls around them, cracking stone, shattering the nearest window. "Harry, where did you come from?" Ginny cried, but there was no time to answer her. He put his head down and sprinted forwards, narrowly avoiding a blast that erupted over his head, showering them all in bits of wall. Snape must not escape. He must catch up with Snape. "Take that!" shouted Professor McGonagall, and Harry glimpsed the female Death Eater, Alecto, sprinting away down the corridor with her arms over her head, her brother right behind her. Harry launched himself after them, but his foot caught on something, and next moment he was lying across someone's legs. Looking around, he saw Neville's pale round face flat against the floor. "Neville, are you—" "I'm all right," muttered Neville, who was clutching his stomach. "Harry, Snape and Malfoy ran past." "I know, I'm on it," said Harry, aiming a hex from the floor at the enormous blonde Death Eater who was causing most of the chaos. The man gave a howl of pain as the spell hit him in the face. He wheeled around, staggered, and then pounded away after the brother and sister. Harry scrambled up from the floor and began to sprint along the corridor, ignoring the bangs issuing from behind him, the yells of the others to come back, and the mute call of the figures on the ground, whose face he did not yet know. He skidded round the corner, his trainer slippery with blood. Snape had an immense head start. Was it possible that he had already entered the cabinet in the room of requirement, or had the Order made steps to secure it, to prevent the Death Eaters retreating that way? He could hear nothing but his own pounding feet, his own hammering heart, as he sprinted along the next empty corridor, but then spotted a bloody footprint which showed that at least one of the fleeing Death Eaters was heading towards the front doors. Perhaps the room of requirement was indeed blocked. He skidded round another corner, and a curse flew past him. He dived behind a suit of armour which exploded. He saw the brother and sister Death Eaters running down the marble staircase ahead and aimed jinxes at them, but merely hit several bewigged witches in a portrait on the landing, who ran screeching into neighbouring paintings. As he leapt over the wreckage of armour, Harry heard more shouts and screams. Other people within the castle seemed to have awoken. He pelted towards a shortcut, hoping to overtake the brother and sister and close in on Snape and Malfoy, who must surely have reached the grounds by now. Remembering to leap the vanishing step halfway down the concealed staircase, he burst through a tapestry at the bottom and out into a corridor where a number of bewildered and pyjama-clad Hufflepuffs stood. "Harry, we heard a noise and someone said something about the Dark Mark," began Ernie Macmillan. "Out of the way!" yelled Harry, knocking two boys aside as he sprinted towards the landing and down the remainder of the marble staircase. The oak front doors had been blasted open. There were smears of blood on the flagstones, and several terrified students stood huddled against the walls, one or two still cowering with their arms over their faces. The giant Gryffindor hourglass had been hit by a curse, and the rubies within it were still falling with a loud rattle onto the flagstones below. Harry flew across the entrance hall and out into the dark grounds. He could just make out 3 figures racing across the lawn, heading for the gates beyond which they could disapparate. By the looks of them, the huge blonde Death Eater, and some way ahead of him, Snape and Malfoy. The cold night air ripped at Harry's lungs as he tore after them. He saw a flash of light in the distance that momentarily silhouetted his quarry. He did not know what it was, but continued to run, not yet near enough to get a good aim with a curse. Another flash, shouts, retaliatory jets of light, and Harry understood. Hagrid had emerged from his cabin and was trying to stop the Death Eaters escaping. And though every breath seemed to shred his lungs and the stitch in his chest was like fire, Harry sped up as an unbidden voice in his head said, "Not Hagrid. Not Hagrid too." Something caught Harry hard in the small of the back, and he fell forwards, his face smacking the ground, blood pouring out of both nostrils. He knew, even as he rolled over, his wand ready, that the brother and sister had overtaken, using his shortcut, and were closing in behind him. "Impedimenta!" he yelled as he rolled over again, crouching close to the dark ground, and miraculously his jinx hit one of them, who stumbled and fell, tripping up the other. Harry leapt to his feet and sprinted on after Snape, and now he saw the vast outline of Hagrid, illuminated by the light of the crescent moon, revealed suddenly from behind clouds. The blonde Death Eater was aiming curse after curse at the gamekeeper, but Hagrid's immense strength and the toughened skin that he inherited from his giantess mother seemed to be protecting him. Snape and Malfoy, however, were still running. They would soon be beyond the gates, able to disapparate. Harry tore past Hagrid and his opponent, took aim at Snape's back and yelled, "Stupefy!" He missed. The jet of red light soared past Snape's head. Snape shouted, "Run, Draco!" and turned. 20 yards apart, he and Harry looked at each other before raising their wands simultaneously. "Cruce!" But Snape parried the curse, knocking Harry backwards off his feet before he could complete it. Harry rolled over and scrambled back up again as the huge Death Eater behind him yelled, "Incendio!" Harry heard an explosive bang, and a dancing orange light spilled over all of them. Hagrid's house was on fire. "Fangs in there! You're evil!" Hagrid bellowed. "Cruce!" yelled Harry for the second time, aiming for the figure ahead illuminated in the dancing firelight, but Snape blocked the spell again. Harry could see him sneering. "No unforgivable curses from you, Potter," he shouted over the rushing of the flames, Hagrid's yells and the wild yelping of the trapped Fang. "You haven't got the nerve or the ability." "Incuss!" Harry roared, but Snape deflected the spell with an almost lazy flick of his arm. "Fight back!" Harry screamed at him. "Fight back, you cowardly—" "Coward? Did you call me Potter?" shouted Snape. "Your father would never attack me unless it was 4-on-1. What would you call him, I wonder?" "Stupid!" "Blocked again, and again, and again, until you learn to keep your mouth shut and your mind closed, Potter," sneered Snape, deflecting the curse once more. "Now come!" He shouted at the huge Death Eater behind Harry. "It is time to be gone, before the Ministry turns up. But before he could finish this jinx, excruciating pain hit Harry. He kneeled over in the grass. Someone was screaming. He would surely die of this agony. Snape was going to torture him to death or madness. "No!" roared Snape's voice, and the pain stopped as suddenly as it had started. Harry lay curled on the dark grass, clutching his wand and panting. Somewhere above him, Snape was shouting, "Have you forgotten our orders? Potter belongs to the Dark Lord. We are to leave him. Go! Go!" And Harry felt the ground shudder under his face as the brother and sister and the enormous Death Eater obeyed, running towards the gates. Harry uttered an inarticulate yell of rage. In that instant he cared not whether he lived or died. Pushing himself to his feet again, he staggered blindly towards Snape, the man he now hated as much as he hated Voldemort himself. "Sectum!" Snape flicked his wand and the curse was repelled yet again, but Harry was mere feet away now, and he could see Snape's face clearly at last. He was no longer sneering or jeering. The blazing flames showed a face full of rage. Mustering all his powers of concentration, Harry thought, "Levy!" "No, Potter!" screamed Snape. There was a loud bang, and Harry was soaring backwards, hitting the ground hard again, and this time his wand flew out of his hand. He could hear Hagrid yelling and Fang howling as Snape closed in and looked down on him, where he lay, wandless and defenceless as Dumbledore had been. Snape's pale face, illuminated by the flaming cabin, was suffused in hatred, just as it had been before he had cursed Dumbledore. "You dare use my own spells against me, Potter? It was I who invented them. I, the Half-Blood Prince. And you'd turn my inventions on me, like your filthy father, would you? I don't think so. No!" Harry had dived for his wand. Snape shot a hex at it, and it flew feet away into the darkness and out of sight. "Kill me then," panted Harry, who felt no fear at all, but only rage and contempt. "Kill me, like you killed him, you coward!" "Don't!" screamed Snape, and his face was suddenly demented, inhuman, as though he was in as much pain as the yelping, howling dog stuck in the burning house behind them. "Call me coward!" And he slashed at the air. Harry felt a white-hot, whip-like something hit him across the face and was slammed backwards into the ground. Spots of light burst in front of his eyes, and for a moment all the breath seemed to have gone from his body. Then he heard a rush of wings above him, and something enormous obscured the stars. Buckbeak had flown at Snape, who staggered backwards as the razor-sharp claws slashed at him. As Harry raised himself into a sitting position, his head still swimming from its last contact with the ground, he saw Snape running as hard as he could, the enormous beast flapping behind him and screeching as Harry had never heard him screech. Harry struggled to his feet, looking around groggily for his wand, hoping to give chase again. But even as his fingers fumbled in the grass, discarding twigs, he knew it would be too late. And sure enough, by the time he had located his wand, and he had turned only to see the hippogriff circling the gates. Snape had managed to disapparate just beyond the school's boundaries. "Hagrid," muttered Harry, still dazed, looking around. "Hagrid?" He stumbled towards the burning house as an enormous figure emerged from out of the flames carrying Fang on his back. With a cry of thankfulness, Harry sank to his knees. He was shaking in every limb. His body ached all over and his breath came in painful stabs.
You all right, Harry? You all right? Speak to me, Harry."
Hagrid's huge hairy face was swimming above Harry, blocking out the stars. Harry could smell burnt wood and dog hair. He put out a hand and felt Fang's reassuringly warm and alive body quivering beside him.
"I'm all right," panted Harry. "Are you?" "Course I am. Take more than that to finish me."
Hagrid put his hands under Harry's arms and raised him up with such force that Harry's feet momentarily left the ground before Hagrid set him upright again. He could see blood trickling down Hagrid's cheek from a deep cut under one eye, which was swelling rapidly.
"We should put out your house," said Harry. "The charms, Aguamenti." "Knew it was something like that," mumbled Hagrid, and he raised a smouldering pink flowery umbrella and said, "Aguamenti."
A jet of water flew out of the umbrella tip. Harry raised his wand arm, which felt like lead, and murmured, "Aguamenti," too. Together, he and Hagrid poured water onto the house until the last flame was extinguished.
"It's not too bad," said Hagrid hopefully, a few minutes later, looking at the smoking wreck. "Nothing Dumbledore won't be able to put right."
Harry felt a searing pain in his stomach at the sound of the name. In the silence and the stillness, horror rose inside him. Hagrid.
"I was binding up a couple of bowtruckle legs when I heard 'em coming," said Hagrid sadly, still staring at his wrecked cabin. "They'll have burnt to twigs, poor little things."
Hagrid.
"But what happened, Harry? I just saw them Death Eaters running down from the castle. But what the ruddy hell was Snape doing with 'em? Where's he gone? Was he chasing 'em?"
Harry cleared his throat. It was dry from panic and the smoke. Hagrid. He killed.
"Killed?"
said Hagrid loudly, staring down at Harry.
"Snape killed? What you on about, Harry?"
"Dumbledore," said Harry. "Snape killed Dumbledore." Hagrid simply looked at him, the little of his face that could be seen completely blank, uncomprehending.
"Dumbledore? What? Harry?"
"He's dead. Snape killed him."
"Don't say that," said Hagrid roughly. "Snape killed Dumbledore? Don't be stupid, Harry. What's made you say that?"
"I saw it happen."
"You couldn't have."
"I saw it, Hagrid." Hagrid shook his head. His expression was disbelieving but sympathetic, and Harry knew that Hagrid thought he had sustained a blow to the head, and that he was confused, perhaps by the after-effects of a jinx.
"What must have happened was Dumbledore must have told Snape to go with them Death Eaters," Hagrid said confidently. "I suppose he's got to keep his cover. Look, let's get you back up to the school. Come on, Harry."
Harry did not attempt to argue or explain. He was still shaking uncontrollably. Hagrid would find out soon enough, too soon. And as they directed their steps back towards the castle, Harry saw that many of its windows were lit now. He could imagine clearly the scenes inside as people moved from room to room, telling each other that Death Eaters had got in, that the mark was shining over Hogwarts, that somebody must have been killed. The oak front door stood open ahead of them, light flooding out onto the drive and the lawn. Slowly, uncertainly, dressing-gowned people were creeping down the steps, looking around nervously for some sign of the Death Eaters who had fled into the night. Harry's eyes, however, were fixed upon the ground at the foot of the tallest tower. He imagined that he could see a black, huddled mass lying in the grass there, though he was really too far away to see anything of the sort. Even as he stared wordlessly at the place where he thought Dumbledore's body must lie, however, he saw people beginning to move towards it.
"What are they all looking at?" said Hagrid,
as he and Harry approached the castle front, Fang keeping as close as he could to their ankles.
"What's that lying on the grass?"
Hagrid added sharply, heading now towards the foot of the astronomy tower, where a small crowd was congregating.
"See it, Harry? Right at the foot of the tower, under where the mark... Blimey! You don't think someone got thrown?"
Hagrid fell silent, the thought apparently too horrible to express aloud. Harry walked alongside him, feeling the aches and pains in his face and his legs, where the various hexes of the last half hour had hit him, though in an oddly detached way, as though somebody near him was suffering them. What was real and inescapable was the awful pressing feeling in his chest. He and Hagrid moved, dreamlike, through the murmuring crowd to the very front, where the dumbstruck students and teachers had left a gap. Harry heard Hagrid's moan of pain and shock, but he did not stop. He walked slowly forwards until he reached the place where Dumbledore lay, and crouched down beside him. Harry had known there was no hope from the moment that the body-bind curse Dumbledore had placed upon him lifted, known that it could have happened only because its caster was dead, but there was still no preparation for seeing him here, spread-eagled, broken, the greatest wizard Harry had ever or would ever meet. Dumbledore's eyes were closed, but for the strange angle of his arms and legs, he might have been sleeping. Harry reached out, straightening the half-moon spectacles upon the crooked nose, and wiped a trickle of blood from the mouth with his own sleeve. Then he gazed down at the wise old face, and tried to absorb the enormous and incomprehensible truth that never again would Dumbledore speak to him. Never again could he help. The crowd murmured behind Harry. After what seemed like a long time, he became aware that he was kneeling upon something hard, and looked down. The locket they had managed to steal so many hours before had fallen out of Dumbledore's pocket. It had opened, perhaps due to the force with which it had hit the ground, and although he could not feel more shock or horror or sadness than he felt already, Harry knew as he picked it up that there was something wrong. He turned the locket over in his hands. This was neither as large as the locket he remembered seeing in the Pensieve, nor were there any markings upon it, no sign of the ornate S that was supposed to be Slytherin's mark. Moreover, there was nothing inside but for a scrap of folded parchment, wedged tightly into the place where a portrait should have been. Automatically, without really thinking about what he was doing, Harry pulled out the fragment of parchment, opened it, and read by the light of the many wands what now had been lit behind him. To the Dark Lord, I know I will be dead long before you read this, but I want you to know that it was I who discovered your secret. I have stolen the real Horcrux and intend to destroy it as soon as I can. I face death in the hope that when you meet your match, you will be mortal once more. R.A.B. Harry neither knew or cared what the message meant. Only one thing mattered. This was not a Horcrux. Dumbledore had weakened himself by drinking that terrible potion for nothing. Harry crumpled the parchment in his hand, and his eyes burned with tears as behind him Fang began to howl. Chapter 29. The Phoenix Lament.
Come here, Harry.
No.
You can stay here, Harry. Come on now.
No. He did not want to leave Dumbledore's side. He did not want to move anywhere. Hagrid's hand on his shoulder was trembling. Then another voice said, Harry, come on. A much smaller and warmer hand had enclosed his and was pulling him upwards. He obeyed its pressure without really thinking about it. Only as he walked blindly back through the crowd did he realise, from a trace of flowery scent on the air, that it was Ginny who was leading him back to the castle. Incomprehensible voices battered him, sobs and shouts and wails stabbed the night, but Harry and Ginny walked on, back up the steps into the entrance hall. Faces swam on the edges of Harry's vision. People were peering at him, whispering, wondering, and Gryffindor rubies glistened on the floor like drops of blood as they made their way towards the marble staircase. We're going to the hospital wing, said Ginny. I'm not hurt, said Harry. It's McGonagall's orders, said Ginny. Everyone's up there. Ron and Hermione and Lupin and everyone. Fear stirred in Harry's chest again. He had forgotten the inert figures he had left behind. Ginny, who else is dead? Don't worry, none of us. But the Dark Mark. Malfoy said he stepped over a body. He stepped over Bill. But it's all right, he's alive. There was something in her voice, however, that Harry knew boded ill. Are you sure? Of course I'm sure. He's a bit of a mess, that's all. Greyback attacked him. Madame Pomfrey says he won't look the same anymore. Ginny's voice trembled a little. We don't really know what the after effects will be. I mean, Greyback being a werewolf, but not transformed at the time. But the others, there were other bodies on the ground. Neville's in the hospital wing, but Madame Pomfrey thinks he'll make a full recovery, and Professor Flitwick was knocked out, but he's all right, just a bit shaky. He insisted on going off to look after the Ravenclaws, and a Death Eater's dead. He got hit by a killing curse. The huge blonde one was firing off everywhere. Harry, if we hadn't had your Felix potion, I think we'd have all been killed, but everything seemed to just miss us. They had just reached the hospital wing, pushing open the doors. Harry saw Neville lying, apparently asleep, in a bed near the door. Ron, Hermione, Luna, Tonks and Lupin were gathered around another bed near the far end of the ward. At the sound of the doors opening, they all looked up. Hermione ran to Harry and hugged him. Lupin moved forwards too, looking anxious. "Are you all right, Harry?" "I'm fine. How's Bill?" Nobody answered. Harry looked over Hermione's shoulder and saw an unrecognisable face lying on Bill's pillow, so badly slashed and ripped that he looked grotesque. Madame Pomfrey was dabbing at his wounds with some harsh-smelling green ointment. Harry remembered how Snape had mended Malfoy's Sectum Sempra wounds so easily with his wand. "Can't you fix them, with a charm or something?" he asked the matron. "No charm will work on these," said Madame Pomfrey. "I've tried everything I know, but there is no cure for werewolf bites." "But he wasn't bitten at the full moon," said Ron, who was gazing down into his brother's face as though he could somehow force him to mend just by staring. "Greyback hadn't transformed, so surely Bill won't be a real—" He looked uncertainly at Lupin. "No, I don't think that Bill will be a true werewolf," said Lupin, "but that does not mean that there won't be some contamination. Those are cursed wounds. They are unlikely ever to heal fully, and Bill might have some wolfish characteristics from now on." "Dumbledore might know something that'd work, though," Ron said. "Where is he? Bill fought those maniacs on Dumbledore's orders. Dumbledore owes him. He can't leave him in this state." "Ron, Dumbledore's dead," said Ginny. "No." Lupin looked wildly from Ginny to Harry, as though hoping the latter might contradict her. But when Harry did not, Lupin collapsed into a chair beside Bill's bed, his hands over his face. Harry had never seen Lupin lose control before. He felt as though he was intruding upon something private, indecent. He turned away and caught Ron's eye instead, exchanging in silence a look that confirmed what Ginny had said. "How did he die?" whispered Tonks. "How did it happen?" "Snape killed him," said Harry. "I was there. I saw it. We arrived back on the astronomy tower because that's where the mark was. Dumbledore was ill. He was weak, but I think he realised it was a trap when we heard footsteps running up the stairs. He immobilised me. I couldn't do anything. I was under the invisibility cloak, and then Malfoy came through the door and disarmed him." Hermione clapped her hands to her mouth, and Ron groaned. Luna's mouth trembled. More Death Eaters arrived, and then Snape. And Snape did it. The Avada Kedavra. Harry couldn't go on. Madame Pomfrey burst into tears. Nobody paid her any attention except Ginny, who whispered, "Shh, listen." Gulping, Madame Pomfrey pressed her fingers to her mouth, her eyes wide. Somewhere out in the darkness, a phoenix was singing in a way Harry had never heard before, a stricken lament of terrible beauty. And Harry felt, as he had felt about Phoenix Song before, that the music was inside him, not without. It was his own grief turned magically to song that echoed across the grounds and through the castle windows. How long they all stood there listening he did not know, nor why it seemed to ease their pain a little to listen to the sound of their mourning. But it felt like a long time later that the hospital door opened again and Professor McGonagall entered the ward. Like all the rest, she bore marks of the recent battle. There were grazes on her face and her robes were ripped. "Molly and Arthur are on their way," she said, and the spell of the music was broken. Everyone roused themselves as though coming out of trances, turning again to look at Bill, or else to rub their own eyes, shake their heads. "Harry, what happened? According to Hagrid, you were with Professor Dumbledore when it happened. He says Professor Snape was involved in some—" "Snape killed Dumbledore," said Harry. She stared at him for a moment, and then swayed alarmingly. Madame Pomfrey, who seemed to have pulled herself together, ran forwards, conjuring a chair from thin air, which she pushed under McGonagall. "Snape," repeated McGonagall faintly, falling into the chair. "We all wondered, but he trusted. Always. Snape, I can't believe it." "Snape was a highly accomplished oculomance," said Lupin, his voice uncharacteristically harsh. "We always knew that." "But Dumbledore swore he was on our side," whispered Tonks. "I always thought Dumbledore must know something about Snape that we didn't." "He always hinted that he had an ironclad reason for trusting Snape," muttered Professor McGonagall, now dabbing at the corners of her leaking eyes with a tartan-edged handkerchief. "I mean, with Snape's history. Of course people were bound to wonder, but
Dumbledore told me explicitly that Snape's repentance was absolutely genuine. Wouldn't hear a word against him."
"I'd love to know what Snape told him to convince him," said Tonks. "I know," said Harry, and they all turned to stare at him. "Snape passed Voldemort the information that made Voldemort hunt down my mum and dad. Then Snape told Dumbledore he hadn't realised what he was doing. He was really sorry he'd done it, sorry that they were dead."
"And Dumbledore believed that," said Lupin incredulously. "Dumbledore believed Snape was sorry James was dead. Snape hated James."
"And he didn't think my mother was worth a damn either," said Harry, "because she was Muggle-born. Mudblood, he called her." Nobody asked how Harry knew this. All of them seemed to be lost in horrified shock, trying to digest the monstrous truth of what had happened.
"This is all my fault," said Professor McGonagall suddenly. She looked disorientated, twisting her wet handkerchief in her hands. "My fault. I sent Phileas to fetch Snape tonight. I actually sent for him to come and help us. If I hadn't alerted Snape to what was going on, he might never have joined forces with the Death Eaters. I don't think he knew they were there before Phileas told him. I don't think he knew they were coming."
"It's not your fault, Minerva," said Lupin firmly. "We all wanted more help. We were glad to think Snape was on his way." "So, when he arrived at the fight, he joined in on the Death Eaters' side?" asked Harry, who wanted every detail of Snape's duplicity and infamy, feverishly collecting more reasons to hate him, to swear vengeance.
"I don't know exactly how it happened," said Professor McGonagall distractedly. "It's all so confusing. Dumbledore had told us that he would be leaving the school for a few hours, and that we were to patrol the corridors just in case. Remus, Bill, and Nymphadora were to join us, and so we patrolled. All seemed quiet. Every secret passageway out of the school was covered. We knew nobody could fly in. There were powerful enchantments on every entrance into the castle. I still don't know how the Death Eaters can possibly have entered."
"I do," said Harry, and he explained briefly about the pair of vanishing cabinets and the magical pathway they formed. So they got in through the Room of Requirement. Almost against his will, he glanced from Ron to Hermione, both of whom looked devastated. "I messed up, Harry," said Ron bleakly. "We did like you told us. We checked the Marauder's map, and we couldn't see Malfoy on it, so we thought he must be in the Room of Requirement, so me, Ginny and Neville went to keep watching it. But Malfoy got past us. He came out of the room about an hour after we started keeping watch," said Ginny. "He was on his own, clutching that awful shriveled arm." "His hand of glory," said Ron, "gives light only to the holder, remember? Anyway," Ginny went on, "he must have been checking whether the coast was clear to let the Death Eaters out, because the moment he saw us he threw something into the air, and it all went pitch black." "Peruvian instant darkness powder," said Ron bitterly. "Fred and George's. I'm going to be having a word with them about who they let buy their products." "We tried everything. Loomis, Incendio," said Ginny. "Nothing would penetrate the darkness. All we could do was grope our way out of the corridor again, and meanwhile we could hear people rushing past us. Obviously Malfoy could see because of that hand thing and was guiding them. But we didn't dare use any curses or anything in case we hit each other, and by the time we'd reached a corridor that was light, they'd gone." "Luckily," said Lupin hoarsely, "Ron, Ginny and Neville ran into us almost immediately and told us what had happened. We found the Death Eaters minutes later, heading in the direction of the Astronomy Tower. Malfoy obviously hadn't expected more people to be in on the watch. He seemed to have exhausted his supply of darkness powder. At any rate, a fight broke out, they scattered, and we gave chase. One of them, Gibbon, broke away and headed up the tower stairs." "To set off the mark?" asked Harry. "He must have done, yes. They must have arranged that before they left the Room of Requirement," said Lupin. "But I don't think Gibbon liked the idea of waiting up there alone for Dumbledore, because he came running back downstairs to rejoin the fight and was hit by a killing curse that just missed me." "So if Ron was watching the Room of Requirement with Ginny and Neville," said Harry, turning to Hermione, "were you?" "Outside Snape's office, yes," whispered Hermione, her eyes sparkling with tears, "with Luna. We hung around for ages outside it and nothing happened. We didn't know what was going on upstairs. Ron had taken the Marauder's map. It was nearly midnight when Professor Flitwick came sprinting down into the dungeons. He was shouting about Death Eaters in the castle. I don't think he really registered that Luna and I were there at all. He just burst his way into Snape's office, and we heard him saying that Snape had to go back with him and help. And then we heard a loud thump and Snape came hurtling out of his room. and he saw us, and—" "What?" Harry urged her. I was so stupid, Harry," said Hermione in a high-pitched whisper. "He said Professor Flitwick had collapsed, and that we should go and take care of him while he went to help fight the Death Eaters." She covered her face in shame, and continued to talk into her fingers so that her voice was muffled. "We went into his office to see if we could help Professor Flitwick, and found him unconscious on the floor. And oh, it's so obvious now. Snape must have stupefied Flitwick, but we didn't realise, Harry. We didn't realise. We just let Snape go." "It's not your fault," said Lupin firmly. "Hermione, had you not obeyed Snape and got out of the way, he would probably have killed you and Luna." "So then he came upstairs," said Harry, who in his mind's eye was watching Snape running up the marble staircase, his black robes billowing behind him as ever, pulling his wand from under his cloak as he ascended. "And he found the place where you were all fighting." "We were in trouble. We were losing," said Tonks in a low voice. "Gibbon was down, but the rest of the Death Eaters seemed ready to fight to the death. Neville had been hurt. Bill had been savaged by Greyback. It was all dark. Curses flying everywhere. The Malfoy boy had vanished. He must have slipped past, up the stairs to the tower. Then more of them ran after him, but one of them blocked the stairs behind them with some kind of curse. Neville ran at it and got thrown up into the air. None of us could break through," said Ron, "and that massive Death Eater was still firing off jinxes all over the place. They were bouncing off the walls and barely missing us." "And then Snape was there," said Tonks. And then he wasn't. I saw him running towards us, but that huge Death Eater's jinx just missed me right afterwards, and I ducked and lost track of things," said Ginny. "I saw him run straight through the cursed barrier, as though it wasn't there," said Lupin. "I tried to follow him, but he was thrown back, just like Neville." "He must have known a spell we didn't," whispered McGonagall. "After all, he was the Defence Against the Dark Arts teacher. I just assumed that he was in a hurry to chase after the Death Eaters who'd escaped up to the tower." "He was," said Harry savagely. But to help them, not to stop them. And I'll bet you, he bet you had to have a dark mark to get through that barrier. So what happened when he came back down?" "Well, the big Death Eater had just fired off a hex that caused half the ceiling to fall in and also broke the curse blocking the stairs," said Lupin. "We all ran forwards, those of us who were still standing anyway, and then Snape and the boy emerged out of the dust. Obviously none of us attacked them." "We just let them past," said Tonks in a hollow voice. "We thought they were being chased by the Death Eaters, and next thing, the other Death Eaters in Greyback were back and we were fighting again. I thought I heard Snape shout something, but I don't know what." "He shouted, 'It's over,'" said Harry. "He'd done what he'd meant to do." They all fell silent. Fawkes' lament was still echoing over the dark grounds outside, as the music reverberated upon the air. Unbidden, unwelcome thoughts slunk into Harry's mind. Had they taken Dumbledore's body from the foot of the tower yet? What would happen to it next? Where would it rest? He clenched his fists tightly in his pockets. He could feel the small cold lump of the fake Horcrux against the knuckles of his right hand. The doors of the hospital wing burst open, making them all jump. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley were standing and striding up the ward, Fleur just behind them, her beautiful face terrified. "Molly, Arthur," said Professor McGonagall, jumping up and hurrying to greet them. "I am so sorry." "Bill," whispered Mrs. Weasley, darting past Professor McGonagall as she caught sight of Bill's mangled face. "Oh, Bill." Lupin and Tonks had got up hastily and retreated so that Mr. and Mrs. Weasley could get nearer to the bed. Mrs. Weasley bent over her son and pressed her lips to his bloody forehead. You said Greyback attacked him?" Mr. Weasley asked Professor McGonagall distractedly. "But he didn't transform. He hadn't transformed. So what does that mean? What will happen to Bill?" "We don't know yet," said Professor McGonagall, looking helplessly at Lupin. "There will probably be some contamination, Arthur," said Lupin. "It is an odd case, possibly unique. We don't know what his behaviour might be like when he wakes up." Mrs. Weasley took the nasty-smelling ointment from Madame Pomfrey and began dabbing at Bill's wounds. "And Dumbledore?" said Mr. Weasley. "Minerva, is it true? Is he really—" As Professor McGonagall nodded, Harry felt Ginny move beside him and looked at her. Her slightly narrowed eyes were fixed upon Fleur, who was gazing down at Bill with a frozen expression on her face. "Dumbledore gone," whispered Mr. Weasley. But Mrs. Weasley had eyes only on for her eldest son. She began to sob, tears falling onto Bill's mutilated face. "Of course, it doesn't matter how he looks. It's not really important. But he was a very handsome little boy. Always very handsome. And he was going to be married." "And what do you mean by that?" said Fleur suddenly and loudly. "What do you mean he was going to be married?" Mrs. Weasley raised her tear-stained face, looking startled. "Well, only that." "You think Bill will not wish to marry me any more?" demanded Fleur. "You think because of these bites he will not love me?" "No, that's not what I—" "Because he will," said Fleur, drawing herself up to her full height and throwing back her long mane of silver hair. "It would take more than a werewolf to stop Bill loving me." "Well, yes, I'm sure," said Mrs. Weasley, "but I thought perhaps, given how he—" "You thought I would not wish to marry him? Or perhaps you hoped," said Fleur, her nostrils flaring. "What do I care how he looks? I am good-looking enough for both of us, I think. All these scars show is that my husband is brave. And I shall do that," she added fiercely, pushing Mrs. Weasley aside and snatching the ointment from her. Mrs. Weasley fell back against her husband and watched Fleur mopping up Bill's wounds with a most curious expression upon her face. Nobody said anything. Harry did not dare move. Like everybody else, he was waiting for the explosion. "Our great Auntie Muriel," said Mrs. Weasley after a long pause, "has a very beautiful tiara. Goblin made, which I am sure I could persuade her to lend you for the wedding. She is very fond of Bill, you know, and it would look lovely with your hair." "Thank you," said Fleur stiffly. "I am sure that would be lovely." And then Harry did not quite see how it happened. Both women were crying and hugging each other. Completely bewildered, wondering whether the world had gone mad, he turned around. Ron looked as stunned as Harry felt, and Ginny and Hermione were exchanging startled looks. "You see?" said a strained voice. Tonks was glaring at Lupin. "She still wants to marry him, even though he's been bitten. She doesn't care." "It's different," said Lupin, barely moving his lips and looking suddenly tense. "Bill will not be a full werewolf. The cases are completely—" "But I don't care either. I don't care," said Tonks, seizing the front of Lupin's robes and shaking them. "I've told you 1,000,000 times." And the meaning of Tonks' Patronus and her mouse-coloured hair, and the reason she had come running to find Dumbledore when she heard a rumour someone had been attacked by Greyback, all suddenly became clear to Harry. It had not been Sirius that Tonks had been falling in love with, after all. "And I've told you 1,000,000 times," said Lupin, refusing to meet her eyes, staring at the floor, "that I am too old for you, too poor, too dangerous." "I've said all along you're taking a ridiculous line on this, Remus," said Mrs. Weasley, over Fleur's shoulder as she patted her on the back. "I am not being ridiculous," said Lupin steadily. "Tonks deserves somebody young and whole." "But she wants you," said Mr. Weasley with a small smile. "And after all, Remus, young and whole men do not necessarily remain so." He gestured sadly at his son, lying between them. "This is not the moment to discuss it," said Lupin, avoiding everybody's eyes as he looked around distractedly. "Dumbledore is dead." Dumbledore would have been happier than anybody to think that there was a little more love in the world, said Professor McGonagall curtly, just as the hospital doors opened again and Hagrid walked in. The little of his face that was not obscured by hair or beard was soaking and swollen. He was shaking with tears, a vast spotted handkerchief in his hand. I've done it, Professor," he choked. Moved him. Professor Sprout's got the kids back in bed. Professor Flitwick's lying down, but he says he'll be all right in a jiffy. And Professor Slughorn says the Ministry's been informed." "Thank you, Hagrid," said Professor McGonagall, standing up at once and turning to look at the group around Bill's bed. "I shall have to see the Ministry when they get here. Hagrid, please tell the heads of house Slughorn can represent Slytherin, that I want to see them in my office forthwith. I would like you to join us too." As Hagrid nodded, turned and shuffled out of the room again, she looked down at Harry. "Before I meet them, I would like a quick word with you, Harry, if you'll come with me." Harry stood up, murmured, "See you in a bit," to Ron, Hermione and Ginny, and followed Professor McGonagall back down the ward. The corridors outside were deserted, and the only sound was the distant phoenix song. It was several minutes before Harry became aware that they were not heading for Professor McGonagall's office, but for Dumbledore's, and another few seconds before he realised that, of course, she had been deputy headmistress. Apparently she was now headmistress, so the room behind the gargoyle was now hers. In silence they ascended the moving spiral staircase and entered the circular office. He did not know what he had expected. That the room would be draped in black, perhaps, or even that Dumbledore's body might be lying there. In fact, it looked almost exactly as it had done when he and Dumbledore had left it mere hours previously. The silver instruments whirring and puffing on their spindle-legged tables. Gryffindor's sword in its glass case, gleaming in the moonlight. The sorting hat on a shelf behind the desk. But Fawkes' perch stood empty. He was still crying his lament to the grounds, and a new portrait had joined the ranks of the dead headmasters and headmistresses of Hogwarts. Dumbledore was slumbering in a golden frame over the desk, his half-moon spectacles perched upon his crooked nose, looking peaceful and untroubled. After glancing once at this portrait, Professor McGonagall made an odd movement, as though steeling herself, and then rounded the desk to look at Harry, her face taut and lined. "Harry," she said, "I would like to know what you and Professor Dumbledore were doing this evening when you left the school." "I can't tell you, Professor," said Harry. He had expected the question and had his answer ready. It had been here, in this very room, that Dumbledore had told him that he was to confide the contents of their lessons to nobody but Ron and Hermione. "Harry, it might be important," said Professor McGonagall. "It is," said Harry. "Very. But he didn't want me to tell anyone." Professor McGonagall glared at him. "Potter." Harry registered the renewed use of his surname. "In the light of Professor Dumbledore's death, I think you must see that the situation has changed somewhat." "I don't think so," said Harry, shrugging. "Professor Dumbledore never told me to stop following his orders if he died. But there's one thing you should know before the Ministry gets here, though. Madame Rosmerta's under the Imperious curse. She was helping Malfoy and the Death Eaters. That's how the necklace and the poisoned mead—" "Rosmerta?" said Professor McGonagall incredulously. But before she could go on, there was a knock on the door behind them, and Professors Sprout, Flitwick and Slughorn traipsed into the room, followed by Hagrid, who was still weeping copiously, his huge frame trembling with grief. "Snape!" ejaculated Slughorn, who looked the most shaken, pale and sweating. "Snape! I taught him. I thought I knew him." But before any of them could respond to this, a sharp voice spoke from high on the wall. A sallow-faced wizard with a short black fringe had just walked back into his empty canvas. "Minerva, the minister will be here within seconds. He has just disapparated from the ministry." "Thank you, Everard," said Professor McGonagall, and she turned quickly to her teachers. "I want to talk about what happens to Hogwarts before he gets here," she said quickly. "Personally, I am not convinced that the school should reopen next year. The death of the headmaster at the hands of one of our colleagues is a terrible stain upon Hogwarts history. It is horrible." "I am sure Dumbledore would have wanted the school to remain open," said Professor Sprout. "I feel that if a single pupil wants to come, then the school ought to remain open for that pupil." "But will we have a single pupil after this?" said Slughorn, now dabbing his sweating brow with a silken handkerchief. "Parents will want to keep their children at home, and I can't say I blame them. Personally, I don't think we're in more danger at Hogwarts than we are anywhere else, but you can't expect mothers to think like that. They'll want to keep their families together. It's only natural." "I agree," said Professor McGonagall. "In any case, it is not true to say that Dumbledore never envisaged a situation in which Hogwarts might close. When the Chamber of Secrets reopened, he considered the closure of the school, and I must say that Professor Dumbledore's murder is more disturbing to me than the idea of a slithering monster living undetected in the bowels of the castle." "We must consult the governors," said Professor Flitwick in his squeaky little voice. He had a large bruise on his forehead, but seemed otherwise unscathed by his collapse in Snape's office. "We must follow the established procedures. A decision should not be made hastily." "Hagrid, you haven't said anything," said Professor McGonagall. "What are your views? Ought Hogwarts to remain open?" Hagrid, who had been weeping silently into his large spotted handkerchief throughout this conversation, now raised puffy red eyes and croaked, "I don't know, Professor. That's for the heads of house and the headmistress to decide." "Professor Dumbledore always valued your views," said Professor McGonagall kindly. "And so do I."
"Well, I'm staying," said Hagrid,
fat tears still leaking out of the corners of his eyes and trickling down into his tangled beard.
"It's me home. It's been my home since I was 13. And if there's kids who want to teach it, well, they want me to teach them, I'll do it. But, I don't know, Hogwarts without Dumbledore."
He gulped and disappeared behind his handkerchief once more, and there was silence. "Very well," said Professor McGonagall, glancing out of the window at the grounds, checking to see whether the minister was yet approaching. "Then I must agree with Phileas that the right thing to do is to consult the governors, who will make the final decision. Now, as to getting students home, there is an argument for doing it sooner rather than later. We could arrange for the Hogwarts Express to come tomorrow if necessary." "What about Dumbledore's funeral?" said Harry, speaking at last. "Well," said Professor McGonagall, losing a little of her briskness as her voice shook, I know that it was Dumbledore's wish to be laid to rest here at Hogwarts." "Then that's what'll happen, isn't it?" said Harry fiercely. "If the Ministry thinks it appropriate," said Professor McGonagall. "No other headmaster or headmistress has ever been. No other headmaster or headmistress ever gave more to this school," growled Hagrid. "Hogwarts should be Dumbledore's final resting place," said Professor Flitwick. "Absolutely," said Professor Sprout. "And in that case," said Harry, "you shouldn't send the students home until the funeral's over. They'll want to say—" The last word caught in his throat. Professor Sprout completed the sentence for him. "Goodbye."
"Well said," squeaked Professor Flitwick. "Well said indeed. Our students should pay tribute. It is fitting. We can arrange transport home afterwards."
"Seconded," barked Professor Sprout.
"I suppose, yes," said Slughorn in a rather agitated voice, while Hagrid let out a tangled sob of assent.
"He's coming," said Professor McGonagall suddenly, gazing down into the grounds. "The minister, and by the looks of it, he's brought a delegation." "Can I leave, Professor?" said Harry at once. He had no desire at all to see or be interrogated by Rufus Scrimgeour tonight. "You may," said Professor McGonagall, "and quickly." She strode towards the door and held it open for him. He sped down the spiral staircase and off along the deserted corridor. He had left his invisibility cloak at the top of the astronomy tower, but it did not matter. There was nobody in the corridors to see him pass, not even Filch, Mrs. Norris, or Peeves. He did not meet another soul until he turned into the passage leading to the Gryffindor common room. "Is it true?" whispered the fat lady as he approached her. "Is it really true? Dumbledore dead?" "Yes," said Harry. She let out a wail and, without waiting for the password, swung forwards to admit him. As Harry had suspected it would be, the common room was jam-packed. The room fell silent as he climbed through the portrait hole. He saw Dean and Seamus sitting in a group nearby. This meant that the dormitory must be empty, or nearly so. Without speaking to anybody, without making eye contact at all, Harry walked straight across the room and through the door to the boys' dormitories. As he had hoped, Ron was waiting for him, still fully dressed, sitting on his bed. Harry sat down on his own four-poster, and for a moment they simply stared at each other. "They're talking about closing the school," said Harry. "Lupin said they would," said Ron. There was a pause. "So?" said Ron in a very low voice, as though he thought the furniture might be listening in. "Did you find one? Did you get it? A Horcrux?" Harry shook his head. All that had taken place around that black lake seemed like an old nightmare now. Had it really happened? And only hours ago? "You didn't get it," said Ron, looking crestfallen. "It wasn't there." "No," said Harry. "Someone had already taken it and left a fake in its place." "Already taken?" Wordlessly, Harry pulled the fake locket from his pocket, opened it and passed it to Ron. The full story could wait. It did not matter tonight. Nothing mattered except the end of their pointless adventure, the end of Dumbledore's life. "R.A.B., whispered Ron. "But who was that?" "Dunno," said Harry, lying back on his bed, fully clothed and staring blankly upwards. He felt no curiosity at all about R.A.B. He doubted that he would ever feel curious again. And he lay there. As he lay there, he became aware suddenly that the grounds were silent. Fawkes had stopped singing. And he knew, without knowing how he knew it, that the Phoenix had gone, had left Hogwarts for good, just as Dumbledore had left the school, had left the world, had left Harry. Chapter 30. The White Tomb. All lessons were suspended, all examinations postponed. Some students were hurried away from Hogwarts by their parents over the next couple of days. The Patil twins were gone before breakfast on the morning following Dumbledore's death, and Zacharias Smith was escorted from the castle by his haughty-looking father. Seamus Finnegan, on the other hand, refused point-blank to accompany his mother home. They had a shouting match in the entrance hall, which was resolved when she agreed that he could remain behind for the funeral. She had difficulty in finding a bed in Hogsmeade. Seamus told Harry and Ron, for wizards and witches were pouring into the village, preparing to pay their last respects to Dumbledore. Some excitement was caused among the younger students, who had never seen it before, when a powder-blue carriage the size of a house, pulled by a dozen giant winged palominos, came soaring out of the sky in the late afternoon before the funeral, and landed on the edge of the forest. Harry watched from a window as a gigantic and handsome olive-skinned, black-haired woman descended the carriage steps and threw herself into the waiting Hagrid's arms. Meanwhile, a delegation of ministry officials, including the Minister for Magic himself, was being accommodated within the castle. Harry was diligently avoiding contact with any of them. He was sure that sooner or later he would be asked again to account for Dumbledore's last excursion from Hogwarts. Harry, Ron, Hermione and Ginny were spending all of their time together. The beautiful weather seemed to mock them. Harry could imagine how it would have been if Dumbledore had not died, and they had had this time together at the very end of the year. Ginny's examinations finished, the pressure of homework lifted, and hour by hour he put off saying the thing that he knew he must say, doing what he knew it was right to do, because it was too hard to forego his best source of comfort. They visited the hospital wing twice a day. Neville had been discharged, but Bill remained under Madame Pomfrey's care. His scars were as bad as ever. In truth, he now bore a distinct resemblance to Mad-Eye Moody, though thankfully with both eyes and legs. But in personality, he seemed just the same as ever. All that appeared to have changed was that now he had a great liking for very rare steaks. "So it is lucky he is marrying me," said Fleur happily, plumping up Bill's pillows, "because the British overcook their meat. I have always said this." "I suppose I'm just going to have to accept that he really is going to marry her," sighed Ginny later that evening, as she, Harry, Ron and Hermione sat beside the open window of the Gryffindor common room, looking out over the twilight grounds. "She's not that bad," said Harry. "Ugly, though," he added hastily, as Ginny raised her eyebrows, and she let out a reluctant giggle. "Well, I suppose if Mum can stand it, I can." "Anyone else we know died?" Ron asked Hermione, who was perusing the Evening Prophet. Hermione winced at the forced toughness in his voice. "No," she said reprovingly, folding up the newspaper. "They're still looking for Snape, but no sign." "Of course there isn't," said Harry, who became angry every time this subject cropped up. "They won't find Snape till they find Voldemort, and seeing as though they've never managed to do that, it's all in all this time." "I'm going to go to bed," yawned Ginny. "I haven't been sleeping that well since... Well, I could do with some sleep." She kissed Harry. Ron looked away pointedly, waved at the other two, and departed for the girls' dormitories. The moment the door had closed behind her, Hermione leaned forwards towards Harry with a most Hermione-ish look on her face. "Harry, I found something out this morning, in the library." "R.A.B.," said Harry, sitting up straight. He did not feel the way he had so often felt before, excited, curious, burning to get to the bottom of a mystery. He simply knew that the task of discovering the truth about the real Horcrux had to be completed before he could move a little further along the dark and winding path stretching ahead of him, the path that he and Dumbledore had set out upon together, and which he now knew he would have to journey alone. There might still be as many as 4 Horcruxes out there somewhere, and each would need to be found and eliminated before there was even a possibility that Voldemort could be killed. He kept reciting their names to himself, as though by listing them he could bring them within reach. The locket, the cup, the snake, something of Gryffindor's or Ravenclaw's. The locket, the cup, the snake, something of Gryffindor's or Ravenclaw's. This mantra seemed to pulse through Harry's mind as he fell asleep at night, and his dreams were thick with cups, lockets, and mysterious objects that he could not quite reach. Though Dumbledore helpfully offered Harry a rope ladder that turned to snakes the moment he began to climb. He had shown Hermione the note inside the locket the morning after Dumbledore's death, and although she had not immediately recognised the initials as belonging to some obscure wizard about whom she had been reading, she had since been rushing off to the library a little more often than was strictly necessary for somebody who had no homework to do. "No," she said sadly. "I've been trying, Harry, but I haven't found anything. There are a couple of reasonably well-known wizards with these initials: Rosalind Antigone Bungs, Rupert Axbanger Brookstanton, but they don't seem to fit at all. Judging by that note, the person who stole the Horcrux knew Voldemort, and I can't find a shred of evidence that Bungs or Axbanger ever had anything to do with him. No, actually, it's about, well, Snape." She looked nervous even saying the name again. "What about him?" asked Harry heavily, slumping back in his chair. "Well, it's just that I was sort of right about the Half-Blood Prince business," she said tentatively. "Do you have to rub it in, Hermione? How do you think I feel about that now?" No, Harry, I didn't mean that," she said hastily, looking around to check that they were not being overheard. "It's just that I was right about Eileen Prince once owning the book. You see, she was Snape's mother." "I thought she wasn't much of a looker," said Ron. Hermione ignored him. "I was going through the rest of the old prophets, and there was a tiny announcement about Eileen Prince marrying a man called Tobias Snape, and then later an announcement saying that she'd given birth to a—" "Murderer," spat Harry. "Well, yes," said Hermione. "So I was sort of right. Snape must have been proud of being half a prince, you see. Tobias Snape was a muggle, from what it said in the prophet." "Yeah, that fits," said Harry. "He'd play up the pure blood side so he could get in with Lucius Malfoy and the rest of them. He's just like Voldemort. Pure blood mother, muggle father, ashamed of his parentage, trying to make himself feared using the dark arts. Gave himself an impressive new name, Lord Voldemort, the Half-Blood Prince. How could Dumbledore have missed?" He broke off, looking out at the window. He could not stop himself dwelling upon Dumbledore's inexcusable trust in Snape. But as Hermione had just inadvertently reminded him, he, Harry, had been taken in just the same. In spite of the increasing nastiness of those scribbled spells, he had refused to believe ill of the boy who had been so clever, who had helped him so much. Helped him. It was an almost unendurable thought now. "I still don't get why he didn't turn you in for using that book," cried Ron. "He must have known where you were getting it all from." "He knew," said Harry bitterly. "He knew when I used Sectum Sempra. He didn't really need legilimency. He might have even known before then, with Slughorn talking about how brilliant I was at potions. Shouldn't have left his old book in the bottom of that cupboard, should he? But why didn't he turn you in?" "I don't think he wanted to associate himself with that book," said Hermione. "I don't think Dumbledore would have liked it very much if he'd known. And even if Snape pretended it hadn't been his, Slughorn would have recognised his writing at once. Anyway, the book was left in Snape's old classroom, and I'll bet Dumbledore knew his mother was called Prince." "I should have shown the book to Dumbledore," said Harry. "All that time he was showing me how Voldemort was evil when he was at school, and I had proof Snape was too." "Evil is a strong word," said Hermione quietly. "You were the one who kept telling me the book was dangerous." "I'm trying to say, Harry, that you're putting too much blame on yourself. I thought the prince seemed to have a nasty sense of humour, but I would never have guessed he was a potential killer. None of us could have guessed Snape would—" "You know," said Ron. Silence fell between them, each of them lost in their own thoughts, but Harry was sure that they, like him, were thinking about the following morning, when Dumbledore's body would be laid to rest. Harry had never attended a funeral before. There had been no body to bury when Sirius had died. He did not know what to expect and was a little worried about what he might see, about how he would feel. He wondered whether Dumbledore's death would be more real to him once the funeral was over. Though he had moments when the horrible fact of it threatened to overwhelm him, there were blank stretches of numbness where, despite the fact that nobody was talking about anything else in the whole castle, he still found it difficult to believe that Dumbledore had really gone. Admittedly, he had not, as he had with Sirius, looked desperately for some kind of loophole, some way that Dumbledore would come back. He felt in his pocket for the gold chain of the fake Horcrux, which he now carried with him everywhere, not as a talisman, but as a reminder of what it had cost and what remained still to do. Harry rose early to pack the next day. The Hogwarts Express would be leaving in an hour after the funeral. Downstairs he found the mood in the great hall subdued. Everybody was wearing their dress robes, and no one seemed very hungry. Professor McGonagall had left the throne-like chair in the middle of the staff table empty. Hagrid's chair was deserted too. Harry thought that perhaps he had not been able to face breakfast. But Snape's place had been unceremoniously filled by Rufus Scrimgeour. Harry avoided his yellowish eyes as they scanned the hall. Harry had the uncomfortable feeling that Scrimgeour was looking for him. Among Scrimgeour's entourage, Harry spotted the red hair and horn-rimmed glasses of Percy Weasley. Ron gave no sign that he was aware of Percy, apart from stabbing pieces of kipper with unwanted venom. Over at the Slytherin table, Crabbe and Goyle were muttering together. Hulking boys though they were, they looked oddly lonely without the tall, pale figure of Malfoy between them, bossing them around. Harry had not spared Malfoy much thought. His animosity was all for Snape, but he had not forgotten the fear in Malfoy's voice on that tower top, nor the fact that he had lowered his wand before the other Death Eaters arrived. Harry did not believe that Malfoy would have killed Dumbledore. He despised Malfoy still for his infatuation with the dark arts, but now the tiniest drop of pity mingled with his dislike. Where, Harry wondered, was Malfoy now, and what was Voldemort making him do under threat of killing him and his parents? Harry's thoughts were interrupted by a nudge in the ribs from Ginny. Professor McGonagall had risen to her feet, and the mournful hum in the hall died away at once. "It is nearly time," she said. "Please follow your heads of house out into the grounds. Gryffindors, after me." They filed out from behind their benches in near silence. Harry glimpsed Slughorn at the head of the Slytherin column, wearing magnificent long emerald green robes embroidered with silver. He had never seen Professor Sprout, head of the Hufflepuffs, looking so clean. There was not a single patch on her hat, and when they reached the entrance hall, they found Madame Pince standing beside Filch, she in a thick black veil that fell to her knees, he in an ancient black suit and tie, reeking of mothballs. They were heading, as Harry saw, when he stepped out onto the stone steps from the front doors towards the lake. The warmth of the sun caressed his face as they followed Professor McGonagall in silence to the place where hundreds of chairs had been set out in rows. An aisle ran down the centre of them. There was a marble table standing at the front, all chairs facing it. It was the most beautiful summer's day. An extraordinary assortment of people had already settled into half of the chairs, shabby and smart, old and young. Most Harry did not recognise, but there were a few that he did, including members of the Order of the Phoenix, Kingsley Shacklebolt, Mad-Eye Moody, Tonks, her hair miraculously returned to vividest pink, Remus Lupin, with whom she seemed to be holding hands, Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, Bill, supported by Fleur, and followed by Fred and George, who were wearing jackets of black dragonskin. Then there was Madame Maxime, who took up 2.5 chairs on her own, Tom, the landlord of the Leaky Cauldron, Arabella Thigg, Harry's squib neighbour, the hairy bass player from the wizarding group The Weird Sisters, Ernie Prang, driver of the night bus, Madame Malkin of the robe shop in Diagon Alley, and some people whom Harry merely knew by sight, such as the barman of the Hog's Head and the witch who pushed the trolley on the Hogwarts Express. The castle ghosts were there too, barely visible in the bright sunlight, discernible only when they moved, shimmering insubstantially in the gleaming air. Harry, Ron, Hermione and Ginny filed into their seats at the end of the row beside the lake. People were whispering to each other. It sounded like a breeze in the grass, but the birdsong was louder by far. The crowd continued to swell with a great rush of affection for both of them. Harry saw Neville being helped into a seat by Luna. They alone of all the DA had responded to Hermione's summons the night that Dumbledore had died, and Harry knew why. They were the ones who had missed the DA most, probably the ones who had checked their coins regularly in the hope that there would be another meeting. Cornelius Fudge walked past them towards the front rows, his expression miserable, twirling his green bowler hat as usual. Harry next recognised Rita Skeeter, who, he was infuriated to see, had a notebook clutched in her red taloned hand, and then, with a worse jolt of fury, Dolores Umbridge, an unconvincing expression of grief upon her toad-like face, a black velvet bow set atop her iron-coloured curls. At the sight of the centaur Firenze, who was standing like a sentinel near the water's edge, she gave a start and scurried hastily into a seat a good distance away. The staff were seated at last. Harry could see Scrimger looking grave and dignified in the front row with Professor McGonagall. He wondered whether Scrimger or any of these important people were really sorry that Dumbledore was dead. But then he heard music, strange, otherworldly music, and he forgot his dislike of the ministry and looking around for the source of it. He was not the only one. Many heads were turning, searching, a little alarmed. "In there," whispered Ginny in Harry's ear, and he saw them in the clear green sunlit water, inches below the surface, reminding him horribly of the Inferi, a chorus of mer-people, singing in a strange language he did not understand, their pallid faces rippling, their purplish hair flowing all around them. The music made the hair on Harry's neck stand up, and yet it was not unpleasant. It spoke very clearly of loss and of despair, and he looked down into the wild faces of the singers. He had that feeling that they, at least, were sorry for Dumbledore's passing. Then Ginny nudged him again, and he looked around. Hagrid was walking slowly up the aisle between the chairs. He was crying quite silently, his face gleaming with tears, and in his arms, wrapped in purple velvet spangled with golden stars, was what Harry knew to be Dumbledore's body. A sharp pain rose in Harry's throat at this sight. For a moment, the strange music and the knowledge that Dumbledore's body was so close seemed to take all warmth from the day. Ron looked white and shocked. Tears were falling thick and fast into both Ginny and Hermione's laps. They could not see clearly what was happening at the front. Hagrid seemed to have placed the body carefully upon the table. Now he retreated down the aisle, blowing his nose with loud trumpeting noises that drew scandalised looks from some, including, Harry saw, Dolores Umbridge. But Harry knew that Dumbledore would not have cared. He tried to make a friendly gesture to Hagrid as he passed, but Hagrid's eyes were so swollen it was a wonder he could see where he was going. Harry glanced at the back row to which Hagrid was heading and realised what was guiding him. For there, dressed in a jacket and trousers, each the size of a small marquee, was the giant Grawp, his great ugly boulder-like head bowed, docile, almost human. Hagrid sat down next to his half-brother, and Grawp patted Hagrid hard on the head so that his chair legs sank into the ground. Harry had a wonderful momentary urge to laugh, but then the music stopped, and he turned to face the front again. A little tufty-haired man in plain black robes had got to his feet and stood now in front of Dumbledore's body. Harry could not hear what he was saying. Odd words floated back to them over the hundreds of heads. Nobility of spirit, intellectual contribution, greatness of heart. It did not mean very much. It had little to do with Dumbledore as Harry had known him. He suddenly remembered Dumbledore's idea of a few words: nitwit, oddment, blubber, and tweak, and again had to suppress a grin. What was the matter with him? There was a soft splashing noise to his left, and he saw the mer-people had broken the surface to listen too. He remembered Dumbledore crouching at the water's edge 2 years ago, very close to where Harry now sat, and conversing in Mermish with the mer-chieftainness. Harry wondered where Dumbledore had learned Mermish. There was so much he had never asked him, so much he should have said. And then, without warning, it swept over him. The dreadful truth, more completely and undeniably than it had until now. Dumbledore was dead. Gone. He clutched the cold locket in his hand so tightly that it hurt, that he could not prevent hot tears spilling from his eyes. He looked away from Ginny and the others and stared out over the lake, towards the forest. As the little man in black droned on, there was movement among the trees. The centaurs had come to pay their respects too. They did not move into the open, but Harry saw them standing quite still, half hidden in shadow, watching the wizards, their bows hanging at their sides. And Harry remembered his first nightmarish trip into the forest, the first time he had ever encountered the thing that was then Voldemort, and how he had forced him, and how he and Dumbledore had discussed fighting a losing battle not long thereafter. It was important, Dumbledore said, to fight, and fight again, and keep fighting, for only then could evil be kept at bay, though never quite eradicated. And Harry saw very clearly, as he sat there under the hot sun, how people who cared about him had stood in front of him one by one, his mother, his father, his godfather, and finally Dumbledore, all determined to protect him. But now that was over. He could not let anybody else stand between him and Voldemort. He must abandon forever the illusion he ought to have lost at the age at that age of 1. That the shelter of a parent's arms meant that nothing could hurt him. There was no walking from his nightmare, no comforting whisper in the dark that was safe really. That it was all in his imagination. The last and greatest of his protectors had died, and he was more alone than he had ever been before. The little man in black had stopped speaking at last and resumed his seat. Harry waited for somebody else to get to their feet. He expected speeches, probably from the minister, but nobody moved. Then several people screamed. Bright white flames had erupted around Dumbledore's body, and the table upon which it lay. Higher and higher they rose, obscuring the body. White smoke spiralled into the air and made strange shapes. Harry thought for one heart-stopping moment that he saw a phoenix fly joyfully into the blue, but next second the fire had vanished. In its place was a white marble tomb, encasing Dumbledore's body and the table on which he had rested. There were a few more cries of shock as a shower of arrows soared through the air, but they fell short of the crowd. It was, Harry knew, the centaur's tribute. He saw them turn tail and disappear back into the cool trees. Likewise, the mer-people sank slowly back into the green water and were lost from view. Harry looked at Ginny, Ron and Hermione. Ron's face was screwed up as though the sunlight was blinding him. Hermione's face was glazed with tears, but Ginny was no longer crying. She met Harry's gaze with the same hard, blazing look that he had seen when she had hugged him after winning the Quidditch Cup in his absence, and he knew that at that moment they understood each other perfectly, and that when he told her what he was going to do now, she would not say be careful or don't do it, but accept his decision, because she would not have expected anything less of him. And so he steeled himself to say what he had known he must say ever since Dumbledore had died. Ginny, listen, he said very quietly, as the buzz of conversation grew louder around them and people began to get to their feet. I can't be involved with you any more. We've got to stop seeing each other. We can't be together. She said with an oddly twisted smile. It's for some stupid noble reason, isn't it? It's been like something out of someone else's life. These last few weeks with you, said Harry, but I can't. We can't. I've got things to do alone now. She did not cry. She simply looked at him. Voldemort uses people his enemies are close to. He's already used you as bait once, and that was just because you're my best friend's sister. Think how much danger you'll be in if we keep this up. He'll know, he'll find out, he'll try and get me through you. What if I don't care? Said Ginny fiercely. I care, said Harry. How do you think I'd feel if this was your funeral and it was my fault? She looked away from him, over the lake. I never really gave up on you, she said. Not really. I always hoped. Hermione told me to get on with life, maybe go out with some other people, relax a bit around you, because I never used to be able to talk if you were in the room, remember? And she thought you might take a bit more notice if I was a bit more myself. Smart girl, that Hermione, said Harry, trying to smile. I just wish I'd asked you sooner. We could have had ages, months, years maybe. But you've been too busy saving the wizarding world, said Ginny, half laughing. Well, I can't say I'm surprised. I knew this would happen in the end. I knew you wouldn't be happy unless you were hunting Voldemort. Maybe that's why I like you so much. Harry could not bear to hear these things, nor did he think his resolution would hold if he remained sitting beside her. Ron, he saw, was now holding Hermione and stroking her hair while she sobbed into his shoulder, tears dripping from the end of his own long nose. With a miserable gesture, Harry got up, turned his back on Ginny and on Dumbledore's tomb, and walked away around the lake. Moving felt much more bearable than sitting still, just as setting out as soon as possible to track down the Horcruxes and kill Voldemort would feel better than wanting to do it. Harry. He turned. Rufus Scrimgeour was limping rapidly towards him, around the bank, leaning on his walking stick. I've been hoping to have a word. Do you mind if I walk a little with you? No, said Harry indifferently, and set off again. Harry, this was a dreadful tragedy, said Scrimgeour quietly. I cannot tell you how appalled I was to hear of it.
Dumbledore was a very great wizard. We had our disagreements, as you know, but no one knows better than I." "What do you want?" asked Harry flatly. Scrimger looked annoyed, but as before, hastily modified his expression to one of sorrowful understanding. "You are, of course, devastated," he said. "I know that you were very close to Dumbledore. I think you may have been his favourite ever pupil. The bond between the two of you—" "What do you want?" Harry repeated, coming to a halt. Scrimger stopped too, leaning on his stick, and stared at Harry, his expression shrewd now. "The word is that you were with him when he left the school the night he died." "Whose word?" said Harry. "Somebody stupefied a Death Eater on the top of the tower after Dumbledore died. There were also 2 broomsticks up there. The Ministry can add 2 and 2, Harry." "Glad to hear it," said Harry. "Well, where I went with Dumbledore and what we did is my business. He didn't want people to know." "Such loyalty is admirable, of course," said Scrimger, who seemed to be restraining his irritation with difficulty. "But Dumbledore is gone. Harry, he's gone." "He will only be gone from the school when none here are loyal to him," said Harry, smiling in spite of himself. "My dear boy, even Dumbledore cannot return from the—" "I'm not saying he can. You wouldn't understand. But I've got nothing to tell you." Scrimger hesitated, then said in what was evidently supposed to be a tone of delicacy, "The Ministry can offer you all sorts of protection, you know, Harry. I would be delighted to place a couple of my auras at your service." Harry laughed. "Voldemort wants to kill me himself, and auras won't stop him. So thanks for the offer, but no thanks." "So," said Scrimger, his voice cold now, "the request I made of you at Christmas?" "What request?" "Oh, yeah, the one where I tell the world what a great job you're doing in exchange for raising everyone's morale," snapped Scrimger. Harry considered him for a moment. "Released Stan Shunpike yet?" Scrimger turned a nasty purple colour, highly reminiscent of Uncle Vernon. "I see you are—" "Dumbledore's man through and through," said Harry. "That's right." Scrimger glared at him for another moment, and then turned and limped away, without another word. Harry could see Percy and the rest of the Ministry delegation waiting for him, casting nervous glances at the sobbing Hagrid and Grawp, who were still in their seats. Ron and Hermione were hurrying towards Harry, passing Scrimger going in the opposite direction. Harry turned and walked slowly on, waiting for them to catch up, which they finally did in the shade of a beech tree, under which they had sat in happier times. "What did Scrimger want?" Hermione whispered. "Same as he wanted at Christmas," shrugged Harry. "Wanted me to give him inside information on Dumbledore and be the Ministry's new poster boy." Ron seemed to struggle with himself for a moment, and then he said loudly to Hermione, "Look, let me go back and hit Percy." "No," she said firmly, grabbing his arm. "He'll make me feel better." Harry laughed. Even Hermione grinned a little, though her smile faded as she looked up at the castle. "I can't bear the idea that we might never come back," she said softly. "How can Hogwarts close?" "Maybe it won't," said Ron. "We're not in any more danger here than we are at home, are we? Everywhere's the same now. I'd even say Hogwarts is safer. There are more wizards inside to defend the place. What do you reckon, Harry?" "I'm not coming back, even if it does reopen," said Harry. Ron gaped at him, but Hermione said sadly, "I knew you were going to say that. But then, what will you do?" "I'm going back to the Dursleys once more, because Dumbledore wanted me to," said Harry. "But it'll be a short visit, and then I'll be gone for good." "But where will you go if you don't come back to school?" "I thought I might go to Godric's Hollow," Harry muttered. He had the idea in his head ever since the night of Dumbledore's death. "For me, it started there. All of it. I've just got a feeling I need to go there. And I can visit my parents' graves. I'd like that." "And then what?" said Ron. "Then I've got to track down the rest of the Horcruxes, haven't I?" said Harry, his eyes upon Dumbledore's white tomb, reflected in the water on the side of the lake. "That's what he wanted me to do. That's why he told me all about them. If Dumbledore was right, and I'm sure he was, there are still 4 of them out there. I've got to find them and destroy them. And then I've got to go after the 7th bit of Voldemort's soul, the bit that's still in his body. And I'm the one who's going to kill him. And if I meet Severus Snape along the way," he added, "so much the better for me, so much the worse for him." There was a long silence,
The crowd had almost dispersed now, the stragglers giving the monumental figure of Grawp a wide berth as he cuddled Hagrid, whose howls of grief were still echoing across the water. "We'll be there, Harry," said Ron. "What?" "At your aunt and uncle's house," said Ron, "and then we'll go with you, wherever you're going." "No," said Harry quickly. He had not counted on this. He had meant them to understand that he was undertaking this most dangerous journey alone. "You said to us once before," said Hermione quietly, "that there was time to turn back if we wanted to. We've had time, haven't we?" "We're with you, whatever happens," said Ron. "But, mate, you're going to have to come round my mum and dad's house before we do anything else. Even Godric's Hollow." "Why? Bill and Fleur's wedding, remember?" Harry looked at him, startled. The idea that anything as normal as a wedding could still exist seemed incredible, and yet wonderful. "Yeah, we shouldn't miss that," he said finally. His hand closed automatically around the fake Horcrux, but in spite of everything, in spite of the dark and twisting path he saw stretching ahead for himself, in spite of the final meeting with Voldemort he knew must come, whether in a month, in a year, or in 10, he felt his heart lift at the thought that there was still one last golden day of peace left to enjoy with Ron and Hermione.